comes back.
What are you talking about? We're not talking about nuclear weapons.
No,
What are you talking about? Because every time I'm trying to follow your conversation. Bullshit.
No, he's
Snoopy, hold on. Snoopy,
I'm here.
are you changing the conversation?
I'm saying something. If moderators can shut you up for a second, I will make my point. Very simple.
happening to
Can you just let me
And ML has hung on my part too
Okay,
long.
hold on. Hold.
the man we were talking to earlier.
Y'all have no spine. Y'all would not be able to get away with this shit over politically correct. Y'all have no fucking.
No, because you're a piece of shit who hogs the mic. I want the moderators to allow me to finish. The moderators will let me finish smoking.
Hold on. Okay, move to audience. Okay, who do you want me to bring up to speak?
You can bring in Snoopy. I don't know why.
Okay.
Yeah, he's.
Why was Snoopy moved?
Yeah, bring Snoopy back.
I moved.
ML was the problem, Ann. Thank you. There we go.
Thank you, Ian. I respect you as a moderator. I will be shit. Many of the people in politically correct hate America and they want Iran to have nuclear weapons. That's why the people in the politically correct room were in favor of letting Iran build nuclear weapons. Now, I don't criticize them. They're open about wanting America to be nuked. It's their prerogative. I only object when they come here and say, no, we didn't want Iran to have nukes. Iran wasn't enriching uranium. What I'm simply saying, and I'll land my plane here, Ann, once the independent labs analyze that material, they will prove the people in politically correct are liars. Iran was enriching nuclear weapons, and Iran was close to having nuclear weapons. And all the progressives and leftists who say it's not true, they'll be proven wrong before the election. I'm fucking done.
No, and I honestly, I didn't mean to move you down. I appreciate your voice. There was just 3 people that were off mic, and so I just moved around. So my apologies. ML, did you want to respond?
No, I was just basically trying to Snoopy, what the hell is he talking about? Because we were not talking about that. So I'm just trying to say, where did that come from? Did somebody say that, or why did he bring that up? That's my point, my question to him. But he kept on, you know how he does.
It did come out randomly. I don't know. We were on a different subject.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. I was like, did someone say that? So can you let us finish the conversation first, and then you could change the conversation after we're done?
Go ahead, and I'll continue.
Because listen, I wasn't looking at my phone. I wasn't looking at my phone.
Har kärnvapen eller hur högt uranium som faktiskt finns där. För att om vi får tillräckligt högt uranium för kärnkraft så skulle vi vilja veta det. Och hur länge har egentligen Europa och USA vetat att de har fulla? För vi har alla, vi har snälla bara förklara för
Yeah, he's speaking in a.
Yeah, she's speaking Norwegian. What the hell? I thought it was an AI bot.
No, she's speaking Swedish.
He's speaking a native language.
From Korea University.
Yeah. So okay, hold on. Let me just say this thing out real quick. I appreciate the exchange we had today, and thank you for having a nice conversation. I do appreciate that.
I'll give you one.
I'm sorry, I was asking more.
Who's ML and me?
ML. Hey, ML, can you tell me if politically correct is open right now? It is. All right, let me tell you something, right? Those people, I don't know what the hell is wrong with them. I was in that room probably like a week, I don't know, like maybe 2 weeks ago. This is before the blockade. And I don't know, ML, if you were in the room, maybe if you were, you could. This was before the blockade, and everybody, when Trump had just announced that we were going to be blockading the blockade, and neoliberal asked me a question. He said, TC, so what happens if one of these commercial tankers decided to try and get past the U.S. blockade? And I said, well, It's simple. The United States would interdict them, use their ship. And the whole room went crazy. This guy's... The United States is going to board a ship. What are they, pirates? And then General Kane came out on Thursday, okay, in the press conference with Secretary of War Hegseth. And he said, if they try and challenge and trespass our blockade, we will do maneuvers, we will halt their ship, we will mount and board their ship, we'll seize the vessel. Now we need to do ML because they got me blocked over there, so I can't see what's going on. I can't see these guys or anything. Now that the blockade is over and Trump's strategy worked, and now the Strait of Hormuz is back open, I want you to go over there and tell them that their antics and their pretentiousness and their thinking that they're so intelligent, they continue to prove themselves wrong over and over and over again. They're so sure of themselves. They're so confident in their ignorance that they think that they know how the world works. And daily we learn that they don't have a fucking clue. The only thing they have to themselves is the ability to try and peer pressure each other into laying prostrate before the moderators. They have no relevance. They seek validation from each other. They're in their own cocoon, and they're not very intelligent. Can you take that information back to me?
TC, the gall of you to think that I'm going to carry your water for you is fucking astounding. The point that they block you because you fucking incorrigible, bro. You're going to quit and when to stop. You the one, you basically explain the fact that everybody, you think you jump to a cock, bro. You stroke your own self. You think you're right about everything. And you would argue a point to infinity just to prove that you're right. And I think that's why they got tired of you. I wasn't there because obviously as a military member, I know that if you have a blockade, that if a tries to pass, you would probably fire across them. That's the whole purpose of a blockade. And that's what we do. We interdict. We both. So anybody,
all of us blocked out.
I don't have, but you guys are asking me a question. I don't have any of you blocked.
I know, but
I don't block people.
But I'm saying, yeah. It's not even heat. It's like lukewarm.
People in that room that already carry my water, by virtue of the fact that they try and dispute me and refute me, they naturally carry my water when I'm proven correct. It's not about whether I'm blocked or not. I don't give a damn about being bluntly politically correct. But what I do give a damn about is showing up in their faces and putting the big middle finger up in their face when they're wrong. I love that shit. Why? For this. Because it happens so often. It happens so often. And it's high because they're so stupid. They're so it's like watching it throw a temper tantrum. What you do now? What? It's fun to watch. It's hilarious. We watch over and over and over again how these people that think they know everything are proven wrong constantly. Especially and they have no shame with their ignorance.
See, you brought receipts. That's why they kicked you out, because you brought receipts, and that's the experience.
You don't even know what he's talking about.
You know exactly what he's talking about. ML, you should stop
You don't know what he's talking about. So why?
You have been on the mic a little bit longer than other people in this room, so I need to finish, okay? My experience in that room is...
I'm pulling
easy right now.
Why don't you leave if you don't want to share the mic? My experience in that room is very simple. There's an eloquent person who says how Muslims are killing Christians in Nigeria, and all he complains about is Muslims killing Christians. And I say, I feel terrible that the Muslims are killing Christians. Maybe America should close its borders to those people. He says, no, you have to let to America. I was like, well, you just said the Muslims are killing Christians. You don't want them killing Christians, and why do you want them in America? Do you want them to kill Christians in America? And he wouldn't answer that question. I think there's a double standard. Every single person that complains about the genocides in Africa wants to let the killers come to America, and I question that.
Are you sure you're done speaking?
Yes, I am.
Let me tell you, if you guys are right for politically correct, message the people or meet them in another room, create a room and invite them in. But I'm not going to carry a water for y'all. Come on now, they blocked y'all for a reason. I'm not going to disturb their peace to bring water for somebody else that was blocked.
Where's the free speech?
Matt, come on now. For me, Matt, you know I don't block anybody.
I'm serious.
Huh?
I don't block anybody. I mean, I did that back last night with my first block in a long time. But I don't block anybody either. I know you're not blocking, but they are, right?
Except other people who to block, unblock. I don't have that power, and I don't have that right either.
Okay.
Because it's their ability to exercise their rights, who they want to listen to and who they want to interact with. I ain't got nothing to do with that.
And that's true. And so we have to pick our spaces carefully. And we have to know when we're in echo chambers and when we can have critical thinking, open spaces with Socratic dialogue, which thank you for letting me know that that's not a place
Yeah, so that's the idea. That's kind of where I want this place to be. As much as people hate Trump, there's one thing that he seems to always let people do is let people speak. You know what I mean? Just let them speak. Get their shit out, whatever it is, and then sort it out later, Minus the quiet piggy part.
Well, yeah, and the reason why Matt and Beaver decided to host rooms every day is because all have been in the audience and politically correct and had tried to engage with them and were removed, muted, kicked out, blocked, and it's been going on for at least a year. And so I'm glad that they decided to just open their own rooms, and I appreciate, ML, that you did come over here and talk with us. We do love echo chamber, but it is nice to hear opposition. So I appreciate that. But ML, you know that they don't want to hear our voices, and they want their echo chamber, and that's it. And they want to use us as props, and they're so.
And they can be honest about it. That's all. Their newsroom, that's fine. They can just roll with that. They just about their news. And I'm not being critical because clearly I'm over there, doing my little business. But I'm just saying, obviously, people can have choices. That's true. I just wanted to be transparent, obviously, about what they're doing. If they just want to talk amongst themselves, then just let everybody else know so we don't have to go there. You know what I mean? It's just the way it is.
In my Telegram, after I had asked her, "Do you just want echo chamber?" A month later, she goes, "Huh?"
Oh yeah, I saw that. By the way, you might have missed it. A bunch of politically correct came in for the first time in years. I don't know, an hour ago it was. Yeah, we had First Lady, we had Lisa, we had Divine, and a bunch of people in Magoo. So they did show up, but it's just kind of
we don't agree on many things. When she hosts her own rooms, she does let us come up and speak. You know what I'm saying? If we're talking about the same Lisa.
Yeah, Lisa, yeah.
Not that. She at least lets us talk. Right? Or not?
here with any opposition. We let everybody just do it, you know, and then we kind of work through it. And if they're big jerks, then they can't move on, or they can stay around and have a discussion.
Well, why do you think? What is the main reason that they don't want our voices heard? Emma,
Yeah, I show you guys that they can't answer that question.
I'm asking you. What
the
would you
reason
think that the reason is?
I don't know. Maybe they got tired of you guys that tap dancing for Trump. I don't know.
So you think, or not you personally, but maybe you do, that we can't be critical of Trump. Bima, you're not a Trump supporter. Have you found that we have been critical of some things on Trump? I mean, more than half of my stage half the time at night is people critical of Trump. Wouldn't that be fair to say? So what's happening? Like this, just this thinking that Trump supporters are just dancing for Trump. I think you guys completely got it wrong. I mean,
After me, Matt, Beaver, we always offer a criticism of Trump first, so that we can you know what, I agree with this, and then go into other things. But they don't. Even if we say that we agree with them on something, they have an issue with it too.
ever seen, minus ban at most, any criticism of Biden ever, not once. I've listened to thousands of hours on your side. I don't think I've ever heard any of you folks criticize Biden, minus ban. Is that not a fair statement?
Yeah, because we didn't like a lot of stuff Biden did. We thought Biden would have gotten out of the race. We thought Biden was weak. We thought Biden shouldn't have picked Merrick Garland as the Attorney General. We thought Biden should have really prosecuted Trump. He didn't. So don't say there's no criticism for Biden.
Mel, you do, I guess. Matt, when you agree, Emma.
Yeah, Mel, I might have picked the wrong, I didn't say him personally, but Mel does, I think. But I think a majority on that stage, I've never heard them criticize Biden for the most part. I know there's been critiques of Kamala a little bit just because of how bad that went down. But I think for the most part, I don't think I've ever heard your room go through a whole session like we do with Trump and explain what we think is going wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Because Biden is not the president. Biden is the president. He got critique.
Not that again. You can't do that.
Not with Trump. And you know that every news channel.
It's reversed though.
Yeah. We're always going to talk about Trump
sells.
time. But we can't just forget about the past 4 years of Biden's presidency. I mean, that was a horrible era. COVID and
Really?
That was neutral time.
Ben, don't start.
Are you guys smoking something like that?
I wish I was.
And can I smoke whatever you're smoking?
No, I'm talking to them. No.
Okay. All right. Just ask the hell of questions. So
You guys are fine.
okay, man.
What?
Can I ask you a couple questions?
Me or ML?
ML. So ML, do you think under Biden administration, do you think allowing
Listen, as someone who's done a refugee settlement and knows the law, it was the law in the book. Biden didn't put the law there, so he had to process asylum seekers. It's true they were taking advantage of our law, but it was the law. If you guys wanted, they should change the law, but it was the law of the land, and that's where I stand. I'm like, I think a lot of the people who came to America, we can need more immigrants now than ever before. Because right now, try to go out there and find daycare for a newborn. And you can see how difficult it is. Because all the daycare centers are closed down, partly because during COVID it all been closed down, but because increasing birth rate,
there's going to be demand for daycare, so there's a contraction of daycare centers. The daycare centers closed down over the last couple of years. America's not having babies, and if the American economy continue to be a consumer-driven economy, we need people to spend money, and we need more people coming into America. We don't want it less people.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand. You said it was the law for people to seek asylum across the southern border for the 4 years that Biden was in. This was the law. So all these people from the world decide to come to the southern border of the United States seeking asylum. That's to me to understand. And then you said, which is even more interesting, that because the United States citizens are not having babies, this is what you're saying, that we need to import people. So which one is it? Do we need more people to come in? Because to my knowledge,
okay, we need, like I said, we need more people.
Let me go to the rocks. I'll land real quick. So if I understand you correctly, you're saying that the illegal people who cross the border, because everyone did not go to a point of entry to come to the United States, a lot of them just cross over into the United States. Okay, millions of people crossed over did not go to the point of entry. Okay, so I just want to make sure that I understand that there are some asylum seekers, but the majority of people do not asylum seekers.
So I was very specific when I said asylum seekers, because you said let. That's the only people Biden could let come in. Biden didn't let Biden didn't say, oh, illegals come across, illegals, but people cross the border and coming to America. Biden didn't have a policy about that. So when you say that, that's not being entirely truthful, because he didn't have a policy that says, hey, we haven't opened up policy, you could just cross into America and stay. That never happened. So what I can say is that the law of the land state that we, as America, we take asylum seekers on an annual basis, and at the border, you have the right to seek asylum. Isn't that the law of the land? Edward.
Yeah, no. You said it's the law of the land on the books based on how we have interpreted it.
No, it's based on the line that we have a system. We have a quota system in America based on the United Nations agreement we have, where we take refugees, and also they want to assign some country access.
We don't have to take every refugee.
Yes, so there's a number. Okay, there's a number of refugees.
Correct, but we could take it from a random country that we want to. We could say no country. So we have the right to decide where that number comes from, the sources, countries, which. So, I mean, you're right, but there's context to it, right? It's not like they say you have to take, Colombia. Also, we have the right to vet them. So if someone gives a refugee claim and they say, I'm running from Colombia because, of gangs, it's like, well, it's a democratic nation. Should I take you in, or should I take the guy who's running from Iran? I'd probably take the guy from Iran because he's definitely got a legitimate claim for refugee status than somebody who says, well, economically, I can't prosper in my country, so I'm coming to yours. Like, and that's clear in how that's done. So you got to be clear that, yes, there's a certain number that we should take in, but it doesn't say where. Oh, the hero's here. What's up, hero?
A rare day time.
Good to hear you. I don't need to be in this room if the hero's here. He knows he can answer any question.
That's for sure.
Not the female version, the male version. Thank you. Sorry.
Did you ask him something?
No, I was just.
I remember I was very general in my response. I was talking to the holistic refugee slash what's your term? Asylum seekers. So the problem what I'm saying is that yes, there is a law, but nobody's ever said let's change the law or let's I think Trump has reduced the number of a couple of years. During his first time, I think Trump had dropped the number. And yes, America does have the right of refusal to say who they want to come to, but I think the point here being asylum is literally different. If you qualify under the asylum rules, asylum in America, because America haven't opened up policy. But what I'm saying is that
the important piece is the rules. The rules are not defined. So the rules are set by the administration who's doing it. So saying that, like, I'm running from a gang in Colombia, well, you know, you would say, well, did you report it to your local police? No, I didn't. Did you report it to your country? No, I didn't, but I'm scared. And then Biden says, okay, come on in. And then Trump goes, well, why don't you go to your country first? Report it to them. I don't want to. My dream's been to be in America or whatever. Okay, right? So how that's very important now. You got to be honest. You're usually pretty, though you're slant in your views, you're pretty honest. Is that the interpretation of that is the biggest problem in this? Because if you're saying you're in a Latin American country from like Colombia or even Mexico or any of these places, and you're running from your government, then there's a major problem because most of those countries are democratic, and so you're just lying basically, but we're letting you. And that means that if we are saying, hey, there's a gang in Chicago that's after me, and I go to UK and say, hey, I'm claiming refugee, UK's gonna say, fuck you, man, you're from America, it's a democratic nation, report it over there, get the hell out of here.
Yeah, but we're saying that Biden didn't tell those people to come, but those people knew they had a window. An opportunity.
He would allow them because his interpretation was very liberal to say anyone who just puts a claim in, I'm pretty much going to allow you.
And no, I think you remember the Biden administration doesn't justify the claim. You have to go through a legal system. The legal system does. A jury can decide.
They didn't do that.
Member of the administration. Right, so the magistrate.
Yes, but there's still all judges are. Federal judges are.
Federal judges are part of the judiciary. Yeah, but immigration judges aren't. They're part of the executive.
Immigration judges are not part of the. Are they part of the executive? Actually,
magistrates and stuff who handle immigration are all.
They're part of the executive branch. Yes.
So since they're part of the executive branch, the president and their policy can say, yeah, you know, if the guy claims that he's running from a gang, let him in. Let him in. You know, it's okay. Let him in. And so you got to understand, it's the policies of Joe Biden. Joe Biden gaslit America, which you won't admit, and said, the president can't solve this border issue. It's only Congress that can do it. And then within a week of Trump taking over,
has control over immigration. The courts do not have control over immigration. The president can stop immigration, what have you. So yes, that's exactly.
And the previous guy said, and his vice president tried to tell everyone that he couldn't do it because he didn't want to do it. Right? He said he couldn't do it. And he had a guy who has only had 4 years in elected office versus a guy who had whatever years in elected office and without a law degree who on day one signed an executive order and closed the border, and now the border's closed. And when he was there, it was wide open, and the president can do it. But he tried to tell everyone only Congress can do it, which is wrong.
Was it Rule 42? That when Biden got in there, that he actually moved, and then he also took the app, the CD, I think CBP.
Yeah, he created a CBP app to give temporary status to Haitian immigrants. Also, the thing he got rid of initially was remain in Mexico, calling it racist. Then a court told him to put it back in, and then he cited it in his thing saying, "We created remain in Mexico to protect the border." What a gaslighter! Yeah. I mean, and ML will be like, oh, well, it was Biden who created remain in Mexico. No, it was actually Trump that did, and actually it was right that it actually.
Why do you say I said that? I never said that. Don't put statements in my mouth.
I know. I said
don't say that. I will say that. You can't say that.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I would never say Naveen is going to say that because I don't know what Naveen's going to say.
Fair.
So you
fair. Okay. Fair enough. You're right. I apologize.
So ML, did he repeal that particular Title 42 to remain in Mexico? Did the Biden administration repeal that?
I do not know. You guys are more up to date on what I'm about.
Okay, look it up.
No, I wasn't tracking the immigration review.
Okay.
Yeah, like That was one of your stuff.
So he did repeal that, and actually it's proven, and you can look it up. Even Kamala Harris was asked this by Brett Baer. By repealing that, 3 people came into this country that went and killed Americans. And she asked, do you believe that your policies or your administration's policies caused this, and that you owe anything to those parents whose kids were killed by those illegal immigrants? She said no. And she didn't want to apologize, didn't want to say that they did anything wrong to cause that. I mean, and it was their administration that decided to remove the remain measures. It's not like they came in and it just happened. And hey, this happened and we have to look at it. They went in and said, oh, this is a racist policy because some leftists told them, oh, it's Remain in Mexico. It was racist. So they just arbitrarily wrote it off, and then a court told them to put it back in. But by then it was too late.
But you guys are stuck on that. Like, that was a major... You guys won the election on that stuff because you guys scaremongered everybody believing that the immigrants are coming. That's why you brought up that free murders. Well, and even illegal immigrants as a whole commit less murders than native-born Americans.
Yeah, look, you're 100% correct.
Hold on, Kate. You know what? I hear you sometimes, but you know that America's supposed to be safe. And
America's never been safe.
Hold on.
Stay, do you live it?
Okay. I did not say America is safe. I said it's supposed to be safe. And us allowing people to come across the borders, because right now, and correct me if I'm wrong, Gus, since you were in the military, do you believe that there are people who crossed our border, whether they're asylum seekers or refugees or whatever, that want to come and do harm to our country? Do you believe that?
Trust me. There are criminals in all shapes and forms, and yes, but the majority of illegals who come to America do not commit crime because they don't want to be, guess what? They don't want to be in contact with law enforcement, so they don't commit crimes. So yes, there's always a probability.
The border legally.
Okay, yes, it's a crime. Okay, we were not arguing that point. But we were talking about
why are you not arguing the point? No. Why are you not arguing the point that they came illegally?
No, because I'm telling you, the one act of crossing the border doesn't dictate that those people are that the whole intent was that it's a continuation of a crime spree, that they're gonna be involved in multiple crimes. The data doesn't
was right on this from if you take a larger, but the data is misleading, right? So the difference is this, right? The United States, and this is what ML, I would love to hear your view on this. Would you agree with this, that the United States has a record somewhere, and the states have records of who their citizens and their people are? The people came here legally and all that stuff. Would you agree that, the state knows who's here, who's in their state, right?
Hell no. They
and
don't.
their backgrounds?
They don't.
No, they don't. So you're saying when they give a driver's license to someone, they don't know who that person is. Got it. Okay.
Okay, that's
No, I said, so whoever's a resident of a state, whoever's a resident, the states know who their people are because people born in that state, they have mailing addresses, so the state knows who the people are, the federal government knows who the people are. When you bring in someone, and I'll give you an example, this is a problem that Kamala Harris was supposed to solve, and I'm actually optimistic when I heard it, and I know Joe's not gonna like me saying this, but I was really optimistic when I heard she's gonna solve the root cause, because I said this many times on this app, that the root cause problem is the fact that these South American countries don't vet their people. So I'll give you an example. Someone comes to the border and says, my name is Jose Jimenez, just hypothetically, okay? My name is Jose Jimenez. And where are you from? I'm from Colombia. Okay. Hey, Colombia, we have a guy named Jose Jimenez here. Yeah, we have a guy, Jose. Okay, yeah, that's our guy. Okay, great. Is it really Jose Jimenez? No one knows. Why? Because they're not using E-Verify. They're not using systems to document who their people are.
That's majority of the world not being.
Well, no, hold on. When people come here, hold on. I'm not done. When people come legally, what happens? They have to do an interview with the United States Embassy. And so when they do the interview with the United States Embassy, the burden is on that person to prove who they are and provide the data to the United States government. And the United States government has the ability to research that person. I have friends who come on all different visas, okay, and they come here illegally. When someone comes illegally, they don't, that data is not there. So the problem is the person can lie on who they are, come under a phone. So now the reason I say that is, You don't know if that person committed a crime or not. You don't know if that person is a criminal in their home country. So the unknown is the biggest problem. I'll tell you this, Emma. Are you a person who will leave your door wide open every single night? No, I'm sure you lock the door. Why? Because even though you know all your neighbors, hey, you never know if there's somebody there. So if that mindset is yours, if you're a person who leaves your door wide open, hey, no problem. I doubt you do. Why? Because our mindset is, hey, we need to make sure we know who the people are around us. I'm not going to bring my daughter to a place, even in the United States, where I don't know the people. I check out the place beforehand, make sure it's good, talk to some of the people. I don't just say randomly, hey, go here. We are that type of people in this country. So when you bring in someone and you don't know their background and you don't have a record on their history, where they were born and all this stuff, they're just giving you random details, but say, I'm seeking asylum. That is a vetting crisis. That's a problem. And Trump hasn't solved the vetting crisis. He's just stopped the whole thing. So to be fair, Trump hasn't solved the problem, right? That problem will be there for the next president because Congress has to solve that problem. Has to say, hey, we need to do better vetting. We need to, if we're giving money to these countries, they need to prove to us that they're using Verify for their people because we're giving them this money, right? They need to make sure we know who their citizens are. They can't lie to us or give us wrong information on their people if they're crossing the border. And it's also on the burden of the illegal person who's here to have that detail, but we don't know. So that's why you're deporting people to countries where you don't know where they're from, unless they're already criminals or known criminals. Very important. But legal people, legal immigrants, we know all about them because they have to apply for a visa through the United States Embassy. Very important.
Hey, Navin, you know that majority of people who stay in this country illegally, on a visa, not people who cross the border.
Yeah, I know. So those people are okay. You know why? They've already been vetted. They came here, they overstayed their visa. But they were already vetted at one. Hold on. They were already vetted at one point. So I think we need a new category for that people. Because would you agree those people were already vetted versus the guy who crossed the border and wasn't vetted because there's no way to go back and verify his data with the country? Yeah. So the people came here on a visitor visa. You know that. You came here on a visitor visa. What happened? I mean, this is the biggest scam. It's harder to solve, but it's a bigger scam. Some goes in India or whatever, applies for a visitor visa. They have to show they have a certain amount in their bank account. The embassies do this to speak to local officials. Who is this guy? Does he really live at the location he is? Show me some bills on where you are. And then sometimes they deny the visitor visa because they go, hey, it looks like you're trying to immigrate to America. Like, that's ridiculous. Why are you going to? So all of that process happens. So when they overstay their visa, that's wrong. But at least we know who those people are. And we can hold the country accountable also, saying this is your person. This is your citizen. They're here, right? They need to, they're still lost in this country and they can still have problems, but it's important to understand the difference. So those are I call those vetted illegal immigrants because they've already been vetted. I'm talking about the ones that aren't vetted, which are the ones who actually commit the crimes in this. Not all of them, but some of them commit crimes. And it sounds like you're saying, well,
it's a very small minority of that.
You're taking 1% of overall illegals, which include the vetted people. Okay, that's very important. That's what I'm saying. Data is great that you bring.
Yeah, but it's still 1% of the entire population. So
correct. That's what you're doing. 1% of the entire.
Yeah, but I am still correct. And even if you extrapolate the ones who came on visa and compare it to the illegal ones, it's pretty a low percentage.
No, it's not. It's not. It's a larger percentage of the ones who
what's the number to be?
It'll be closer to about 5 to 6%, which is still low, but it's not 1%.
Okay, and comparative to the native born population.
Yeah, but that's different. Okay, so let me ask you this. Do you think if somebody had a criminal...
Fuck Trump, black lives.
Okay, great. So, no, do you think that an American criminal, okay, suppose Ted Bundy, whatever there, and he fled to UK or something, right? Would you blame America? I would, by the way, if they went to UK and UK let them in, right? That's a criminal. He commits a crime. The probability of him committing a crime in UK is going to be a lot higher. I just watched the Ted Bundy documentary. That's why I mentioned him. But so you say, okay, well, you're letting criminals into the country. But if 1,000 come in and one commits a crime, that's still bad. Because you say, holy shit, how did this guy get in? And we have to solve the problem.
Hold on. So I just pulled the data that you asked me to pull, ML. So annual crime involvement, roughly 7 to 10 million arrests occur per year in the U.S. That's just arrests. That's not even convictions. That's just arrests. Out of the total population of 330 million U.S. citizens, I made sure to adjust for U.S. citizens, not non-citizens. That works out to about 2 to 3% per year. 2 to 3% of the population arrested per year. 2 to 3%. So, based on the numbers you guys just discussed, it sounds like actually illegal immigrants might actually commit a higher disproportionate amount of the crime compared to U.S. citizens. Based on those numbers.
Yeah, amazing, you know?
No, that is not true. And my no, the point that you could extrapolate from that data, not having the entirety of the other population set. You saying that because this data says one thing, that means the other data says another based off this data, and that's not wrong. You cannot just do cross flow of data. So the point is that if you bring up that's one. So you said native born population commits crime at what rate? At
7 to 10 million arrests. That's not even convictions. That's just arrests.
Okay,
7
and
to 10
then
million arrests.
and now illegal immigrants or whatever you want to call them.
Well, you said yourself it's about 1%.
Said I asked maybe what's the number.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I said it's 1% of all illegal.
Of the illegal immigrant population.
Yes, commits crime and what's the total and what's the total? Because remember, it's an estimation of the total population because we don't know. So therefore, it's a data point that you cannot extrapolate correctly because you don't know how many illegals in America because they're undocumented.
Correct. Yes, that's the point. Yes.
Based on what?
Right. It's going to be skewed because of what King said. Basically, there's gotaways and then there's known gotaways. And the ones that we don't know that got away, that are committing a crime, which we find out all the time, that this person wasn't in any type of database or any type of data system. He was apprehended in the commission of a crime, and so now we're getting the details on it.
Thank you, TC. But there's something important that, as moderator, you missed, and I defer to you as moderator. The fact is, even if an illegal commits no crime ever, the effect of illegals is to push down the wages of American high school dropouts and to push up rents. And our friends, such as ML, deny the law of supply and demand. I've heard them demand that the illegals be allowed to stay, and I have receipts that prove. If you deport, please allow me to finish. Please allow me to finish. If you deport every single illegal in America, no exceptions, what it means is rents will go down. If you're a renter, you benefit. And second of all, if you have a relative who is stupid, who dropped out of high school, if you have a high school dropout male as a relative, his wages will go way up because men in America, American citizens who drop out of high school, they compete directly with illegals. So ML's policy of allowing illegals to stay, it fucks everyone with rents and it hurts your relatives that are stupid. And I'm done speaking every time.
Look, I want to follow up on this. It would be great if our politicians actually debated the stats that ML and King were debating, but realistically, none of that shit actually matters to the debate other than trying to convince voters one way or the other. Realistically, the elephant in the room is it's really like any other political issue, it's all about the politics and how it plays effect. The Democrats were clearly attempting to swell up their population in their states to increase their count in the House, so they had more clout come the presidential election, more clout in the House. It's all about the politics. And likewise, for Republicans as well. Look, I'm a heritage American. My family's been here for 400 years. It doesn't serve me any purpose to support immigrants that come here. On average, 3 generations will vote Democrat after their families arrive. Now, not all of them, but the majority of them. And it actually goes against my interests of this country. And the people do retain the right, no matter what any type of internet might be out there. The people retain the right in this country to elect leadership that will put restrictions on immigration, and we need to deport all illegals, and we need to have a moratorium on immigration for a decade.
Well, how many kids do you have?
And now it's clear that you're not a heritage American, okay? So I understand
How do you know what I am?
different.
Joe, how do you know what I am?
And we don't share a political.
Joe,
it's in your interest to want to have. Hold on. It's in your interest to have illegals come in this country because, on average, they support your political causes, and they go against mine. And that's really what the argument.
So you talk about that Black Americans are not heritage Americans.
I wish that
answer it. What evidence do you have? Hold on.
It's clear that Black Americans are also heritage Americans.
So,
they have families that
how
have been
comes
here
I'm
for
not a heritage American?
100 years.
Joe, hold on. Exactly. No, hold on. No, hold on, Ben. No, hold on, Ben. No, let me. Joe, what information do you have about me to make a heritage American? Joe,
I've already made my statement, so I don't have to.
Oh no, because listen, you made a statement that's factually incorrect, not knowing who I am.
Yeah, your accent just doesn't give me the idea that your family's been here for 400 years.
Okay, so hold on, Joe. Hold on, Ben. You can go next. So Joe, do you know about the U.S. Virgin Islands?
I do.
And our citizens?
Well, you've been adopted into.
No. That's not what I asked you.
But still, it doesn't argue your.
That's not what I asked you. Answer a question, bro.
Listen, real careful. Who's been here for.
That's bullshit, Joe.
So
Joe, have bled for America. Joe, have you bled for America? Joe, have you bled for America?
What is that? That's just a platitude. What is that?
Have you served majority of your life? Have you bled for America? Have you gone to war for America?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so how the fuck you could tell me about what it is to be American? And let me tell you something about me, Joe. Hold on.
My family came over in the Virginia country.
Shut the fuck up. My dad's family has been in Louisiana before Louisiana fucking purchased. So shut the fuck up.
Yeah, my family came through the Virginia company. We came through Jamestown.
Bro, the point is that you and this fucking heritage America, if you loved America, you would have fucking bled for her. You bled for America, motherfucker.
It's my
opinion. You can say whatever you want to say. You never bled for America.
You can disagree with it. You can hold those opinions against mine.
You don't deserve the right to be more American. There's no fucking.
You want to take away.
What is it on your birth certificate? What is it on your birth certificate that tells you that you're more American than somebody else?
This is
why
leftists want to bring in immigrants, illegal or legal, to swell population.
The guy that you worship, John, the guy you worship is not even heritage American by your definition.
Exactly. Trump's family just came in.
Because it doesn't refute any of the points I made because he should.
It nullifies your main argument that you made a point to tell me that.
So let me make my point. Look, it doesn't refute anything I said because I said the whole issue that y'all are debating. It'd be great if it really was about the statistics, but it's not. Immigration's really about the politics behind immigration, and that's what I argue. And it's fine about Trump because he shares, at least on this issue, political ideas that I have.
We don't say all heritage Americans.
Let me
don't say all heritage Americans think like you,
but you gotta
because they don't.
Too. If we don't have a border, let me talk in that. If we don't have,
that's a funny statement when you guys say that, because the fact is that we don't have a border. There's a line that's drawn. And that Mexico recognized and Canada recognized. We don't have border disputes. So when you say that, doesn't make any sense. But anyway.
I want to move on to this new speakers that joined the stage. So is there anybody?
Thank you for passing the mic in. I'm going to say that to me it's not a racial issue at all. I welcome a lot of people that are not white. The people who I hear on Clubhouse who are openly calling for white genocide, and I'll post links, are white leftists. White leftists are the ones who feel so comfortable saying that conservative whites like Joe should be rounded up and killed in a genocide. And so if there were immigrants, please, I'll be very brief here. If there were white people who Canada, or white people who are leftists or woke, they're the last people you should let in. There's plenty of patriotic Americans who are not white, and there's plenty of America-hating leftists who are white. And if you read the link in the room chat, you will see I'm 100% correct. Many of the leftists and the progressives on Clubhouse want a genocide. They want a genocide of other whites, and it has nothing to do with you, ML. So keep your fucking mouth shut. This is white liberals calling for a genocide. I am done.
What receipts did you say are in the chat about what you just said right now?
There's a receipt from a white liberal on Clubhouse who has published articles.
Where is it?
Why don't you let me finish? In the room.
Every time you start,
allow me to finish.
You got a link.
Every time you start.
The receipt is it's literally right in the room chat. This is a character on Clubhouse, a hero of leftist whites on Clubhouse, who says that whites like Joe should be killed in a genocide. It's clear as day, and it's in the New York Times. So read the link.
I think at least you can post the receipt. You click on how to.
Then did you click the link?
Well, Joe just told me that I'm less of an American than he is, so I don't know how to make. When George never served this country.
Okay, Mel, hold on. You and I both know clearly that if you are here in America, okay, Joe's not a politician, right? Now, he made a comment that makes me ask, right? So you know and I know that there's other people who have not been what we would consider American soil for their whole existence. Okay? So don't take that personal. Just say, you know what? I know who I am. You don't have to fight that. I think we would have all made for us to be a conservative country. I think a conservative country. But at the same time, just because someone had a specific opinion of what you and I may think, doesn't mean that you or Joe are entirely wrong. Because I believe in clarity over agreement. I'm clear you an American, I'm clear Joe. I also believe that we don't agree. Correct? Did you say that?
And I'm an American too. I hope you guys know.
Ben, I got it. They see Ben. That's the beauty. No, this is the beauty. But see, God, being American is not being disciplined. It has nothing to do with this. It has nothing to do with being wrong. It has a lot to do with the ideal of the country because we have issues to be self-evident. And I would ask any of you to tell me the truth that you actually hold self-evident. I'm just thinking. But do you believe in the America way of life, liberty, and happiness? And do you believe in the way our doctrines actually say that we are supposed to be as a people?
I never denied that ML or Ben were Americans. I just said politically we share different interests. And I was highlighting clearly why they support immigrants and illegal immigrants swelling up our population, much like the Democrats do. It's because of politics. It's not about how much crime they commit or how many murders they've done. I mean, all that would be, I wish our politicians debated this issue like ML and King were debating it. However, this issue in Washington isn't debated that way. I mean, clearly Republicans sided just this week, 10 Republicans in the House sided with Democrats to extend the Haitians' status for the next 3 years. The purpose why? Is because they want the cheap labor. They want the cheap workforce from those districts. Those districts are pressured by the power brokers in those areas to cheap labor. So this issue, if we want to debate it, we got to debate it on the political side, not about all these statistics. does this I wish the murder rate and the crime rate came into effect, the debate in Washington, but y'all are just having the debate that voters have over an issue that it doesn't really play a factor in the actual decision making over this issue. I hope I was clear.
That our tax dollars are being used to give trans surgeries to illegals. I have 4 links that prove it. So basically what the Democrats are doing is they are saying if you are an illegal immigrant, if you snuck into America and you want your penis cut off, American taxpayers will pay $60,000 for it. And why are Democrats paying for trans surgery? Because the people who are most likely to vote Democrat are trans. If you actually survey trans people, more than 90% vote Democrat. So it's in the best interest of ML and the best interest of the Democratic Party to encourage as many trannies as possible. And I have links to prove it. I'm done.
Where are the
Yeah. I mean, I just heard the claim that the Democrats want more immigrants in the country. If that's the case, why is it that during Biden's administration he deported more people than Trump did his first administration?
It's just how they count the statistics, man. We all know that.
No, come on, Joe.
It is.
No.
How come it simultaneously, if Biden deported the most illegals from coming into our country or that were in our country, then how does he also have the most illegals that came into our country in the span of 4 years?
But how does that negate the point that I made? Is that he was
so it's a net loss. Like what you're looking at it as, well, you look at it as a net positive. I look at it as a net loss. So if he turned this many away from the border, let's say 30 million were trying to get in, and he only let 20 million in, but hell, he turned 10 million of them around and wouldn't let 10 million. So look, he's tough on immigration, but he let 2/3 of them come into the country illegally. But we know it. They had an app set up. You can't deny that. That's just what do you mean? That's what y'all leftists do is you smush the statistics for the you're clearly aligned with them. You caucus with them. It's no question. Okay, so it's clear that the agenda is just to overwhelm the right. And look, we got people on the right that go along with it for their own self-interest, for like cheap labor. Look, the Koch brothers, they'll play both sides of the fence to get their cheap labor out of this. Walmart wants this because every little immigrant, every Jose needs a new pair of shoes, right? Come on. It's self-interest. That's what people are actually driven.
No, I would agree with that. I think Democrats, are people who virtue signal about, talking about they are the people reporting more people. So I would agree with you that the Democrats are interested in their own self-interest. I mean, that's essentially what Biden did when he continued, construction of the border wall. But to me, though, my point is essentially it still stands is that if the Democrats were in favor of letting anybody come into the country, Biden would be deporting so many people.
I think I can answer Necro respectfully because I do respect Necro, and I'll be very succinct. The reason the Democrats deported illegals was in elections. They wanted to campaign to say the border is not open. If the Democrats, and I'll answer Necro succinctly, if the Democrats knew that there would never be an election again, there would not be a single one deported. The Democrats today are constrained by the knowledge that the average voter doesn't want millions and millions of illegals to come in. And that's holding the Democrats back from what they really want. So that's your answer now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair to say. I mean, but I think really just the idea that, they want people to come in here legally, I think, I would like to know what that, is suggesting because the fact that they have policy that don't disincentivize people to come here, I don't think that that's the same thing as, saying that they want more illegal immigrants.
This is Alistair. I'd like to be put in the queue, and I will be 6.
Okay, I'm happy to pass the mic. Hold on, let me finish. It's already been run in Europe. That is, ML's policy of letting violent migrants from the third world come in, it's been tested bands that America let in are committing mass gang rapes, and it's not in one country, it's in 10 different countries in Europe. So if anyone is honest and neutral and just Googles what do ML's policies do to a country, you don't have to speculate. You can see it. And I'll post a few links. I'm going to the audience.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's been the suggestion that, immigrants in Europe, one of the things is saying that there's been rising crime among them, but I think it's also been pointed out by Cato. I know that Cato is a libertarian think tank, which positively views immigration, but the studies have shown that. Now, I don't know if they're necessarily distinguishing between people who are here legally documented versus people who are not documented. But I mean, to me, it's like, I just think pandas.
I think Necro, I'd like to go next. Try to be succinct.
Yeah, that's fine. I think I've got what I need.
So I don't see videos, but the past few days, Prime Minister Tony Blair of Britain. So we have Germany, we have Britain, as well as even the Italian Prime Minister now, but the Spanish Prime Minister just basically amnesty. And it's because the Spanish people hate their leadership, because they are allowing these illegal migrants to come in for their votes. It's the same thing here in America. The Democrats want to destroy the country by allowing millions of more illegal alien refugees from all around the world to pour in to collect their votes. It is a scheme. It is a scam. It is a fraud. And Cash can tell when he's finished drinking all those beers, partying all the time, maybe he'll do something about it and start arresting politicians. Until we start arresting criminal politicians, nothing will change. Nothing. We need arrests, and we need arrests this year. And Donald Trump has to take his eyes, his gaze, his power, and he needs to refocus within. We need to get to the root. We need to rip this tree up, and we need to chop its roots, which is the Democratic Party. They are criminals. They are fraudulent people who have no intelligence, no courage, no morality, no strength. And I say we crush them, we arrest them, we imprison them, and we put them through the trials and the courts. And if the Democrat judges don't agree and they release, well, then we arrest the Democrat judges. Our police must begin arresting Democrat judges who release murderers back into the streets to kill our people. We must arrest soon and now. We cannot wait. We need massive.
How about the top 1%?
Yeah. I mean, overall, like, I would agree the Democrats are people who mostly are people who want to keep immigration alive as a much issue for the same reason. But I mean the same thing about both parties, but that's why I call into question about whether or not they actually are concerned about whether they want to have immigrants covered the border as opposed to just keeping it alive as a wedge issue to accuse the other side of xenophobia or racism.
Now, he's insane with the Progressive Movement International Symposium. They call it the Progressive Movement. It's murder. It's abortion. It's black tax reparation fraud. Tax for me. I got to pay you merely because of the historical conflict of mankind. It's a fraud. It's a hypnosis communication projection shoved down your throat of lies. And if you speak up, you're labeled racist. If you speak up, you're labeled xenophobic. And weak, effeminate men like Necro, who have had sexual intercourse with trans people, are part of the problem. This young man needs to become a man. Necro, go join the Army. Go join the Marines. Go join the Navy. Do something with your lives. Be a patriot. Fight and resist this tyranny. These people are traitors. They're liars. They're low IQ. They
that they should be conscripted. Like Lindsey Graham, he should be conscripted into the draft.
Well, Lindsey Graham was actually a reserve in the Air Force.
Yeah, well, I think he should fight for
but his ass was too fat to pass his PT test, so he had to retire.
That's a fair point. So maybe he should, but he's okay with young people dying before he hits force. So.
Yeah, I agree. We should put all the politicians in there, have them die.
Yeah, I mean, Lindsey Graham is like Newt Gingrich, and he's a chick.
That's cool. What does he even do?
Sorry, what?
What's he supposed to do? Is that Lindsey Graham? Even when he said he just does not very good.
I think that he should not be demanding wars that he himself is not going to fight.
He's too old to fight. So I wouldn't want Lindsey Graham at the front line. Trust me, I wouldn't.
I wouldn't either. No to Lindsey Graham. No, he's weird. He's weird. He doesn't.
Nope.
He doesn't represent.
I'm a cup the man who looks like a
Is she one of these quotes you were nice?
I'm a cup. You would run into someone too. He put me where?
He does not represent. Hey. He doesn't represent the masses. That's all.
Who doesn't represent the masses? That idiot that was talking there?
Who's that idiot? Who's that guy?
Yeah. I mean, I especially think that he should not be led to the White House after he talked about doing countries to try to establish U.S. supremacy.
And we are. So, like it or lump it. Not a white America.
He has to go within. He has to criminal politicians in every major U.S. city by using the FBI and local he has to tell police and federal police because the city is going to fire them. So be it. We will create the largest federal criminal police network the world has ever seen, and we will mass deport all the illegal aliens. We won't allow one illegal alien in this fucking country. Not one. You will be here to figure it out. No. If you go to India, if you go to Russia, and you fuck around, you will be put in jail in a slave labor camp for 10 fucking years. In America, we give you housing, we give you credit card, we give you food, we give you daycare, we give you healthcare, we give you everything you need. But not anymore when Donald Trump realizes the scam and the fraud, and he's still funding it because he doesn't know how to cut off the money. Because the Democrat judges keep saying, no, Donald Trump. Don't let these Democrat judges get away with it. Make warfare and lawfare your motto, your methodology to conquest in America, because we've been conquested by the liberal left woke progressives. This progressive movement is a fraud. It is a communist socialist scam. And it's the police to make the police making arrests of politicians, using the FBI and lawyers and judges to file legal charges. These are criminal conspiracies and racketeering. We won't allow it. It's criminality. It's fraud. It's lying. It's scamming. Guys like ML, I won't go serve in the front line with Lindsey Graham. ML here.
So here's an example. I think Sean has me confused with Anne because he keeps talking to Anne, and Anne is not talking at all. So the bias, the prejudice. Go get it, girl or boy.
master of the county. How the fuck is that even possible? It's because there's nobody's watching. We don't have actuarial scientists, forensic accountants. We don't know what the fuck to do. Fraud is everywhere. And in Chicago, the mayor can take out $1 billion loan to pass it out to his nonprofit scam artist. We're going to tax you more movement. That's all it really is, folks. It's a fucking fraud. It's a scam. ML, get to the back of the line. Keep complaining.
Well, I'll start complaining when I'm not in the 37% tax bracket anymore. But I'm good. Your bitch ass is the one who's fucking complaining. You on the price of gas. You complain about the price of gas right now. So shut up.
So tell me, how does the individual taxpayer have control over the price of gas?
Mention gas once, folks. Note that he brings up gas. I didn't bring it up. I said the movement is a taxation. It's a scam and it's a fraud. Go ahead, I'll complain about the gas price. Go ahead.
I don't complain about the gas price because guess what? I don't complain about groceries because guess what? I'm good.
I'm allowed to do it. Is the government butters your bread? You work in IT in the army or whatever the fuck you did, but you didn't start a business. The government made you wealthy. The government put you here just because you the government did it for you.
You know what my degree? Do you know what my education is?
Relationship. You are a parasite. Go back to the line and complain.
He's not getting phoned by the government. Are you a plan?
What do you know how to bitch it?
These good rooms and you take advantage of it. And that cools goodwill. But you're the worst of them. You're a double hypocrite and you're a parasite. Ooh, I got a 6-figure income. I don't need to worry about my grocery prices. If I was in charge, I'd have you arrested and deported back to your mother country because you're a parasite. And we're going to prevent all parasites from continuing to leach and draw the blood from our beautiful system. So
you know what my mother country?
Like he's American. Like you guys need to stop saying that. You guys sound ridiculous. Like
my mother country. Listen, I just cleared my lot.
Dumb.
Hey, dumbass, I just cleared my lot.
Political correct. The other guy with the echo chamber. Go back to your safe space and politically correct with all your friends.
About you.
You're just a parasite, Emma. Go back.
I am a parasite. Yes. What else?
Go complain over there, bitch. You're just a complaint.
It's cute. You admitted to being a parasite. Move on.
I know.
So yeah, the U.S. Virgin Islands have only been a territory for about 100 years. So
it's more than 100 years. More than 100 years.
108 years.
To that mother country, it's some African place. I don't know what.
So I don't know how you're gonna take out the white. I don't know how you're gonna take out the white blood in me.
No, but Anna, we clearly have different political agendas, and that's ultimately what the immigration argument is really all about: is the political agenda. Would you agree?
Nope.
It's not really about how much crime illegals commit or don't commit, right? You can say those statistics don't really play a factor in the debate about immigration. It's really about politics, right?
Would you agree? It's about who rules and runs and governs them. We don't want parasites like you ruling over us. We don't want trans social activists ruling over us. We don't want Democrat female criminal lawyers and abortionists ruling over us.
Join this bitch either.
We don't want black reparation tax socialist communists ruling over us, ML. That's why you gotta get to the Lindsey Graham and keep complaining.
I'm a Republican, but I'm decided.
Yeah, hold on, Spartan. Look, ML, you have a lot to say, but when I ask you very direct questions, you don't
Because
have
I'm
any.
working. What was the question? I was away from my phone.
Oh, now you're too busy.
No, I was. That's why sometimes you guys don't ever.
Making all that American money, right?
I am an American. Which money do you want me to make? You want me to get paid in euros or pounds? What is it? What do you want me to get paid in?
Yeah, but it's not really a flex though to talk about how rich you are. I mean, I said I'm not complaining about the price shit, and I'm good. What's the cost of living in the U.S. Virgin Islands? How much do you have to pay for your import tax when you actually have to bring stuff in? The cost of living in our territories is extremely expensive. I'm sure y'all have additional taxes or tariffs, just like Puerto Rico does. And right?
Yes, they do.
Yeah, I know.
A lot of the stuff.
It's super fucking expensive. Hold on, and I would have to guess that the U.S. Virgin Islands are just like Hawaii and Puerto Rico. That most of the money that when you look at it from the countryside, $4 out of $5 that goes to Hawaii is because of federal money. And I'm sure it's the same for U.S. Virgin Islands, that you don't really have industries that are making tons. You don't get like the U.S. Virgin Islands. That's really the work.
Joe, we get more tourists to live in
Hawaii. Look, Hawaii gets a lot of tourists.
I think.
But $4 out of $5, Hawaii wouldn't exist without the American influence.
That is bullshit. That's Hawaii was.
No, that's clear.
Have you ever lived in Hawaii? $4
out of $5 that go to Hawaii comes from federal funds. It's not from the tourism. It's not their largest street. Now it comes through many different forms of federal assistance. A lot of it has to do with
the military bases, the military. Takers from the federal government are red states. Make that make sense. If you have such brilliant, economic mind. Joe, hold on. If you look at the net takers, you're going to realize that.
That's the gasoline tax. Okay, 2 more complaints. Thank you, ML, for your submission. Wow.
Okay, Alistair.
Incredible.
Alistair. The point here being is that, yes, I'm from the U.S. Virgin Islands. I don't live there currently, but I am going to retire back. I go there often because this is home.
Make sure you can never go back. We'll send you back to Westcoast. And we will strip you.
And I will send you back.
We'll make sure you never collect another federal dollar the rest of it.
Because I'm sure you're not native.
Politically correct. Go join your socialist communist infiltrators. Go ahead.
I will have to send you back to Europe.
Send it back to his southern sister.
Go back to Europe because I'm indigenous. And I can tell by your accent you're not a native English speaker. So take your lies and shove them up your ass, and maybe Lindsey Graham will come and felch them out your butt. I don't know who's here. You can maybe talk some sense into you, Emma, because you are so brainwashed, so brain rotted out. I fear that our government giving you even one more pension dollar. I know you got an ex-wife, and that's the greatest justice. That's what I know, and that's what I like to see, is that when big mouth, big brain, stupid lying communist socialists and progressive faggots like yourself get cleaned out by their ex-wives, that's what really gives me joy in my heart. When I know that your retirement's fucked because your ex-wife got you by your balls, that's real justice. That's real fucking justice. Your ex-wife has your balls.
Alyssa,
taking your pension, taking your income. Bitch, that's why I your ass, and that gets me choked.
Maybe that's your situation, but my ex-wife don't get a dime from my pension because she didn't want. She makes enough.
So really easy to look. Hold on, Spark. Hold on. Really easy to look up. Some only amounts for about 30% of the U.S. Virgin Islands PE. Now, depending on certain years,
when more federal assistance has to be given at certain times during disasters and stuff like that. Federal money is upwards of 40% for the U.S. Virgin Islands. It makes up, almost a majority of the money that goes to the islands where you're from, allegedly.
It's worth thinking. Such a know-it-all. Your ex-wife eventually got to go in. She's a
You can have a woman. The way you sound, you don't.
Oh, I got.
You haven't even procreated.
A women, baby.
You haven't even procreated. A woman who want to be with you, bro.
Ex-wife. So you gotta come in these good rooms and waste people's time. I think you try.
Wow, this guy thinks he's so big.
He thinks he's funny, but he's an idiot.
He's a loser.
I think I'm funny. I know I'm funny, and I'm glad your ex-wife ruined your fucking retirement.
You're not funny. You're cringe as hell, you old unk. Sounds like a guy who likes to fuck his sister. Oh, this does.
Hi, Machiavelli.
Hi, Annie. What's up?
Was there something that you wanted to talk about? I know that you should just speak. So go ahead.
How are you doing?
Well, this is the President Trump discussion. Thanks everybody for coming. We're talking about Donald Trump, the greatest president who's ever lived in America. He's doing incredible things domestically. He's terraforming America, terraforming the world of all the criminals, all the terrorists, all the blackmailers, the schemers, the scammers from the past 60 years. He's rectifying history, and many people just don't like history rectified. I, for one, support Donald Trump wholeheartedly. I voted for him 3 times. God bless America. Hope every American here has the greatest weekend of their life. And on Monday, we will continue the greatest deportation operation the government of America has ever conducted. Again, it's Operation Deportation Program Project Deportation. I am complete. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to the discussion.
Since we're talking about statistics from the U.S. Virgin Islands, the largest employer of people that work in the U.S. Virgin Islands is the federal government. Near 30% on some years, the federal government is the largest employer for people that work there.
That makes sense. But why? Like, seriously?
We support a lot of these island territories and island
because guess what? You don't realize that in the Virgin Islands, you have, as a territory, the police force is mostly U.S. Marshals. You have the Coast Guard. Then you have then you have the military bases.
This strengthens my point that the U.S. Virgin Islands. Yeah, the point was
the federal government is the biggest employing majority states, and then not for them it's Walmart.
Not a majority of states. No, that's not true. These are particular our island territories and our island states, like Hawaii. And the grander point was they would not be able to survive economically without the federal government's assistance. Because they can't even. They don't have enough of their own economy to afford even having their own police.
You understand that?
Let me go and now guys over. I want to tell you something about alerts.
Yeah, ML, I'll let you have the last word. Go ahead and argue why U.S. Virgin Islands such a net benefit for.
It produced me, man. Come on now.
That's what you're gonna leave it on.
And also,
You could have at least said we have some amazing beaches to come and visit. And
I don't want y'all to visit. Hey, I don't want when I'm relaxing. I don't want when I'm relaxing on the beach to run into an idiot like you guys. It will disrupt my paradise.
You could have used the opportunity to really sell us on. And look, it is beautiful.
But we don't want people from the mainland moving down there.
They clearly want our money.
The sun glare.
Want our money.
The sun glare on top of our body.
There's no industry there. I mean,
Listen, I'm from the island of St. Croix, and we have like the third or fourth largest oil refinery in the world. And for like 4 decades, we have the biggest oil refinery in the world. And we also have an aluminum plant, Mary aluminum plant. What else? Because St. Croix doesn't have
Processing?
Only this
How do you
tourism.
process?
The tourism is mostly St. Thomas and St. John's, if you guys really understood what happens in the territory. But
you can share with it. That's fantastic. Yeah, no, that's a net positive, having an oil refinery there.
And we have one of the biggest oil depots. When you talk about the petroleum reserve and all the oil we store, we have one of the biggest ones now in the gas. Because all that comes to America, they have to some place to park it. They can't refine it, and they park it in St. Croix. What else do you want to know?
Yeah, it's just a small blip on what Refinery Row in Louisiana and the east side of Texas does, because that's where the largest bulk of the production comes
Yes, but
from.
we have the largest oil refinery in the world for 4 decades.
Largest on what measure? Like
the largest amount of burners, the amount of the processing power, production. Yeah, we produce majority of America's jet fuel for 4 decades.
Oh, jet fuel, very specific. Okay.
Because
I don't know that statistic.
Yes, for jet fuel, we produce majority of America's jet fuel.
Okay. Well, good. That's good. So,
and gasoline was the cheapest, has always been cheapest in the Virgin Islands.
Usually where it gets produced, it is in Louisiana as well. It's one of the cheapest locations to buy because it's the transport cost, right?
Yes.
So, okay, there's some benefit. And now, what do y'all have to pay in excise tax for when you do imports?
You don't pay any. You see, the only rule is that America established a law that if you're gonna ship between 2 American states, and you have to use an American flag ship. So basically, we pay more to transport goods from American mainland to the Virgin Islands because we have to use an American flag carrier, which charges higher rates than say we would get the goods straight from China or not.
Tell me this: what's the benefits tax-wise? Now, y'all don't have to pay the same federal tax rates that we do here in mainland.
It's the same. It's the same.
Exactly the same. No. See, I figured it was like there's some benefits to live in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, Joe. You spoke a lot. I'm going to respond to Joe very succinctly.
Doug, go ahead, because I'm from the Virgin Islands.
ML, he's a moderator. No, ML, he's a moderator.
Shut the fuck up, dog. I said.
Okay. Joe is correct. Very few people in the room know this. There's a tax break. If I bring my business to Puerto Rico, my taxes go all the way to 4%. If you bring a new business to Puerto Rico, especially a professional services business, your federal taxes go to 0, your state taxes go to 0, your local taxes go to 0. You negotiate 4% income tax. It's the best tax break available to an American citizen. So it's perfectly correct when Joe says he's suspicious that there are some benefits to an American moving to the Virgin Islands. I'm done speaking. Joe, if you disagree, let me know.
I think it's really easy for me to look up.
Thank you.
We're talking about the Virgin Islands. He bring about talk about Puerto Rico. Go ahead, because we have the same time structure.
Matt, are you there?
Hey, I owe you an apology. I was doing stuff around the house. I didn't see you come in. I would have loved to have your take on the Heritage Foundation documentary. I was so excited when I discovered it yesterday, and then it's free this weekend. Matt Lohmeyer, I had no idea. see, I was posting it in this Telegram, and you don't want me to advertise for the Divided We Fall Telegram news because
whatever you say.
I just know so the pros are we have more people in there to discuss ideas. The cons are the trolls will get in, and you're very protective of your property. So I'm just like, you're the landlord, I'm the manager of the property, so how you like you own it. So you think about it and you let me know. And once you start letting me know, I can start advertising it. We have over 100 members in there. But like I said, you prefer quality over quantity. So whatever you want goes.
Thanks for that update. Moderators, put me back in the queue. This is Allison.
So, we just yeah. So it already has the Heritage Foundation documentary. Hold on. Elon Musk tweeted about it. His post about it has 50 million impressions. Let me see what the Heritage Foundation post has 16 million views. And I get that John Kitover has an agenda and he wants the mic right now. But if anyone wants to talk about
agenda. I just wanted to share.
Talk about very pivotal and on-point topic of DEI and critical race theory in our military that's corrosive and divisive and racist. I would love to have that conversation with people. The pastor who was segregated trash logic and alienating the white soldiers needs to be known about.
Okay, so I'll respond succinctly. Anyone that understands the actions of America's enemies know that America's enemies want nothing more than to have us divided by race. And China and Iran, if you actually if you just go watch the TikToks that China and Iran are giving to our youth, China and Iran are teaching our youth to hate their fellow Americans who are of different races. And so when the U.S. military, and we have a military man here who could speak, when the U.S. military teaches American patriots of one race to hate American patriots of another race, they are serving America's enemies. So shame on everyone that did that.
I see the room. We're going in a new thread. I just want to finish up the U.S. Virgin Islands tax benefits that they do get, and then we go down a new thread. Look, it does. U.S. Virgin Islands do have generally a similar tax break as Puerto Rico does. However, they have one thing that's different, which they are very restrictive of mainlanders moving to U.S. Virgin Islands to make a business. But they can get tax breaks up to 90%. They personal tax rate down in some industries down to between 2% and 5% in the U.S. Virgin Islands. So ML's not being truthful when he says it's exactly the same.
Oh.
It's not. Yeah, it's not the same. They actually are. They're not working with the same laws and rules at the federal government tax rules that the rest of us mainland Americans are. And on top of that, they're very restrictive of us moving there to take advantage.
We don't want y'all moving there. That's what. Listen.
Yeah. Clearly,
hey, Joe,
clearly. So,
you missed one point.
The U.S. Virgin Islands gets to suck money out of America and play by different rules, but they don't have to allow, and they can restrict Americans from moving there as well to try and to access those extra benefits.
You're correct, but you're forgetting one thing. No, let me say this very succinctly, Joe, and then you.
Yeah, because you're from the Virgin Islands.
No, ML. The other thing that you are dishonest about, ML, is the murder rate in the Virgin Islands. I just looked it up. On the Virgin Islands is more than 10 times as high as it is in the U.S. So you should be proud to be an American, but don't you dare be proud to be from that murderous place. I'm done speaking, ML.
So listen, so Joe, there is what you call. That's about the only thing depends on
to what state you're coming from.
No,
What if you're a state?
actually, it's the opposite. The federal taxes you pay directly to what y'all do pay go to the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Yes. That's a mirror system. But it's
General fund.
But Joe, it's identical to the federal taxes.
But it doesn't go to the federal government. It doesn't go into the general fund. Y'all suck money. The U.S. Virgin Islands sucks money out of the federal government. However, they don't pay into it. Yeah, that's the reality of it.
It's called the progressive movement or progressive movement, and it's my opinion that it's just a tax scam because I'm witnessing it real time here live with our mayor in Chicago, who's going on television and the presser and saying we need to tax racist white people a black tax for reparation. That tipping is connected to slave when he doesn't even know that it's an acronym, which means to improve performance and service. You should be tipped if you got a great attitude and your customers like you. I recently got a phone call from a banker and he was screaming at me in the voicemail. And I've also come to the conclusion that I might be one of the most annoying people who have ever lived. And I hope one day to have patriotic children who will also become one of the most annoying people who have ever lived, because we need annoying people to question authority, think for ourselves, and stop letting people like ML fill your ears with his waste of time lies. These are all progressive movement lies. The progressive movement doesn't deal with our national deficit. The progressive movement doesn't deal with the fact that we're spending $7 trillion a year, collecting $5 trillion, and we have a $40 trillion mortgage with a $100 billion a month mortgage payment. I'm looking at this from a pragmatic American, patriotic, financial perspective, which is really, we need to talk about the books. Too many people want to talk about political politics and all this bullshit. Waste of time. Let's talk about the books, baby. The books is the truth, as they like to say. And the truth that at your birth and at your death, you'll question whether Clubhouse was worth it. To listen, waste your time, listen to guys like ML. I rest my case. I am complete.
Look, I got to follow. It's not surprising that ML is as progressive as he is. I mean, the U.S. Virgin Islands did not even become a territory until the famous progressive president we've ever had, Woodrow Wilson, accepted them into the Union. And now we find out how much of a tax they are on our country, how much benefits they actually they get from being part of our country where they don't pay into them. However, they extract money out of the general. Makes sense. Where do Virgin Island residents do they have a Woodrow Wilson Day for?
He's our favorite president.
He's your favorite. Exactly.
No, we don't have a
progressivism. We don't have a progressivism.
He was joking.
He's not joking. I mean, it might be tongue in cheek, but it makes a lot of sense why ML is so progressive, because he needs Dadkin to support him.
What about the Republicans? What do they have a role in this?
I'm trying to change the conversation, Spartan. We're clearly discussing U.S. Virgin Island politics right now. ML made a big point about
Joe was kind enough to say that I wasn't a heritage American.
I still hold to that. You're like an adopted in our family, and that's okay. You're part of our family. I'm not disputing that you're part of it. You're an American, but you don't share the same interests as I do. And there's a lot of reasons why you don't share the same interests. I mean, being raised in an island territory that takes money that good hard Americans pay into, and we don't get to benefit from, makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense when the most progressive president in the history of America is the one that actually adopted y'all into the Union. And look, I get it. When I asked you the question about sell it to us, which was good, economic. The reason what you should say is, look, it's a great strategic.
We don't want y'all moving down there, especially your hillbillies.
just not me, right?
We don't want no corrupting our beautiful island.
Yeah, give it time.
Are we? I mean, I don't need my conversation to be held in here. I just did a 2-hour room on it, but I am interested in people's takes on the Heritage Foundation. I know it's a right-wing think tank, but that doesn't mean it.
The Heritage Foundation.
I'm also from the Heritage Foundation, and that's where I learned about Thomas Massey before he became congressman. And Thomas Massey has an excellent lecture about how corrupt and fiscally irresponsible the U.S. government is, and how they are completely infiltrated by special interest lobbyists, and also all the law breaking they do. And Thomas Massey is probably the only patriot we have. He's busy growing peaches on a self-sustainable farm at a house that he built by himself because he's an MIT graduate and a goddamn genius. Meanwhile, we got a bunch of Maxine
Thanks to Deepest
Lazy and just fucking ruining everything. I'm complete. Thanks for letting me hear what you're about. Sorry for entertaining about it. I hope everybody gets a little comical relief and doesn't take things so seriously here on Clubhouse. And we can't wait to watch the documentary, and then we can discuss it, and then we can also maybe watch a room with Jordan Peterson. Do you think we can listen to a Jordan Peterson film soon? She got a phone call.
Who's Jordan Peterson?
It's the greatest philosopher that Canada has ever produced.
Hello? The greatest? I wouldn't say the greatest. I don't know. It's always greatest people.
Everybody's greatest for them. Trump's the greatest. Every mediocre person that runs in their circle is the greatest. I don't understand that, the logic in that.
I don't trust anybody in the government.
You don't trust?
Suck. Democrats suck. Republicans suck. Everybody sucks.
Well, there you go. And do you have like 30 seconds to go on a private with serendipity and me? We've got some new information about Clubhouse and the ghost movement.
This is just you and I, sir.
Well, if it's my room to run, y'all better be on your best behavior.
There we go.
So much to say, ML. Nothing else to push back with now?
Oh, what? I'm working.
What are you working on?
I'm getting one of my houses ready for rent.
How to extract more money from working at Balconies, right?
And it's kind of therapeutic. I like painting, so I did a painting myself.
Do you only rent to left-wing?
I rent to people who have fucking good credit. 700 above credit. I don't go below that.
For their political beliefs?
No, because the area I live in, there's no mangas.
There's no what?
The area this house is located in this area, because mangas can't afford to live there.
Okay.
Is that the truth?
Yeah, but in Miami?
No, it's not, but mangas don't live in this particular city.
Yeah. Again? We want some more digits? No, I'm not be modding anybody. I am good enough to mod by myself. I don't need anyone else to mod.
Are you a dictator?
Yes. I am the assigned dictator to the President Trump Club right now. Once in a while, we need a good dictator.
A good dictator. We have a good and bad dictatorship.
No Navy, no Air Force, no leadership.
Why don't we even start this war in the first place?
Just I don't care if it's valuable. I just reinstate.
So
stopping
No,
you to
I
listen
think
how much about this Iran war?
the breaking news on Iran right now is they've closed the Strait of Hormuz again. There's reports of several ships attacked in the strait by Iran. So that's where it is today.
No, not Iran. Iran, of course. I think that Islam needs a
You
little bit of
gonna make fun of how I speak? Don't even start. That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That was funny. It really was.
Come on, Peter. I haven't said anything about your accent yet. Don't start on my accent.
But I tell the name of the countries correctly because that is a diplomatic interference.
You don't like when I call it Cater, Iran?
Because sometimes I think that intentionally it is being used because Iran means
you're feeling you're very in tune with it's the internet, and we like to tell jabs by trolling people, by framing things certain ways. So yes, your feeling is accurate. Your read is correct.
Exactly, I know it. Thank you for that mission. It is very cool to confess.
It is. That's when we can just we share a medium here on Clubhouse, and there's a game that we discuss, and when you get how that is played, you pick up on these certain things that people. Subtle jabs and troll. I do want to call out Adams for a hell of a troll job he did last night to Pepe. I don't even think Pepe knew you were. I mean, telling that man to dance for nickels, bro. I was like, entertain me, Pepe, entertain me. And I don't even think he caught on.
You just don't like me. All the other moderators likes me, especially some of the...
Don't start begging, Peter. I've already made my ruling.
Yes, I know. I am just protesting.
Are you Iranian, Peter?
Yes, I am Iranian from 1990.
Are you testing your country?
No, because if
you can't protest in your country, you protest in here. Only people that have the right to protest can protest in this room.
I came on this way, half the way around the world to be able to speak on these stages and survive. I spent all my belongings to come to Berlin to be able to speak freely and enjoy that. You see that it is like, you know? What the hell?
That was a good argument. Let me ask you, Peter, what is it like living under pure tyranny like the Iranian government? Maybe you could share that.
Yes, it is disastrous because now it is for 2.5 years I have been Germany and I compare each and every law with before. And this is some kind of depressing, but I do some meditations to be able to overcome this situation, to be my experiences later. Because there is a huge misunderstanding of a lot of issues that is laughable but can cause serious damages that exaggerate.
You consider yourself heritage Persian?
Of course I am. I went to a school and studied in Persian from the first class of primary school to PhD level that I resigned, and I got the admission from Iran, Tehran, to University of Berlin. So everything is between Iran and Germany.
So from someone on the ground and your perspective, what necessarily was the turning point and what went wrong in Iran?
The most turning point during the last 4 to 7 years was one of the biggest weaknesses in my mind was that the replacement of the officials was always based on the biases and relationships and connections, and all the people who were
leading the country before the revolution became retired one by one, and they were substituted with a person who did not know shit about the rights of that organization from the main organization, and they fucked the whole government, and the process sometimes accelerated by change of governments like Ahmadinejad, but it was always with this trend. The retirees was replaced by dumbasses, and they even know themselves. The previous officials could, for example, speak English, and they learned that 50 years ago. What recent was they cannot talk Persian correctly. You know, they cannot learn a second language, and they just go to universities, take the degree to take more salaries. You can see for yourself. I am not thinking you can see that if they were participating in university to study or to take more salaries and, for example, to take a better promotion. Just the title was important for them, not the targets that you need to acquire that title. They wanted to sell to family members that I am, for example, minister, say assistant of minister. They did not say what they achieved. It was not. It was never questioned. What is your achievement? Sorry if I was out of the circle of
Let me just try and paraphrase it to some degree. I might have missed a couple parts, but largely speaking, was a framework in the background that elevated people in levels of status based on who they know rather than based on merit. And that's what you recognized as the thing went wrong. And that's kind of like, when we have parties here in America that say, well, it's their turn. Like it was her turn to take over the presidency in 2016, right? That there's this framework that doesn't have, where the people don't have any say in it, but it's the party structure or the party power that gets to elevate who's next in line to take power.
Yes, I agree partially with you, because after the disastrous Islamic Revolution, they tried to form some kind of parties, however attempts, because always saw them as their competitors. And he was a leader with extraordinary powers that could, for example, make them overruled and kick them out of the scene. For example, in 2009, one of the main movements because of the because the supreme leader was jealous to the nominee. It was electing. And the whole, if you remember that election in 2009, President of the United States, and it was one of the elections after the most percentage of people participated into that to help Ahmadinejad to become president, to stop the disease was going in, leading the country in. And for that purpose, the Supreme Leader did not like the other nominee, because they had other jealousy with each other and things. He put him in the house prison. He prisoned him into his own house while he was the, for example, person who had the most vote out of that election. This kind of leadership is some kind of leadership. For example, when you see football matches, they played with 3-5-2 during the time that there was no rule of offside, because the last defender could have saved the balls that was passed from the other players. Because nowadays, if that player stays there, he's in offside. The supreme leader is in offside nowadays, but they insist that we need the supreme leader to be in offside because it is like Islamic culture.
I'm sorry.
Hey Joe, to answer your question about what things go wrong in Iran, I can say could be tolerant about they said Shah was a dictator back then, but if you see what he was forcing to stop, it was first of all he was had the communists there was four groups, one communist Russia and USSR was forcing in Afghanistan and all those other stuff. After that, then there was in Iraq, there was socialist Marxism was happening in Iraq. He was trying to stop it, and then there's Arab nationalists he was trying to stop, and then some mullahs, lefties, inside of Iran was trying to overbent by disagreeing with the Shah to say, oh, blah, blah, blah. They want to have a different opinion. So these four things he was trying to stop, and then in the same time, leftist agenda in U.S. like Carter's was trying to push tolerance and all this other stuff, and then media from back then they had the whole they said Shah was dictator. So if you see the whole group and they mess up the country so bad that after Shah left, he was mentioning the world's gonna know if you destroy Iran as a stronghold back then, the Arab Spring and all those crazy extremists and then all those other stuff is gonna happen in the Middle East. I see this is the place when it goes wrong.
That was a real good take. Really pulled it together for me.
So, will America own Cuba? If so, why? If not, why?
Now issue is Iran. I think that Cuba is the other way of the world.
No, I don't think so. I think it's the other way around. That's why I asked.
Yes, I see that. If you go to the core of Earth from Iran, then find a place to the other side, it will be Cuba. Yeah.
It's in the military that are cryptos. So, I don't know. I can't put my finger on it.
It depends on the people of Cuba. They are so open to stop the tyranny, and then the exiles basically they're tired to be left alone. Hopefully we can get North Korea back too. That would be great. So if we can.
So will Marco
I'm just saying about Marco.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Marco has been dreaming about this since he was like a baby. I saw a video of Marco 10 years ago talking about Cuba. And finally, he's the Secretary of State of the United States. And I think the Pentagon and Zuga plan to take over Cuba militarily if they don't agree with a deal with Marco Rubio. But yeah, Cuba's next. After they're done with Iran, it's going to be Cuba. And Iran's going to be settled one way or another. They're probably going to bomb Iran tomorrow or the next day, whatever. Because I just saw General Raisin Kane. He went to the White House today on a Saturday. It's Sunday here, but it's Saturday in the United States. And Trump is currently right now in the skiff, as you know. But I think Cuba's done. It's just a matter of time. It's like the last days of Maduro. No stop and trash, Joe. And then he was kicked out, I think. And they're going to deal with that. But yeah, there's no way Maduro is going to be Secretary of State in the United States not doing it like Cuba. Cuba's done.
I agree, but it didn't seem to be the sentiment of the room, so I wanted to flush that out.
I don't know what the sentiment of the room is, but you really think a Cuban American that got kicked out from his family in Cuba is not going to do something about a terrorist communist government think about Nicaragua today. He just declared the Prime Minister of Nicaragua. Marco Rubio's focus on the Western Hemisphere, and that's why one of the aircraft carriers is still there. And after they get done with Iran, the other aircraft carriers are going to go to Cuba, and there's nothing Cuba can do about it. Either they make a deal or they get the Venezuela treatment.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're going to take out who filled in for Castro.
Well, they're going to dismantle the Cuban government, bro.
Okay. It's on the agenda. It's happening. They're already signaling to us that it's going to go down.
And I think, I'm not sure, but I think.
Go ahead, Joe.
So it's kind of interesting to watch.
You witnessing history, Joe.
Well, look, like it or not, when Trump's done his presidency, the things you agreed or disagreed with what he did, he will have completely changed not only the politics in America, but the geopolitics across the entire world. He's just cutting out these groups that have been nuisances for the last 5 decades, 6 decades. So
it's true, Joe. And you know what's even funny, Joe? He told Vance to fire J.D. Vance's. No, he told Vance to fire Tucker Carlson's son in his office. Did you see that?
No, I didn't. But that's, Vance and Rubio are a dynamic team, and it's going to be.
What I did see today, and I watched it live, was Trump signed some, I think it was executive orders.
It was with Joe Rogan and stuff, right?
He was with Joe Rogan, and they're going to start regulating the pharmaceutical medication much stronger now. And it's all about how many people have died. And look, I'm sure there's someone here, if you're an American, that knows someone or knows of someone in your life that has either suffered from pharmaceutical medication or even died. And it is definitely an epidemic in our country. And I'm glad to see Donald Trump taking the position to do this. One point general point I want to make about this is you have to understand how our system actually works. It's all about the Overton window. It's all about pushing conversations one direction or the other. And while Trump may not actually stop income tax for 90% of the Americans, he's got the ball started. While Trump may not solve the addiction to pharmaceutical medication, he's the first president in my lifetime to address it. And it takes this and then generations that follow him to continue pushing these ideas so we eventually make a more perfect union in the future. It's not perfect now, and Trump won't accomplish all of these things. However, it will be up to us to take these issues and carry them forth and continue to champion them into the future. And that's really how the system works. It doesn't all get solved in one term or even one generation. And each generation that comes along has different ideas. Some want more regulation, some want less. So over a period of time, though, decades and centuries, it's supposed to correct itself.
Hey, by the way, when you see a service member on the street or whatever, take the time to thank them for their service and really mean it. Because, right now, what's going on with the stuff in Iran, all of these guys want to be there and all that stuff. And so it's one of those things where, and we know probably everybody in this room knows somebody on this app that is might be going through PTSD or might be going through some shit, addiction for whatever reason. And, the one thing that they really need is just support, just positive support. And so, so if you see anybody on the street or whatever, say, hey, I remember I was at, where was I? I was at TJ Maxx, and there was a service member, a black girl of all things, and she had a uniform on, and so I thanked her for her service. I said, you're welcome, thank you. And, it's just, and that's all it takes.
Thanks, I like that. I like that a lot, especially given this documentary that I just watched this morning.
Which one? Yeah.
The Heritage Foundation wants to father called Call Sign Courage. It's Matt Lohmeyer's story. In November of 2020, he wrote a letter to his command saying, hey, look, the person in charge of my base is pulling leadership into his office, showing them Trump's cabinet and saying, what's wrong with this picture? After Trump said, well, there were DEI trainees in the military, that it's divisive, that it's cancer, that it promotes people to segregate and separate instead of focus on the mission. And then he got fired after the book about it. A pastor was inviting, a black pastor was inviting black soldiers to attend race theory conversation. He wanted to present to the congregation his Race in America. And Matt had to leave his pension behind and was fired from the military because he wrote a book about, hey, this is not okay. We've abandoned meritocracy in the name of identity politics. It's a very good documentary, about an hour and 20 minutes long.
What's the name of it, Monica? I love.
There's a link in the chat. Heritage Foundation is offering it free for the next 24 hours. You can watch it on X. It's got multiple millions of views.
You said you played it on your replay, Mon?
Yeah, it should be the last replay on my bio. I pause it every once in a while for station identification to let people know that I wasn't getting anything from it. So you will hear a couple of my rants about the pastor actually telling him that black people can't be racist, and my total resentment of the infantilization of my fellow Americans. How can you say that? You're denying people the full range of human emotion. Of course people can be bigoted. Of course people can be race prejudiced no matter what their skin color is. It's a mental illness, not a...
Yeah, but to be fair, I mean, like, why the pastor is saying that, it's like, in the Second World War...
And also when the white...
Wait. It's, to be fair though, in the Second World War, the U.S. did not recognize a single medal on a black soldier until Bill Clinton did it. I think it was like 1993 or something else like that. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I look back to it. They were offered the Service Cross or whatever it is. That's the second highest honor. It wasn't even the Medal of Honor. Because the U.S. won the Second World War with the segregated armed forces. It happened in Australia. There was actually a big fight in Brisbane with U.S. soldiers because Australian soldiers were like, why the fuck are you racist to other people? I'm not against the U.S. I love America. But I'm just saying, like, it's just a thing of the past. So you don't get to be upset when black soldiers are like, oh, well, we had historical terrible things happen to us, sort of thing. So, like, the Heritage Foundation, their boss had to actually apologize. I think it was like in February. Correct me if I'm wrong. Because he didn't even stand up against anti-Semitism, for fuck's sake. And it was like...
I don't know what you're talking about,
Wait, let me laugh. It took Bill Clinton 1992 to address the wrongs of the past. Like, how don't you recognize a single black soldier of honor? And then they had to really remove their graves and put them in Arlington, where the fallen are arrested. Thank God for them. But like, I don't understand this big deal. If the DEI and everything else is terrible, but the thing is like, you have to understand why it happened in the first place. You know.
I agree. You do have to know why it happened. But your correlation with the Heritage Foundation leader, it was, I think it was not just February, I think it was a few months before that. Why he...
you know what I'm talking about, right? It was like early January or something.
Yeah, but what he right of people in the right wing to have a difference of opinion regarding Israel and to have Tucker Carlson, what he was referencing primarily, and that he's excommunicate them from the right wing, and we should all honest debate about it. And so the leader of the Heritage Foundation wasn't just dismissing it. What he was saying is we need to allow the debate.
Then why did he apologize?
All right, so I wanted to find out what was going on.
If you're a man,
I said to go after Joe.
Go ahead, Mike.
So it's rare that A-Check and I disagree. So I always am excited because that means he's seeing something that I missed and I want to pay attention to it. And A-Check and I have the ability to agree and disagree. So I put in the chat, let's make A-Check. You need the mic before me.
Sorry, Monica, it's rarely that I disagree with you. That's my problem.
I know, but we have a clubhouse friendship that will rise above disagreement. So we can handle it. So in the chat, in the blog post about exactly what the head of the Heritage Foundation apologized for, he apologized in November because of a video he released defending Tucker Carlson's friendly October interview with Nick Fuentes. Now, Tucker got scrutiny from pretty much everybody that he softballed an interview with Nick Fuentes. He made him seem open, charming, and commonsensical when we know Nick Fuentes is a troll. So but Roberts pushed back against the calls to cancel Carlson because Harrison Maynard believes in free speech. Now he recanted his defense of Tucker Carlson because he realized that presenting Nick Fuentes without severe scrutiny, it was insulting to people. He did refuse to resign. So, people, I can defend Nick Fuentes' right to exist. I can recognize his humanity while also saying that his jokes are causing people to hate Jewish folks. And I don't like that. So that's the scandal that was the Heritage Foundation, and I don't think it diminishes this documentary in any way. I invite people to look at the documentary, the link I reposted in the chat. And A-Check, what do you say to all that?
The documentary is fine. I'm fine with the documentary and everything, but after that, I was like, the Heritage Foundation, maybe it's just like making a comeback or whatever, but I've never liked the Heritage Foundation. They always, I think in Trump's first term, they were the ones that were like, oh, put Amy Coney Barrett in the Supreme Court, in the court, and Kavanaugh, and everything. Like, I'm like, these were advice by the Heritage Foundation. And even Trump said, you know what Trump said? He's like, these people in the Heritage Foundation defeat me, And they gave him justices that are now, look, you have to deal with this nonsense now, And it's like the Heritage Foundation to me, it's like an old school liberal, the Reagan type, So it's like, I'm a bit like suspicious of that organization. I could be wrong, Monica, but it's like that organization makes it fully suspicious, of the agenda they're doing.
Close, but you missed some details on it. So the group to attribute Coney Barrett's rise is a judicial group called the Federalist Society. Now, this group is great. Yeah, so this group is a Washington Republican country club group. They're not grassroots, right-wing, populist activists. And it largely does counter popular. Oftentimes, they definitely, Federalist Society judges definitely take positions that are more pro-corporation than pro-people. And that is definitely a blemish on America and on Trump. Now, the Heritage Foundation, founded in around 1980, it was with the rise of Reagan, but they did have a realignment after Trump's first term. There were a lot of groups that were resistant into the party. They were one of them. However, in his second term, they helped Trump vet many people that were going to work in many of the underling positions throughout the federal government. Because Trump, look it or not, when he was elected in 2016, he didn't have an apparatus to get elected. The knock on Donald Trump was he wasn't ready, meaning he didn't have 3,000 people ready to appoint to certain positions, and he didn't. And he wasn't really. It ended up being he suffered the penalty of not playing the politics like it needed to be played. One of my biggest complaints about 2016 Trump was that he was not a politician. And that was one of his attraction to many grassroots voters, is a lot of lessons. And there is something different about Donald Trump, and I think a lot of people, and I'll land on this, have in them, is his ability to forgive. Ability to people that have stabbed him in the back, and for him to open his arms and bring them back in. He never holds back punching people, metaphor, in media. However, he'll also be the first one when they because that's how politics is. He'll bring Tucker Carlson back in the fold, just like he had Joe Rogan at the White House today. It was just a couple weeks ago. Joe Rogan had Leo Vaughn on there, or Theo Vaughn on, and they were cracking jokes negatively about Donald Trump. So it's something. There is a public face of these people and a private face, and we don't necessarily get to always see it.
No, I think you're 100% right, and I don't think it's not right. Malicious about
Trump has literally got back everybody who did anything to him, one by one. It's a list. You can YouTube it, and they have it written out. Everybody who did some shit in the last 4 years during the Biden administration, and what he has done to them politically, economically, business, corporations, anybody who went against them. It's like somebody took notes and has literally went after all of them. That is a fucking lie. He's not alive.
Not enough retribution.
I don't even like the dude.
He needs to arrest more. He needs to arrest more, BT.
Because I say no, but do y'all sides. So I can be honest about this.
I mean, what does that mean if you
I like Trump.
Hold on, BT.
I'm not gonna let you lie and say he ain't went after nobody.
I never said he didn't go after. Hold on, BT. I never said that he didn't go after anybody. I said he punches people metaphorically in the media very hard. He also is very forgiving, not to everyone. I mean, can you understand the difference in? Can you parse between what I said?
I can parse that, but what I can't parse is you saying unforgiving Trump when he is
clearly. I mean, look at J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance was anti-Trump in his first term, and he brought him in as the vice president.
Well, they made him do that. You know that, just like I.
Oh, I mean, come on. But it's my point stands, right? Look, here's one that I'm not a fan of, but Lindsey Graham clearly stabbed him in the back in 2020 and 2021 and threw him under the bus, and now him and Lindsey Graham are best buddies again.
Joe, I'm gonna ask you a question. Why do they call Lindsey Graham like G? I don't get this. Why do they call him that?
Because he's not married. He's a 70-year-old.
Because he's a fruitcake. He's a fruitcake. He's gay.
So he's a homo.
Yeah, homo.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, he likes cock. He likes cock in his ass. Cock.
Fair enough. I never understood. I just was asking a question. I don't understand that. Why?
Have you heard of Donald J. Jesus?
No. I don't know who removed her, but like I never knew why people call Instagram Lady G. So
I run the ship a little tighter. The vibe was off. I was enjoying the back and forth with BT and UHA, and we don't need to go too far down a troll.
No, but all thing is like I saw on Twitter like 2 days ago. I think her name was like Riley Gaines. That chick that lost her like a trans person. I think she came fit in like swimming or whatever the hell she came. And she came after Trump about when he was going after the Pope. The Pope is an absolute disgrace, by the way. And I'm saying this as a Catholic. And he was like, she just said some bullshit about it. And I was like, Riley, like, she was like a descendant. And there was like an article about Riley Gaines being like, DeSantis is the right man for women. These people are all fucking grifters, bro. You know? So in 2023,
I agree there.
In 2023, she was a DeSantis fan. And then she realized when DeSantis got no votes in fucking Iowa, she was trying.
Yeah, she recreated herself. Yeah. She did. But look, you brought up two figures, right? And also the Pope. Let's talk about the Pope. I'm a Catholic as well.
And I'm a Catholic.
I'm a Catholic. Well, I'm Catholic. I don't think he's stupid. But here's the part not being talked about is the economic benefit that immigration and illegal immigration, especially from South America to the United States of America, benefits the Catholic Church. I don't know the breakdown, but the Catholic, the donations that go to the Vatican, which I participate in weekly, donating to them.
I stopped my donations, bro. I stopped my donations like a year ago.
I don't give it, but I give to the church for sure. I don't give it to Catholic charities because
I stopped giving it anymore because they're doing terrible things to people.
That's okay, but listen, the Pope is a businessman. Priests are businessmen. They run an organization in their parish. The future of the Catholic Church in America is directly related to Hispanics populating it. It like it or not, that's what it is. And the United States of America.
I've never thought about that. That makes a good point.
Well, yeah. Look, I'll give you what it is, and so there's a financial angle to it. It's not just the altruistic angle of like, we need to be like Jesus and let be a neighbor to your immigrants. No, there's an economic issue that the Vatican has in this because the United States of America in the dollar generates the most wealth compared to anywhere else. I mean, the donations that come in from South American countries, what they get in the pesos that they give is nothing near what is in the value of the American dollar that is given to the Catholic Church in donations. So, look, America has a problem with the white culture here. They have strayed away from where they were 100 years ago, away from Jesus Christ. It's easy to see. And the Catholic Church here in America has hedged their bets on that the way to swell their pews is with Hispanics, legal or illegal. They are the largest driving factor, especially in the church I go to, and I'm in Alabama, that isn't even thought of necessarily as a high destination for immigrants from South America, but we are. And so that's one angle to know about the Catholic Church, that they're, but nothing against the Pope, but he should stay out of American politics.
Yeah, but the thing is about the Pope, Joe, as you know, as a Catholic, no Pope 1950s has talked about ex cathedra. You should know about this. No Pope has spoken about it. Even Pope John Paul II didn't even speak about ex cathedra. He's not infallible. He only is infallible when he speaks about ex cathedra, which means church teachings and everything else like that. So this Pope getting involved in politics, whatever, at least Pope John Paul II underneath President Ronald Reagan was like, I heard communism is evil, and Pope Leo XII, he was the one that said that. He was the one that saved Italy from communism and everything else like that. You know this. So this Pope, he's trying to talk about politics, and he's not even talking ex cathedra. It's a big fucking problem, and it's causing us pain worldwide. So why the hell is he going to Algeria, one of the biggest anti-Semitic countries in the whole entire planet, and he's saying that the Muslims and the Catholics and everything are combined in communion? What kind of retardation is this we're dealing with, Joe? You have to call out your leaders, everything else like that. He can't go to Algeria and talk this absolute nonsense and talking about Lebanon and talking about Algeria and everything else like that. This Pope is out of line. He's like Francis 2.0.
We should pray. We should pray for him. We should pray for him.
Bro, he should be praying for us, bro. What the hell are we even talking about? This Pope is ridiculous. Out of line. It's so upsetting. And it's so annoying. I actually physically get upset. I feel sick about it when I think about what.
So, I actually, and tell me what I'm missing, because from all the things that I've looked at, I don't think that he did anything wrong.
You're gonna be kidding me. He said Islam and the Catholic Church are in communion together. What the
as we pray for
them?
them?
Oh my God. I'm sick of praying for people that blow me up.
Wait, hold on. Wait, are we not supposed to pray
I'm
for
not praying for people that are trying to blow me up, and thank you very much.
We are conscribed to
Yeah. But I'm not gonna pray for people, Joe, that are trying to kill me, bro. Fuck that.
We want to pray for them to come to Christ, HF.
It's all bullshit, bro. I'm not praying for people that...
Hold on, HF. He addressed me. Hi, BT.
We don't pray for everybody anymore. We stop praying. Exactly. Fuck that bullshit.
We're done with it.
Sorry that you did that. Okay,
I
so
still do, but
what's
some
that?
people don't understand what they don't.
All right.
I even pray for my enemy thing, but I'm different, right? I'm a real Christian from the South. A lot of you all are, so it's different, you know?
I think that's a few people in here from the South.
And you're wrong about this. I'm not gonna pray for people that are trying to fucking kill me. I don't care. If the Pope tells me to pray for my enemies, I don't want for my enemies. These people are horrible people.
check the gospel.
No. Don't pick up the gospel to me when the Pope that is the seed of Peter.
Let me read it.
Inherited the seed of
Let me read it.
Wait. Very short. What the hell do you want from me?
Hey, check. Let me read it really quick, okay? Matthew 5:44. But I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. Luke 6:27-28. But to you who are listening, I say, love your enemies. Do good to those who hate you. Bless those who curse you. Pray for those who mistreat you. That's from Jesus' sermon, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Not the Pope.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not Jesus, Joe. That's what I'm telling you.
No, but
I actually hate my enemies. Wait, Joe. I actually hate my enemies, and I want my enemies to die a terrible death. I'm not Jesus Christ, bro.
Well, you're still. I didn't know you were a Zoomer. I didn't know you were in your 20s. I had.
Do about it, Joe.
Well, because I had similar ideas when I was younger until I matured and got older and developed a different. No, not that you're retired. No, not at all. No, that we go through a natural maturity.
Wisdom we have because we're older, and we
enemies and pray for your enemies. And that's forgive them, bro. It is very hard.
Joe, I'm just telling you, maybe you're different, but Joe, I hate my enemies, and I want all my enemies to die a very violent, terrible death. I don't like my enemies. You know,
I'm not different.
And you can call me a Zuma or whatever. You know.
It's not a knock on you. It's not a knock on. Trying to relate that when I was in your age bracket, I had not reached look, I still struggle with it. I'm not a master at that. That's why I go to church. Because I'm not perfect at this.
What happens, Joe?
Excuse me?
I said, please educate me. What happens? Does your brain change or whatever? You start loving your enemies? Because I don't see that happening.
You have to forgive them, bro. You got to forgive them. Yeah. It's important to not carry.
What happens after you forgive your enemies?
It gives you.
Well, you don't. Yeah, it's not to carry around a burden on your shoulders that you have. You have this chip on your shoulder when you carry this animosity towards your enemies.
A whole 24-pack of chips on his shoulder. You know that variety box you buy with all the different. He's got that. I know. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it definitely helps alleviate that burden that you carry from that animosity towards people, and that's what we're working towards: is a more peaceful, harmonious life as we age and mature. So I'm still working on it. I'm not perfect. I struggle with it too.
Yeah, but the thing is, Joe, I've listened to you for 2 years, I think. You're a great guy, fantastic. But it's my enemies, I gotta get rid of my enemies, These people are sick people, and I don't understand. How can you forgive? I'm not Jesus Christ.
It's not my teaching, it's Jesus' teaching, bro.
But also equally yoked to them, so that's another thing. So
I agree. I agree with that.
Your enemies want to kill. Joe, your enemies want to destroy. I gotta get rid of my enemies. In the workplace, when I was a combat soldier, you know what I mean? I gotta get rid of my enemies. When I was a combat soldier, what the hell they want to do? Pray that my enemies don't shoot me?
You don't have
what
to
the
do
hell,
that.
bro?
Joe, he went to the temple and destroyed their idols,
Exactly.
So if you see, I get it.
I don't need to be their best friend. I just need to not carry that burden on my shoulder. I need to learn to forgive them. So I'm not.
Why are you forgiving?
You only want to be with people that you're equally. You only want to surround yourself with people you're equally yoked with. I 100% agree with that. However, it's it's like drinking poison.
Yeah, their God is not our God. So and then their God is completely different. So.
What do you pray for the people that have not found Jesus Christ?
No, I don't care. I'm being honest. What do you want me to say? I pray for people that haven't found Jesus Christ. I'm just telling you the honest truth. That's what I believe.
I can tell you, on Good Friday service, I just got up and down about 100 times, up and down on my knees to pray for people that have not found Jesus Christ, for people that rejected Jesus Christ. So I do. Pray for a lot of people that I don't necessarily align with. And I even pray for Democrats.
Let me tell you, you know what the first thing we did in South Sudan when we got independence? The first thing we did, we deported every single Muslim in our country. You want to know why, Joe? Because we know we don't want to deal with terrorism, suicide bombings, blowing up, hijacking, everything else like that. And the whole world didn't give a shit because we deported all of them. Because we don't want these terrorists in our country, Joe. Does that make us terrible Christians? Or does that make us realist?
Not at all.
Augustine did the same thing. Ignatius, same thing, and other people. We used to be a strong, masculine Catholic people. And right now, you just pray for all the terrorism and all the violence. You can't pray away terrorism, bro. You can't. You have to deal with people, bro. It's like the IRGC and all these terrible people. You can't pray away murder, bro.
No, you pray for the Holy Spirit to fill them. So these type of actions
are not become more prevalent. It's the belief in the Holy Spirit's power.
Yes, we pray in all things, but that's the totally different.
Well, yes, I can support deporting them while also praying for them. I don't understand why I can't do both.
Based on their actions should be important, not based on their belongings, right?
Their status. If they're legally in America, I'm not advocating for their deportation. However, I do have some grievances towards the anchor baby issue that we have, or birth tourism.
But the thing is, Joe, let me tell you something.
But I don't hold it against them.
Alabama, she's an American South Sudanese woman from Alabama. Yeah. So let's say like she gets pregnant or whatever, my kid might become an American just because she's an American.
That's a good question.
You know what I mean?
Where was your child born? Where was your child born? What country?
In America. Does that make him an American?
If your child was born in America, he's got a birth certificate, or she?
No, I'm saying if my missus, because we're planning to have children, and she's like, oh, I want to have babies in the United States, so they become an American. And I'm like, how the hell is that?
Anything when they're in power. And then we have Democrats that do address things. However, it's usually an agenda for their own power in what they address it for. So
the Republicans are fucking useless. Yeah, and they don't even pass. They can't even pass the Save America Act. Voter ID.
They have been useless for a long time. But
what's the
it's
the Save America Act?
It's got no traction to get past the Mitch McConnell wing of the Senate, and it does not seem like even if he was
John Clooney is horrible, and I'm not even American.
I agree, it's horrible, but I think where the issue is, they don't even have 50 votes to pass it. Here's the idea that we're gonna put it through on throw out the filibuster rule, and we're gonna push it through. We don't even have a simple majority vote on. I think it comes up to like 44 or 45. Bethune to agree, he signed on when he already knew it wouldn't go through, and the Mitch McConnell wing's just holding strong. Lisa Murkowski, what's the other woman's name? It's just slipping my mind right now. But that's
you talking about the one from Maine?
Tom Tillis. Yeah. Lisa Murkowski. Susan Collins.
That's it. Yeah.
Lisa Murkowski, Tom Tillis from North Carolina, and Mitch McConnell.
Tom Tillis is such a fucking bitch. The only reason he's talking like this is because he already resigned from the Senate at one time.
Yeah, he's out. Well, he lost his. So at this period in time, his vote's up for sale, and the corporate wing, or the country club wing of the Republican Party, is where he caucuses with. Clearly, he's got his given to him when he does leave office for him to gum up and muck up this situation. So it's kind of how politics works. It's a dirty business.
I could stand Tom Tillis, and that Senate seat is going to be taken by the Democrats. Who's that Democrat that is running in North Carolina? That guy never loses elections. He never lost an election in his entire life.
I forget his name right now, but no, it could. Things aren't looking well.
The Democrats are going to win that Senate seat, bro. Who's the guy's name? Was the former governor?
Trump needs to address domestic policy over the next 6 months, and on top of that, he's going to have to deploy federal law enforcement like ICE, like the U.S. Marshals, like the Border Patrol, like DHS officers, to districts that are going to be areas where they'll swing the election and try and prevent illegal those elections. So be prepared. That's why the Democrats are putting a low turnout. And I have seen where a low turnout can end up being won by the sitting president. We saw this when Obama was in office, where even though Obama...
No, but Obama never won a midterm, never.
They held on to the Senate. No, they held on to the Senate.
Yeah, but not the House. They always lose.
Not the House. They lost out in 2010 because of the Tea Party rise. And then to counter that, though, the big thing was the low turnout. And that also, there's always...
But Joe, let's be honest. No president ever wins them. The only reason George W. Bush won the midterm is because of 9/11 and the war in Iraq. He's the only president.
Yeah, here in modern times.
Wait. Let me just
They did in the late 20th century.
No,
it's only... Hold on, H.X.
I'm just want to say something real quick. Give me 10 seconds, brother. Give me 10 seconds, please. Even President Reagan, he won 49 states and still lost the midterms, which is crazy.
Yeah, okay, but there's answers to that. They definitely in the 20th century, the Democrats gone to the House from 1954 to 1994. So that spanned a couple different Republican, well, actually three different Republican presidents, four different Republican presidents over that period of time, largely attributed to the ruling that's about to come up in front of the Supreme Court, where House districts have to be divided out according to racial demographics. Now that's up in the Supreme Court. They're going to rule on it. It does appear tea leaves are reading is that the Supreme Court's going to overturn that. That'll be to get overruled. If this does occur, Republicans will pick up 12 seats just in the Southeast. If they follow through, if those state legislators follow through with pushing through new maps. This is a big deal because that law in place allowed the Democrats to hold on to the House for 40 years in the time frame that you raised. So there's a lot of dynamics that can still play out and change over the next few months. However, at the moment, Trump's focus on geopolitics is not benefiting the enthusiasm of his base.
Yeah, but that's in November. The Supreme Court is not going to overturn that law in the South, especially Amy Coney died with her 2 Haitian kids. That's never going to happen.
Let's make a friendly bet.
If you win, if I lose, I will donate $1,000 to U.S. Marine Corps.
That ain't a friendly bet. $1,000.
Just to no.
You don't live in America. That's expensive. Oh, I got a phone call coming in. Hold on, we'll pick this.
All right, bro.
Richard, Certinki, and Cesari, welcome to the stage. Do you guys want to add to the vote? Yeah.
All right. H.F. Joe might did $10 on bet. You can also donate to the Marines anytime you want. I'd actually want Joe to lose the bet if you're going to give the Marines $1,000. That's pretty cool. But maybe a little more reasonable bet would be in order.
Fair enough. I love the U.S. Armed Forces, the veterans. They're the best of the best.
They saved your life, didn't they?
Yes, they did. They're forever thankful. Yeah. I love America.
I'll never be again.
Wait. They're great people. I love the U.S. Marines. I love the American Armed Forces. These people are like saints.
I'll wait. No problems, mate.
Go ahead, Cesare. I'm done.
Thank you. What about Netanyahu? People say, because I was very optimistic if you're open to different dialects, because I'm not American.
Couldn't tell.
Netanyahu is the best prime minister Israel ever had in the entire history.
That's all right. What about different dialects?
What about the dialects?
You mean different opinions, different lenses on topics?
No. I don't want to define. I don't want to define with anybody's opinion. Seriously, I just want to share mine.
I believe you. I believe you don't care about anybody's opinion but yours. I do.
No. I'm from the country that somebody may.
I don't
This
care.
may be a nice question to hear, actually. If I could make somebody guess I'm originally from. No?
It's from Israel.
No? No? Belarus. No?
Bosnia.
I appreciate your love of censoring yourself and where in the world is Waldo, but you're returning my patience.
Anybody knows? Some places in the world, they call it Lechia. Does anybody knows about it?
Lechia is from Romania.
Lechia. Lechistan.
What?
What's your point and contribution to the
I'm
room?
from Poland, yes.
Okay, that's great. So what else?
I got born.
Good. You want a cookie?
Sorry.
You want a cookie for being in Poland? Like, what's your point? What's your contribution to the content and the topic of the room?
The lights and cookie that people enjoy.
I'm asking to be put in the queue and to be acknowledged that I have requested.
Okay, so.
What the hell was the fucking point of you saying you're from Poland? Give a fuck. What the hell?
Hold on.
He was asking where he was from. So.
Okay, no, he wasn't. He wanted a question. Hold on.
Okay, so I could not hear his response to Monica's question of what his contribution was to the room because everyone else kind of talked over him. So we're going to go back to Cesare. And go ahead. So what was your contribution? Perfect. Nothing?
Just checking, because somebody just muted me, but never mind. I think people enjoyed
the sir to give you room to speak.
You know, I hold many stages before here on the Clubhouse.
Oh, the hostage? Yeah, I'm picking up on that.
Oh. Sorry?
It's horrible.
Sorry?
It's horrible.
Moderators, this is Alistair. I'd like to be put in the queue and not forgotten. There are other people on the stage. I'd like to be put in the queue. Thank you.
I'll put him in a straight jacket like he belongs. Good morning, Diva. Good afternoon.
I will suggest you to
get you gastric bypass surgery, Monica. If you want to put me in a straight jacket, I want to get gastric bypass surgery. Or you can just go to Pizza Hut 3 days a week, or Subway, or Chipotle every day. It's up to you, Monica. You got to be your own advocate.
You don't even know what she looks like.
Hold on now. Look. I noticed the man left the room. And everyone got out of control. I'm about to leave again. I just came to finish the bet. I didn't want to walk out. Hey, check, I got a phone call. I really did. But I've come back to finish the bet. And then I'll let y'all go. I'll let y'all go to town because I won't be here to listen to it. But here's the friendly bet, okay? 1,000. Okay, depending upon, and let me get the specific name of it so you know what it is. U.S. Supreme Court about to rule on race-based house districts.
Yeah, the one in the southeast, the one that's gonna get knocked down. Yeah.
Okay, it's called. Here's what it is. I just want to get the right name of it. The key pending case is Louisiana versus Callis. Callais. Could be Callis. So, and this is, which directly addresses whether states can intentionally create additional majority black districts. Okay, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which they're talking about overturning. Here's the bet, friendly bet, $1,000 if it goes in that they do overturn it. They strike that from Rule 2. That I'll donate $1,000 to Catholic to the Catholic Church, and
just give it to the veterans. I'm sick of the Catholic Church.
No,
to the immigrants.
We're both Catholics, okay?
I know.
Yeah, look, I think it'd be a good friendly bet. If it happens that they uphold it, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and it does not get overturned, that you would donate $1,000 to well, it could be the Catholic Church or Catholic Church charities. I want to donate it to the church, not the charities, but maybe you'd rather go to charities.
I want to go to like a veterans organization, something, right now I'm a bit salty with the Pope, and I'm salty with the Catholic Church.
I know, and I'm trying to bring you back in, bro, like a good Catholic.
Okay, we'll shake hands on that. But if it happens, I'll do it, and then I'll send you a screenshot of doing it. I always honor my friends.
You guys don't join the discussion.
I remember the last time
loves to talk for hours on this, but I'd like not to be forgotten. I'm 26.
Wait. I actually lost a bet with, I think it was like, who was it? It was
Netanyahu.
No, wait. I actually lost a bet with Norm one time, actually, and I had to pay like $800 to some organization, and I was screenshot of it. I always honor my bet. It was a quarter, so if that happens, I'll do it and I'll show you.
That $1,000 to the Catholic Church, it ultimately benefits us in the world.
Yeah, bro, I want to do it anyway, yeah.
All right, cool. Y'all have it now.
Joe, have a great time. My husband have a phone call. Hey, guys! Here, you go buy something to you, man.
Hey, everybody, this is Mark.
I would suggest you invest in the microphone.
I'd like to request 60 seconds of my time.
We have a call with Alistair Cesari, just so we can laugh on me.
Alistair Crowley does not get to speak or be put into the queue until he decides never go again. Everybody gets to go before Alistair.
Are you oppressing Alistair Crowley, Dima? Good.
Alistair is just so cringe. That's the problem.
It's a part of Begonia.
He's saying that I have to get back to the bus now. I got to get back of the line because I'm trying to preserve some time. It's his disrespect.
I'm saying that
He's a terrible moderator.
That's the truth. Jessica, I'm saying that I'm sending you to the nursery. Okay, until we come back when it's the Begonia.
Oh, I thought you
cannot speak.
Infant.
So bad.
Eric, you.
Moderators, I will request again 60 seconds of your precious time that you think is so valuable. I'm requesting 60 seconds, please.
Yes, and your request will be accepted once a Begonia dossier has been acquired.
That's right. So I bought hydrangeas yesterday.
But I'm just trying to be black on the 60 seconds of your
Please, better microphone, please.
Alistair, it's cringe.
What are you saying?
We're trying to have a conversation, bro. It's cringe as fuck.
I know. We're 8 seconds. Ooh.
That was really
conversation, but I can't seem to join the conversation. Therefore, I'm requesting 60 seconds of your time. For God's sake, you must spend 6 hours a day talking on this app, and I can't see 60 seconds of mine. For God's sake, I'm checking. Stop saying cringe, horrible, and terrible. Try to learn some new English words.
I don't want to hold you hostage. Because I don't want to hold you hostage. I will accept 20 seconds. No less. 20 20 seconds, okay, Alistair, of your song. 20 seconds. I'm going to be a side. No.
And what you're doing is very
This is you either type the song
and I will be succinct and I will be complete.
Take the deepest breath of the day and hold the count of 3. Take the deepest
I'm gonna put over my underwear and post that on Instagram.
Terrible.
I'm gonna show everybody my ass and all those downward knees and nothing on my shirt.
I would suggest to invest in the
I'm gonna dox friends in a replay and not delete the replay so they're stressed on Thanksgiving.
I love phones and I love radiation.
I don't understand anything.
People who don't know Clubhouse lore should remain on mute while people cathartic with their grievances against John Kitover.
I'm a Jew and I control the world and I'm trying to take back over the world and I want to live everywhere and take
All these people who want to jump in and be relevant.
Richard Valentine.
I harass women on the app by being obnoxious and annoying all the damn time.
Okay, it's it.
I said, Richard, I got clipped.
Oh,
I had them a class of 5 days.
You ruined it.
No, I got clipped. And I didn't even say anything. I said, I left Clubhouse for 5 days to spend time with my mother. I logged back in on Clubhouse and I was fucking clipped. I didn't even talk for 5 days. I'm like, oh.
You were supposed to sing when you said that, bro. You were supposed to sing. You fucked it up.
Yeah,
What she's saying. You fucked it up.
You killed the
I'm
time.
not fucking sick.
I just want to talk so much of it. Do you think there's like white flakes near the sides of your mouth or something? Like, voice drops before taking a shower. Do something other than talking to you for 8 a day. I mean, you know, are you trying to do anything productive? I know your leg is injured. Maybe you should try to voice. I'm not I think you need to make sure your personal hygiene's in check before you decide to talk to anyone else and say horrible, terrible, and
Oh my gosh, we are being Hold on, I just checked. He has a street. There are 4 lives.
Pretend to be relevant by screaming other people's thoughts and words on the app.
Nobody comes to your room.
Wait.
Nobody wants to talk to you.
Every account except Alistair blocked by Monica.
He's not even in the room. He walked out of the room, this little.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Then get roasted by Monica being an Ann and not be able to sing it, so you run off the room.
Begonia song. Alice.
What is the Begonia song? I want to hear the Begonia song.
To sing you a new song. It's a new gastric bypass surgery. It was a little something like this.
No. We have to do the Begonia song or no song. Begonia song or no song.
Would there be Ozempic for someone to take, or version of Ozempic for someone to take to make them less confident? And could we experiment on John Kitover first?
I think
I'm not sure if it's your microphone or if it's your language.
Sorry, no one else is complaining about my low mic extension to me. So when there was on mute, so they actually can hear me. You should try it. You should try it. You should. You know.
You're fine out.
John, can we get a couple seconds? Can we get a couple
Can we
seconds?
get a 60-second? Can we get a 60-second poetry reading just to cleanse an air?
We're doing 20 seconds of the Begonia song or nothing.
I could make a little Begonia.
Come on.
It's his home.
Come on, John, get your shit together.
I'm Sam Scar from that.
King is here. What's up, everyone?
What's going on?
The booger. No, and I did not look like. Oh
my
that's
God.
horrible.
Oh my God. What's going on?
I got flipped.
I don't know.
100%. She was scared. It was so bad. You know?
So I guess the Pope he had to clarify. I did not direct the tyrant's speech to Trump. He said he did not.
I don't forget nothing.
The last real Pope was Pope John Paul II. Every single Pope after John Paul II, they're all so messed up.
And you know,
well, he was a real Pope, you know? These new Popes are all bad.
We need a mute all because there's.
All right, wait, we're gonna listen to what he has to say real quick. I hope everybody can hear this. We're gonna do it slightly different, but this is Trump, the Pope's response. Okay, here we go.
I would like to know.
Hold on, did you hear what I just said?
The moderator is playing a big CO for us. You're lucky I don't have the mod badge. You'd be in the Gucci.
I don't understand.
Thank you, sir. Please read the room, sir. Okay, here we go. 50 seconds on the Pope.
Narrative that has not been accurate. There's been a narrative that has not been accurate in all of its aspects of the political situation created when on the first day of the trip, the President of the United States made some comments about myself. Much of what has been written since then has been more commentary on commentary, trying to interpret what has been said. Just one little example, the talk that I gave at the prayer meeting for peace a couple of days ago was prepared 2 weeks ago, well before the president ever commented on myself and on the message of peace that I am promoting. And yet, as it happens, it was looked at as if I was trying to meet again the president, which is not my interest at all.
There we go. From the Pope's mouth.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Did you guys hear that okay?
Yeah, I heard it when he said it live. As a good little Catholic kid, I heard it live.
I can't believe his English is that well. I've never actually cared or listened to the Pope because I never really give a shit about the Pope. And I know he's from Chicago, so it doesn't surprise me.
It's the first American Pope.
Yeah, but he's like very. It surprised me that he wasn't. But yeah, good job. Thank you, Dr. Pope.
The new Pope is so full of shit. It's all.
Iran fully closes Strait of Hormuz over U.S. blockade and fires on ships. Wait, did this?
So they violated the deal.
It's the gay Hormuz. It's horrible.
The standoff over the Suez. Hold on. And could you?
Yeah, so they violated the terms of conditions. So
who did?
Open. Iran.
Well, no, is that
we was talking. Okay. Love you, Peter, but chill.
There is a stream inside Iran who are too radical, and they are being led by some. Sorry.
Okay. So Iran, it was supposed to be open. So the strait was supposed to be open as of this morning, and it was not open.
News article. Maybe somebody should read something and repeat.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So I'll go
Fishing gun. They attacked the ship. They attacked the storage ship, and now they will pay the price. Their navy was not completely obliterated, but we will obliterate it completely now. Thank you, Iran.
Thank you, Mullah.
It would be nice if you could participate and give a clear explanation of what happened for the slower people in the room like me. I need to understand why, because I don't feel that Iran would just close the strait without feeling that something else happened. What was the cause? Why this happened?
There's something and differences between ideas of Iranians.
I'm not speaking. Go
I
ahead.
can give you authentic answers.
Okay. Matt, so I didn't want to do it because I wasn't sure what would happen. But if I pin a link, it says it will remove some banner, so I didn't pin a link.
It doesn't matter. Just go for
What
it.
is a banner?
There was no banner put up, so it should be okay.
Okay, so I'm going to pin this at the top, Bima, and you have a great voice if you want to read it. It's from Breitbart.
Okay, let's see. Thank you, Anne. Let's see what's going on here. Hopefully we're going to get a nice timeline and a clear understanding of what happened, where the breakdown was. Okay, President Donald Trump said that the United States will not be blackmailed after the Iranian military has once again proclaimed that the Strait of Hormuz will be closed and allegedly fired on multiple vessels on Saturday. So they can't blackmail us, Trump said, noting that many international shipping firms have rerouted their traffic to purchase energy from the United States and the Gulf of America rather than the Persian Gulf. The president added that more information about the state of negotiation would be released later on Saturday. Separately on Saturday, Iran's deputy foreign minister, Saeed Khatibzadeh, said that there was no date set for further peace negotiations and that both sides must agree to a framework before sitting down again.
Will you be able physically to
hold on. There was
any of them?
from the Oval Office on Saturday morning. Trump said that while his administration is having a very good conversations with Iran, he said that the Islamist regime was trying to act a little cute. It's like these moments that I totally fall in love with Trump. Like, I could just imagine. He said that the Islamist regime was trying to act a little cute, I quote, okay, by attempting to close down the Strait of Hormuz just hours after agreeing to open the critical waterway. See, I'm not. We hope that as soon as we can finalize that we can move on to the next step, he said on the sidelines of Reuters. It comes after a spokesman for the Iranian military announced on Saturday that Iran would not allow safe passage for the vessels. I'm still not understanding the breakdown. The blockade has the potential to seriously wound the Iranian economy, with noting that some of the country may be forced to permanently shut down some oil wells because they're running out of storage. Okay, so we get that. So Iran claims, Breitbart, Iran claims to have shut down the Strait of Hormuz again over U.S. naval blockade. So it sounds like there was, what I'm understanding is that there was some sort of U.S. blockade, and so Iran is saying until the blockade is lifted, that they're not going to open the strait.
So, the blockade has been there for days.
I pinned the other reason.
Oh, go ahead, Em.
Not, they just want to flex like they are. That's all. It's important to know that.
That's why there's no blockade there.
Oh my gosh, President Trump also said that Iran had agreed to suspend its nuclear program and hand over its nuclear sites at Esfahan, Fordo, and Natanz. The president said that he believed a deal with Iran could be completed in the next day or two, saying that the Iranians want to meet. They want to make a deal. I think we'll get a deal in the next day or so. The American naval blockade imposed on Iranian-linked ships considerable pressure on the
discussion, not
Islamic
completely focused on the legs going to be put in the kitchen.
Okay. Where was I? With reports emerging that Iran would only have around 2 weeks before having to start permanently shutting down crude oil production because it was running out of space to store the raw fuel. Once the tanks are filled, Iran would have to shut down its oil fields, which risk long-term damage to the fields. New York Post. Okay. In addition to refusing to lift the blockade, the U.S. administration has also rejected the notion of unfreezing billions in seized Iranian funds in exchange.
Say, hypothetically, if the war with Iran fails, is Israel not gonna attack another country? I think, personally, I have nothing to Israel, nothing to, I like America, but nothing to America because I do not live over there. I think because they were in the war, in the conflict for over thousands of years, they need to have a conflict with somebody, and they will find it. They will find a conflict like with
actually, that's not true.
Lebanon, or if it's gonna be Turkey, or if it's gonna be
Because Israel signed a peace treaty with Egypt underneath Sadat, and they haven't had a war with Egypt over 50 years. They signed a peace treaty with Jordan. They ran out of war with Jordan since 1994. Every single country, wait. Every single country that signed a peace treaty with Israel, they've had no wars. The problem is you have Hezbollah terrorism. Wait. You have problems with Hezbollah terrorism in the north of Israel, and they're attacking Israel. If these motherfucking Kusumkum countries stop attacking Israel, they're defending themselves. That's what you're talking about. Like, you really think Israel is the problem here? Israel doesn't, Iran attacked more countries than Israel ever did in their entire history since 1947.
The hard question. Where are you from?
I already told you, I'm South Sudanese.
Sorry to hear that.
Oh, great. That's it.
I have a question. Kenya, what makes you think that this was more, less of a misunderstanding than something else? Like, why? Because it seems to me that they felt that it was like a bait and switch. That should have been something that was.
So if you look at that, all the things that were reported yesterday, including Trump and also from the IRGC, they actually noted Iran said the strait is open, but nowhere in those reports did it say the blockade from the U.S. stopped. Right? So they said the strait was open, and then they kept it going, and actually the U.S. allowed some ships to go in, and some ships went in and came out, but the blockade stayed. Like, the U.S. forced to stay there, right? Maybe Iran assumed that, hey, as soon as we said it's open, they're going to remove the blockade, and we'll still have control, meaning they could shoot down some other ship if they wanted to, or do whatever they wanted to do in that area. And so the blockade just stayed, and actually Trump said, we're staying there, and we're going to actually have more like support over there until this gets resolved fully, until we sign the deal.
What kind of blockade are you talking about?
Then they suddenly said that the strait is closed. But it doesn't matter if they say it's open or closed because there's a blockade there. So it's the U.S. that's controlling who goes in and out, and that's it. And that's what was squeezing them.
I tell you
still
something.
squeezing them. Okay, sorry. You talk. No problem.
I tell you something.
Yeah, that was annoying.
If anybody follows the crypto market knows that Iranian leaders, they said that they will be trading oil.
Okay, who cares?
Through the crypto market. And look at what the crypto market reacted to that. It went up. In the last 2 days, went up. And the lesson is, what kind of blockade?
You interrupted me to talk about something that we're not even talking about.
Listen, what kind of blockade America
So
did
I
Iran?
wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Dima. You interrupted.
America is not.
We must have assumed that the U.S. was just going to back off.
Right.
And I'm not sure that that's necessarily like I mean, I don't know. I would think that if they were genuine to open straight, then that's freedom of movement for everybody.
But
so,
dude, they are moving.
they're controlling it because they were attacked. I mean, if
they say they are, they know they don't control.
Bima, can you mute him? I just want to finish up.
They don't control. There is no blockade.
If you're not down, then I'm gonna have to put you in timeout.
So the point that I'm trying to get across here, Bima, that I was explaining to you is that what happened is they had a discussion. They did it. I think they assumed, but see, and saying it's open or closed. So about 5 days ago, when the blockade started, the United States. Oh my. Okay, there you go. Take action on it. I mean, it's ridiculous. But this guy thinks he knows everything. You want to tell us the entire world politics, bro? You know everything.
No, don't give him the mic again.
I mean, it's ridiculous. So somebody mute him or move him down for a few minutes until he comes back. It's ridiculous. So, all right. So anyway, Bima, you still there? Still with me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, okay. So the point that I was getting at is that about 5 days ago when Trump announced the blockade, Iran said the strait was open, right? But they would control who goes in and goes out. So they said, we're in control. Trump did the blockade. Now he's like, hey, we're in control. Oh, by the way, the ships that you want to get stuff in aren't coming. You're going to be screwed. And so it was like, oh, shit, okay. Then Iran announces the strait is open. Trump didn't say the strait is open. Trump says, Iran says the strait is open, meaning that he's showing, hey, you guys are saying you have a good intent. He didn't say I'm relenting. And then Iran probably said, okay, well, okay. So
Honestly, and I don't know what's going on. Why are y'all letting him bring him up? Live. Like, is he cute? Is that why he's not being
No, I was writing to Daryl in the chat. Sorry.
So that's fine. So all I was trying to say is that the blockade was still there. Blockade never relented from the United States, and so now Iranians are saying, okay, well the port is closed. Well, okay, and the U.S. is saying, well, that's fine. Whether it's open, whether you say it's open and closed, we still control the ships that come in. And there's a reporting now that the U.S. is boarding some ship that was going to Iran, and there was resources coming in. So the point is that was always the case. The U.S. always had that ability to do it, whether they say it's open or not. So Iran was just flexing, saying, yeah, we're telling you it's closed now because we're back in charge. You're not. But it gives the wrong impression. So even Trump put out a statement saying Iran can say or do whatever they want. They have to control themselves, and they have to say things because they have to show good faith. But in the end, we're working on a deal, and we'll move forward. So it could be just hyperbole. It could be whatever. We'll see what happens. But U.S. blockade is still there.
Yeah, it's still there, and it's blocking China. That's the big thing.
And it's blocking Iran. And Othello, just to be clear, it's blocking materials and stuff to go into Iran so their people could stop.
Yes, and it's blocking Iran and China, their deals. And I'm sure those are big money deals, big billion-dollar deals. And I see the U.S. is definitely playing chess, basically saying, open it up, right? That's so funny. Open it up, but we're going to control everything.
So I'm gonna pull my inner. When they're doing their military exercise that they did, why did they do this from the start? They let Iran sell a lot of oil and stuff to make enough money while they were bombing the ship. It's almost like they underestimated Iran, which shows bad intel. I'm just being honest. Like that, this blockade should have happened first, and then they go in and bomb the shit out of it and go, listen, surrender, and that's it. Like you're basically gone. And this could have been done much sooner. But
yeah, indeed.
The
1 second.
To interrupt Chair, who's on here 10 hours a day talking, and has a party hat. I'm sorry, party hats.
Stop. Enough. Stop talking.
Yeah, it's
Everyone stop talking. No, I want the United States to let Israel wild out with Hezbollah, because Hezbollah has been a problem for so long, and I really want to see my friends in Israel, you know. And every time it's like, I think it was Etihad Airways yesterday declared that doing flights back to Israel, Ben Gurion. Other than that, but it's like I want Trump Israel wild out with Hezbollah. Hezbollah is just the worst organization, you know. It's keeping Lebanon in a worse predicament that it should be. And they need to deal with that, because Lebanon used to be a great country. It used to be beautiful, almost perfect. But right now it's a hellhole of a country because of the jihadists, terrorism, jihad, you know. And I want them to sign a peace treaty. But Lebanon used to be so fantastic. Lebanon, when you meet Lebanese people, these people are wonderful, beautiful people, especially in Sydney. You go to Sydney and you meet Lebanese people, these people are just the most fantastic people. And then they're getting held hostage by fucking scumbags and everything else like that. It's just the saddest fucking thing ever, bro. But sick people I have. These are sick people. You got the
that it was majority Christians. You know?
It was, yeah. Maronite Christians too.
Yeah.
You know, Maronite Catholics. And it used to be a beautiful. Wait.
I don't know what type of Christians. The Christian faction in Lebanon.
About in 1982.
Right. The Christian faction, the Phalanges. Yes, correct.
Phalanges, is that what they're talking about? So
yes, that's what I just.
But Bima, you can bring up the Phalanges. Did a horrible thing that happened there, but you're not gonna bring up like another 40 years.
Don't deflect. I'm saying.
That's what the horrible situation that happened. You know.
Look at my claim. I agree, but listen to what my claim was, and follow my claim. You said that there are these critical Christians, and I said I wonder how good these Christians are, because last I heard, there's no Christian in any recent amount of I don't know, the last couple hundred that's going to slaughter people. Thousands of people do two, 3 October 7th on a bunch of unarmed people. Okay, El Normal, that's not what history says. Okay, and that's why Israel's own government condemned.
Probably haven't heard of the Civil War.
Okay. No, I wouldn't have heard the Civil War. But do you know why I wonder why El Normo is defending this. Could it possibly?
Wait, hold on. No, I really do want to, Bima, please, for me, I really do want to hear what Norm has to say. You know, my family was from there, and there was, and maybe you don't know, because I'm still like all of the history of what happened to my family and everything. And so, the Civil War, can you go ahead, Norm?
Yeah. The country of Lebanon was created as a refuge for Christians. And the Shiite Muslims, who aren't even from there, made war on them, savaged them, and expelled them. They're mostly gone. And the Shia, backed by Iran, have taken control of the country. They're an occupying militia, again, paid for, trained, funded, armed by Iran. And they expelled the very people from the country was created. It's absolutely intolerable. And what's happening now is Israel is correcting that horrible historical injustice.
And they're doing a great job, because the Shia in the south, you had Nasrallah there for 30 years, controlling Hezbollah, and they were killing everybody left and right. Don't forget the 240 Marines they killed in 1982, a horrible, terrible bombing that happened there. They killed American troops, and they killed like another 150 French soldiers. Don't forget that. And in 2001, I think they killed like American soldiers in Yemen and everything else like that. So it's like these people destroyed Lebanon. Lebanon used to be a majestic place. I remember talking to my father, and I was like, Dad, how was it like to go to Lebanon back in the 70s and 80s? And you know what my dad said? It was like perfect. It was like perfect until the Shias fucking come and destroyed Lebanon. Lebanon was like Tel Aviv on fucking steroids. Everybody wanted to go there. Everybody wanted to party there. Because from Lebanon, you could go to Cyprus in less than 45 minutes. And after that, you can fly to Italy in less than 1 hour. Lebanon was actually a fucking country. And this jihad, Islamic terrorism bullshit that came there destroyed Lebanon. Now Lebanon is another terrorist country. When you look at Lebanese overseas, they're successful people. They're good people. You meet them in America. You meet them in London. You meet them in Australia. These people are great people, the Lebanese people. Joe Hockey was the Deputy Prime Minister of Australia, and he was fucking Lebanese. Why? Because he was such a rich person. So I feel sorry for the Lebanese people after dealing with this horrible terrorism situation that's going on in their country. I don't like it. I don't like it at all whatsoever. And they deserve better.
For the phalanges.
Okay, so
Phalanges are questioning.
the part of the story that was not told, like, I mean, if we're going to go back in history and actually tell the story, the part of Bima's story that was not told was that there were several massacres in the 70s leading up to the event that she was talking about in the 80s. There were massacres where Christians were slaughtered in droves. And in the incident that Bima was talking about, leading up to that, they actually assassinated the Christian president. So the Phalangist militiamen, which were Christian, did enter Palestinian refugee camps. Yes, there were a few Lebanese, but the majority of the action were actually Palestinians.
So in the 70s, that's like the Civil War.
In the 70s, they were attacking Christians and slaughtered Christians by the thousands. And in the 80s, when assassinated, that's when the Phalangist movement rose up and went in and attacked the.
Hold on,
Of course it doesn't. I wouldn't expect it to.
AK. Let the people have a dialogue.
But the thing is, like, they assassinated the Prime Minister of Lebanon at the time and everything else like that. And these people just want to sit here and act like victims and everything else like that. I think it's a sick thing to do to people because Lebanon was actually a great country and they fucked it up. Lebanon was actually one of the best. It was actually better than Israel in the 70s and 80s. And the problem is it got so fucked up by this terrorist Shia group and everything else. Like, it's the same thing when you go to Bahrain. The United States Fifth Fleet is in Bahrain. When you go to Bahrain, it has a Sunni government in charge, and the government there with the king and everything else like that Sunni, but the majority, 90% of the country is actually Shia. So that's the same problem in fucking Bahrain when you go to Bahrain. And when you go from Bahrain and you go to Saudi Arabia, there's a bridge. The bridge you cross over, and they have to do that multiple times to save the people in Bahrain. So they're trying to overthrow the people in Bahrain, the terrorist regime IRGC. It's the same problem that's going on at the moment. So the Bahrainian people are actually gonna get fucked up and messed up. And it's the same thing with Qatar and everything else like that. These people are just a horrible regime, everything else like that. And we have to work towards that. But Lebanon, what they did to Lebanon is absolutely criminal. It's absolutely criminal. It was the best country in the Middle East. And what they did now, you go to Lebanon now, the dollar sucks, everything doesn't work, the infrastructure is messed up, it's bombed to shit, the southern part is up to Israel, and it's just awful. It's an awful country.
Well, you know,
but it used to be great.
It's interesting to me how we like to give context when the group fits a certain agenda that we agree with, but we don't never want to give context to the other side. You know, we like to get started. Hold on. We like to just start it from the other side. Got fed up and attacked. But I just heard Serendipity give great context into a situation, right? You know, so give context on both sides on what
what led up to certain things happening instead of on one date.
Right. I don't discount that.
Oh my God, this room is still open.
Go back to my entire argument. My argument was when someone had mentioned Christians, I questioned how Christian. You're not going to find, if you go and you look up the massacre, you're not going to find, I mean, like, it's like, listen, if you're gonna say that 7th was wrong, which I hope everybody would agree to, okay, you're making the same exact argument. The Palestinians were oppressed for however many years. They were being the open air prison, all of this shit. So October, hold on, listen. So listen, hold on, Elmo, please. Hold on, Elmo, please. Let me. Can I finish? I'll just move you. You have opportunity to. I don't want to be cut off. I want to finish. No, A-Tech. No. I want to finish. No. This isn't nice. Listen, if you can't. Okay, so okay. So we can have this conversation. No problem. Okay, so what does that mean for me? What does that mean for me that we can't have critical thinking because you don't think that people die every single day? You don't think that people are dying and miswork people? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we should be just as passionate about everything. There isn't one death that should say, oh, well, one person died. Let's be so sensitive about talking about this. So what do you want me to say? That you can't handle a conversation right now? So what's your point, A-Tech? What is your point? What do you want? You want to make the point? I'm making a logical parallel. Cut me off. All right, here we go. This is sensitivity.
Okay, a moderator wants time on the live show.
I heard you. I'm out. Obviously, we need a mature group because that can handle a civil dialogue.
No, I'm moving down.
What are you talking about? I like moving down. Human beings. But what the hell?
You're taking over a moderator who was making a point. Moving down.
Now Dame is gone, A-Tech, and she
don't care. She's still a great person.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, don't do that.
I understand.
You're doing too much, A-Tech.
I understand he's pushing a lot of you guys' agendas, but you have to be a moderator. And he's speaking over a moderator who didn't even finish the point, so now we can attack it. You know,
Nobody has an agenda.
we didn't even get to attack her. She didn't even get to finish it.
Can I?
She was
hold on.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Trying to give a point.
Poll's gonna be really quick. So he was a moderator. So I mean, she had the power to mute, and so I wasn't going. I mean, it's her dialogue with the HF, and she'll be back. And I mean, we all need to take a minute. Like this room is a lot, so we got to give some grace. But I do want to know. I do want to hear from her because I wanted to hear her side of what she thinks happened there. But you know, this all started back.
I love this Frito. Lady? Oh my gosh, bye, Leva.
Really wanna
Anne!
Yeah, like, are you still good
Yeah. All right. You know, if they believe that Russia and China have a better option, you know, than what America has. And I wish that they can really understand how if those other countries get in control, what the kind of living standards that we're going to have. You know, they don't understand how America is great. You know, they don't understand how what America is doing. I really don't. I really, like, if you look at it in like being objective
honest with you. And unfortunately, people here now, it's fun now to be, I don't agree with America. I don't agree with, what these people are saying. But you know what? That's the best government you have right now. If they can prove they're better, they can do it. But I don't think they proved it, Absolutely not. You see, we have the freedom of choice. We have the freedom of speech. We can talk, we can disagree and agree, and we can have these conversations. Do you think if you were controlled by these governments that you were fighting for, which is China or Iran or Russia, do you think that you can have these kind of conversations? You will absolutely not have these conversations, So be grateful for what you have right now. Try to fix it, not try to change it. So let's see what the problem is.
So
that's my point.
If I may, I think it's really interesting. The war has been a success on several fronts, but the way that it has been communicated to us has been kind of capricious. So it gives the media an opportunity to pick on things. For example, the impact on the global economy. Well, that's huge on liberating people, neutralizing terrorist threats among proxy groups, or which are proxy groups. I mean, I think that the way that it's communicated has been the biggest downfall, right? Like if we felt that we knew we got more decisive answers or more consistent messaging, we wouldn't be having these conversations. But we have to remember, looking at through the lens of the media, they're going to pick apart everything. And so that was probably the biggest mistake. But by and large, on several fronts, the war is a success. And it's great in many ways that Israel has an opportunity now to finally neutralize other entities that it wasn't able to do over the past year. So this has given the free world an opportunity to advance in many ways. But the messaging is just terrible, unfortunately.
I agree. I wish that Trump would just say that we were there for oil, not there because we were in fear of them creating nuclear weapons. Just, that's why I go back to what Pope Leo had originally said, which, as a Catholic, I totally agree. And I don't think he said anything wrong. He just called it for what it was. And we all know that. I mean, it's fine. It will benefit America in the end, but we're not there because of stuff. I mean, the main reason was for oil, right?
Can I answer that to Doctor, please?
Thinking that?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, part of the problem is that, when you're saying, it was for oil, I mean, look, there's so many other places you can get oil as well, right? And they have a strong partnership with Saudi Arabia as well.
Well, it was to get China, for China to start China.
And so that's a different story. It's not for U.S. consumption of oil per se. But, if you look at Venezuela, strategic move, right? You're showing, hey, we're now in control of your supply, China, and Russia. And then they flex, you're an idiot. We're getting this from Iran. Don't worry about it. Right. Said, hey, by the way, I'm here too. They're like, oh shit, you control these two. Where else are we gonna get from? And then they call Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia's like, no, we're not gonna give you. Oh shit. All right. Well, we can't do electric that way. We can't do solar power, right, to power our entire country of billions of people. So what it's done is flexed, and he's always said. By the way, he's always been consistent in his past about destroying Iran. I mean, he's talked about it from, I'm sure you've seen all the clips, right? Because of what they've done from a terror perspective and those things. So I don't know if people should have been surprised necessarily that this was going to happen. I was surprised that this happened after the last year's June
on Iran. He was just in my city. He gave a speech, and it was great because we're forgetting some of these domestic policies that were important that he ran on. And, it was all about the birth of the no tax on tips. And he was speaking to the workers. And it's interesting because the culinary union, so these people are unfortunately forced to be members of, is liberal and progressive as can be and are against him. And we're trying to spin this speech and his presence as an interview people thrilled about this policy. So I think it's also important as you talk about him, and everyone is poking him on the foreign policy, to take a look at some of the things he done that did get accomplished. And for jurisdictions that have a lot of tipped employees, this was a big deal. I mean, the other particulars, there's problems with respect to the industry, and that's not the fault of Trump. It's the fault of some greedy corporations that decided to charge $90 for a steak in a restaurant and $20 for a bottle of water, and that's a different conversation. But by and large, these employees are very happy with something that he came up with. It was birthed in the place he gave the speech, and I just want to highlight, and maybe other people can also think about what he ran on that is getting accomplished.
So you said something really good.
One second. I want to answer Abby. Abby, you have a very great question. There's always an elephant in the room. And
something that I think is vital is the no tax on tips and these policies. The question that I think should be asked is, Osama was a politician before he became president, right? Joe Biden was in office for 30 years. He was so blah, blah, blah. He was in all this, right? He had all that, right? So you look at it, you say, okay, all of these people, and they never thought of this. They care about a Democrat. They were doing all this stuff, and they never thought. Maybe because they understood that tax is a form of revenue. Thought of no other way to do it. But he said, hey, this is what people need. He's also working right now, so people know this. No tax on overtime. That's a huge, huge thing that is going to change this. I don't know if he announced that, Abby, at your at the event, but they're working on that.
They're working on the overtime. It's very big.
And that's going to be a game changer.
And Naveen, we're 1 in 5 employees here are tipped wages. So it's essential. Again, we need people to have disposable wealth. I mean, that's how this industry stays alive.
Inflation.
Oh my God, Hussein, just chill for a second. And again, we have issues because of overinflated, like really inflated pricing with respect to hospitality. That's another issue. But this is a big deal for tipped employees. And there are other policies where there's success. And as much as everyone wants to shit on, or have issues with some of the foreign policies, you also have to look at what's been accomplished. Now, Hussein, what would you like to show?
I think our problem is geopolitical agreement. I believe we have very bad agreement right now that is going on. I don't believe. I like what Trump stood for. With Trump, I'm going to stay with Trump. I'm half Jew, and I don't like what Iran does. Absolutely against them. Their government, their persona. I don't like what they do there.
Saying nothing. You were so
yeah. I mean, I wanted to actually talk about the tax policies, and now that people are doing their taxes, what they're seeing.
I'm from Sweden. Well, I'm from Sweden. Now we're facing that as well. Our tax problem is not about. I'm from Sweden, so
you're from Sweden. So this is like totally irrelevant. So who's saying that you could?
So what do you tell?
Now that also because it's tax day and people were doing their taxes, we are always focused on the international. If we can focus sometimes on the domestic policies, definitely, and think about what life would have been like if Harris was in and her tax policies were our taxes.
So, Abby, you're saying something really important, and I think there's a larger piece here because I've heard people in the Trump administration talk about this. They want to eliminate income tax, and one of the things they've said is, the reason this program, they're able to justify and say, okay, we can balance our budget. But if you cut some of that money going to states saying, hey, you're already collecting all this money, use your money better, and what are you using it on these programs, and you're overpaying this stuff, you actually can cut some of this. So actually, congressmen and senators, obviously, who represent their states, are going nuts, like, hey, we can't cut that, we need to pay them, and, so it's going to be an interesting thing if he actually, he's not going to win that, both houses in the midterms, but if he can get some of that policy through, that would be game changer.
Well, it's also interesting if people have done their taxes. I was curious with some of the incentives, and no one's talking about that.
One thing that's interesting to me is that I can kind of recognize when I'm a bit brainwashed. So, I'm listening to the mainstream media, MSN or MS Now and CNN, and the producers putting these segments together are so they're great at their craft. So they can create a narrative. I'm not suggesting that I'm the most critical thinker, but it's hard not to buy into a narrative when I'm listening to it in real time or watching it, right? So what I did was while we were conversing, I put something into ChatGPT and some others, how is the war going? And you get, rocket science, I'm sure many of you have done it, but you get a much more balanced view, but it's hard to reconcile when you listen to just one side or the other, right? So I was thinking about it like getting rid of Hezbollah is like in my lifetime, whoa, that was always, a thumbs up, right? But the way you listen to the mainstream media, you would almost forget that these are terrorist organizations. And it's very subtle and it creeps up on you. And I can't encourage people enough, and I don't do it enough, to listen, to watch, right-wing channels, left-wing channels, if you will. Try coming back to center and becoming more neutral and objective about it, because I listen to my own thoughts and I'm like, fuck, I'm actually believing, that someone...
And guess what? We'll never be the 51st state Donald Trump said it. Guess what? Shout to Donald Trump. Shout to Donald Trump. I love you, Ed. Shout to Trump himself. We're not going to be the 51st state. We can't have that. Shut up. No 51st state, bitches. You forgot the
I have no idea, but it was that.
I think she's
Canadian. So, anyways, I'm not trying to slide back towards center, but I was thinking during this discourse, when I first came in the room, I'm thinking, damn, we need to stop this or that, or call this out, and I'm like, wow, I'm really brainwashed today. I need to recalibrate, and I'm not sure that, this is where the media is making so much money and building followings, because they are absolutely brilliant at creating narratives that make you think that this is, logical. And these fallacies, persist, and yet I'm buying into it myself. So I don't know what I would do without Clubhouse, because I wouldn't actually hear other people challenge what I listen to on the daily. So anyways, that's my 2 cents.
The deal is those, with Democrats, they don't have a fucking plan for anything. So I don't even know what the fuck. All they can do is bitch and complain about Trump, Trump's fuck ups, which he's, had quite a few
recently, but that's all they have. They don't have any. They don't propose anything that I guess solves anything.
I mean, does anyone have new babies in this room? Because you've got now that new plan for children, that $1,000.
Unfortunately, I use condoms when I rape.
Okay, sorry about that. But just saying, I mean, they're just forgetting all the incentives. That's why I'm curious. We're on the heels of filing your taxes, and if people noticed any.
What plan is that from the new deal? What plan is that having?
From the big beautiful bill. Do you have it? If you bought an American car and you took a car loan, you can now deduct the interest on your car loan, which was to incentivize where Ann is and the auto industry there, as well as giving Americans back a deduction that they used to have years ago.
Abby, what do you think about the United States letting in BYD into the United States to compete with Ford, Honda, and every single one? Why do they put like restrictions and 100% tariffs on those cars? One like the free market work, you think that's a good deal or no?
I've never seen one of those cars.
You never seen a BYD
see them in
car
Australia?
in your entire life, Abby?
A BYD, is that the name of the car?
Yeah. It's a
Is it a Chinese car?
Like an electric car.
But where's it made?
China.
Okay, so there's tariffs on cars made in Germany. And some of these car manufacturers that are out of the country have eaten the tariffs in their MSRP on their cars. I don't know. I don't know that car, but I think that the incentives for the American car industry are great. And I hope places like where Ann is see their industry start to thrive again.
But the thing is, President Trump said that if you go visit Australia right now, the Gold Coast, and you see BYD cars everywhere, everything is electric. Canada had 100% tariff before McCartney got elected. I think got elected last year, whatever the bullshit he got elected with. And they go there, they accepted 47,000 cars. The US has 100% tariff on all cars from BYD. They're going to the United States because they want to protect General Motors, they want to protect Ford, they want to protect all your car industries and everything else like that. Even President Biden did that. But you've never seen a BYD car. I should put in the chat and everything else like that. Because they're everywhere in Australia. Everywhere you go, you have it. It's great.
Maybe I've seen them in Europe, and I don't know what they are. It could very well be. I haven't been to Asia in a number of years, like probably 5 years. So where are they sold? Are they sold all over Europe?
They're sold all around the world, like in Europe and everything. They're like the competitors to Tesla. So like BYD is a competitor to Tesla. Like my brother has a Tesla. He bought a Tesla.
They're electric. I wonder if that's what I saw there. I don't know.
They have BYD in Israel too. Yeah. If the one that says BYD, it looks like a Tesla, Abby. But this is
it doesn't look like a Tesla. What are you talking about? How does it look like a Tesla? Which Tesla does it look like? It looks more like a small
Model 3. It looks like a Model 3, in my opinion. It looks like a Model 3 Tesla, in my opinion.
It does. Well, there are a lot of which one? The BYD Celeron, the BYD Tank. Which BYD are you talking about? There's a lot.
BYD Tank.
Well, there's a lot of BYDs. But the thing about it is like you don't think to familiarize yourself with all the Chinese electric vehicles because they're kind of the best electric vehicles right now. And I'm not saying that I'm saying that because I've driven in multiple countries, and yes, their quality is on par with the Germans right now.
Bro, they're great cars. I'm not talking about the quality of the cars. I'm just saying,
America has to partner with China in order to get access to batteries. Hold on. The same way that China will manufacture and expertise, and they said that if we want to come into China, we have to partner with a local car company in a 50-50 joint venture. If they come to America, they have to partner with an American on a 50-50 joint venture. I think we should return the favor to them. the same way they stole our technology, it's time for me to start stealing theirs.
Honestly, I'm not a fan of China, and I hope something terrible happens to China. It's a totalitarian state, a horrible state, and
I've never been to China.
The United States.
Why are you talking about China?
By the way, they have the highest in the world. I'll add something to what you're saying. They have the highest in the world of executions, more than all the nations combined. China. So as people are like trashing some of the Gulf nations, I have this in Gary's chat. Take a look at the executions in China for non-violent crimes. Highest.
What about the camps that they have there in China?
The Uyghurs. Yeah.
But they don't speak about how they keep the Muslims.
Because you guys are pro-Muslim now because they converted the Muslims.
How are the Chinese keeping the Muslims compared to the Jews, as you guys claim and others?
Muslim Uyghurs and everything else. Like, don't you forget that? That happened.
Yeah, read about how they're locked up.
So what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, like see how they're living.
Bro, Pepe, Dave, one Muslim, Dave, I just want to wrap it up. Just let me wrap it up.
Wrapping it up. Hold on.
No, give me that.
You said you were beginning to wrap it up.
I want to say something real quick. Rafi, please.
Don't let it wrap it up.
Please.
Holy fuck, Malachi, wait a second, the fuck. Imagine if Israel put the Palestinians in re-education camps. What would the world do, Pepe? How would the world react if you heard the Palestinians in re-education camps?
Well, I mean, obviously.
Prior to October 7th, imagine they were in re-education camps.
Yeah, people wouldn't like it, obviously.
No, but compared to the open-air prison, compared to the re-education camps, why don't you go look at some pictures, how they're keeping them there?
I mean, I've seen some of the pictures, and I really don't know how bad it is, but for whatever reason, the Muslim countries they have not been shitting on China for doing it. I don't know if it's because they depend on them for too much. There's a lot to unpack.
Yeah, because people in the West are stupid, they're uneducated, because whatever they're told, they believe, and then they go spew the fucking verbal diarrhea out of their mouth, and then they fucking act out like they were saving the whole. But when you look at what the Chinese are doing to them, because again, when prior to October 7th, as everybody said, they lived in an open-air prison. Do you remember the word open-air prison that they were
They've been saying that for, that's a term that's been used for decades.
Correct. Let me ask you a question. I don't know what stage you are, but I have pictures and videos of that open-air prison of people driving Maybachs. You know what a Maybach is?
We're in the West Bank or in Gaza?
In Gaza.
Yeah, I know what. Yeah, they're $1 million.
Hold on. I'm not going to super active because most are
to kill them. They're trying to educate them, integrate them into society. I doubt Israel wants the Palestinians to be part of Israel. They don't. So there's a difference.
Now you made a claim.
No, you made plenty of claims uninterrupted. Let me finish.
No, you just
let me land this claim.
You're fucking interested.
Let me finish. I said you made a couple of bad arguments. And I said the retort was an easy for somebody to retort and punch back against a bad argument.
Hold on.
But try go, Pepe.
The main claim, which I would agree, they want to basically, quote unquote, make them, they want to de-Muslimize them and
Yeah, not
strict whatever ethnic differences they have.
Okay, so yes, you made a good claim. Yes, they want to re-educate them, but while they're re-educating them, they're keeping them in a camp. Correct, Pepe? Because I'm gonna speak to you.
That's what they. That's why it's a bad argument. You actually condoning. You can listen. You can defend Israel. Hold on. You can defend Israel. My point is that you are making a bad argument.
Are living amongst Jews in Israel. There are Palestinians that are
yes, we
living
know
amongst
that.
Israel.
That's not the argument you made a while ago.
Hold on, they don't need to be no, I'm talking about within Israel, not within the Gazan borders.
You made a bad argument.
No.
And your point about Maybach.
Hold on. The Chinese are not educating them in their society. They're re-educating them.
Oh, now let him finish. Abby, when he was interrupting me, he can go on forever.
Your voice is annoying. Let him finish.
And his voice is so entertaining.
Listen, they're re-educating them.
You guys show your bias so clearly. It's wild.
Listen, they're re-educating them with fucking around fences, borders, and everything.
Yes, no one's arguing that point. Am I arguing for a point or not? I actually said you had a bad argument.
Okay, so China's doing a soft form of ethnic cleansing.
They're not ethnic cleansing.
Fucking identity.
Gonna fall like 5%.
We don't care what you say.
It did like almost. What did it hit? Almost 50,000.
Yeah, I don't know. She's in the audience because that was just. I don't know why she's
European. We don't care what she has to say right now.
And I don't care what she. Wow, I'm just not going to be racist today.
I can't think you're not going to be racist.
Do you have a fever?
Be yourself. Just be your racist self. But my point was that you could make an argument. You could always defend Israel by making an argument in defense of Israel. But when you guys just compare and contrast and try to make a point that, well, what happened if we did this? What happened if we did that? Blah, blah, blah. People are just going to come back and you say, well, now let me think about it. Yeah, there is an opportunity for me to poke a hole in what you're saying. And the fact that you said that there's a Maybach dealership, for one, there's no longer single Maybach dealerships because Maybach was assumed back in the Mercedes. And two, there is no Maybach dealership in Gaza. And there's an authorized. Hold on, I just Googled it, motherfucker.
His claim was that you had people who live well enough in Gaza and an open air prison where you can have a Maybach. That was his claim.
Exactly.
I don't think it's the best claim because I can counteract, but still.
It's a weak argument that he's saying. Pepe, he said life in the West Bank or Gaza is so great that they drive me.
ML,
which is fucking bullshit.
ML. So what I have that you don't have is I've spent time in Ramallah and in the West Bank, in the Arab area.
And who said I haven't been to the West Bank?
Where they drive.
Who said I haven't been? Because they love Mercedes in that region.
Mercedes, Porsche. Yeah, so tell me about Ramallah. What's the name to Ramallah when you first go in, since you know all about it?
Yeah, Ramallah the nicest.
Okay,
Is that the most
I'm trying to tell you that there's beautiful apartments, there's beautiful cars.
Yes, they work hard for it. Why do they have beautiful apartments?
So for you to say that it's a disingenuous argument that he says that they have nice cars in these places is wrong, because some of us have actually seen it.
And Abby, I can simply say, look at the bombed out apartments.
Bombed out apartments in Ramallah, there are not. They live very well in that area.
Just say
Gaza, and the cars are beautiful.
So you guys are judging people by what?
Don't you judge people by what they drive? Doesn't everyone do that?
No, we don't. You guys do. You guys are judging people the fact
Dr. Jordan, what do you drive?
You guys are doing so great that Israel's oppression of the Palestinians.
I do too. We're like lesbian best friends.
You drive a Subaru? Seriously?
Yeah, we're like lesbians. Me and
I don't give a fuck what you guys
And are you driving an American car?
Well, the point is that you guys have some weak ass argument.
Hold on, I'm out. As a business owner, I am. I'm not gonna go.
I'm a business owner too. What the fuck are you talking about?
I can tell you I'm a horrible business owner because you don't understand how it works. A business.
Tell me how it works. Tell me how business works.
Yeah,
I'll tell you how business works. A business works as long as there's a demand.
Always American cars?
So if you have a product for sale, that's how you succeed.
That has nothing to do with your argument that everybody drives a Maybach in the West Bank. We don't allow.
No, it means that
I drive a Mercedes. What else?
I didn't ask you. I asked Matt Cole what he drove.
Matt Cole drives a fucking Volkswagen.
F-150.
Nah, he's a Volkswagen guy. He has a Volkswagen truck.
Yeah, I know a truck.
He's a.
The problem is though is when you discuss October 7th, like it is arguably, and you could say that you have to have you have to keep them encased in and control their movement out of Gaza because they're a security threat. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's like you kind of have to make it prison-like. I mean, that's just reality.
Hey, listen. I was in Israel. I was on a mission to Jordan because we were doing we're rehabbing aircraft for the Afghanistan airport, and I had to go to Israel, and then I had to go to Jordan. The point here I was saying
How'd you go to Jordan, ML?
He was in the military. In the Air
How
Force.
did you go to Jordan? Where did you cross over to Jordan?
We flew into it. We didn't cross. We flew in. We flew in on a C-130.
Out of Tel Aviv to Amman?
Yes.
You didn't cross at the Aqaba crossing?
No, we didn't cross it. We flew.
He was in the Air Force. Abby's talked to me about it before. So.
Hey, we flew. And what I found out I'm a pro-Palestinian, I'm pro-Israel. I'm neutral in this. All I'm saying, hold on,
Actually, hold on. The military, don't we have a base in fucking Jordan? I mean, that's...
Yes, well, we don't have a base there, but we do have the Jordan. One thing that the Jordanians are good at,
what are you talking about? Jordan is on good terms with the U.S. and they were helping us with like in the fight against ISIS and shit. I mean, what do you?
He doesn't understand because he's Australian. Yes, because we have
a military aircraft. They can fly to places that airlines don't. Fucking hell.
He's stupid. The reason why we flew to Israel because it was a cargo plane, and we had to go pick shit up in fucking Jordan. We had to drop in Israel, drop up some spare parts for the Patriots, and then we flew into Jordan. And I since the aircraft was going to Jordan, I'm a ride on it because I needed to go to Jordan. Because Jordan was having aircraft for the Afghanistan military. They have a depot there, so they were rehabbing old Russian helicopters because they fly at a higher altitude than other helicopters. That's why the Afghans knew how to fly them already. That's why they were rehabbing their military sales. What else, Ache? I've flown into a lot of countries where commercials don't.
Okay, wait, finish your initial point, bro.
No, my point is that you could defend Israel and you can say, but don't make arguments when you guys just compare and contrast to say, oh, we're not as bad as this guys because we didn't do this or we didn't do that. That was my point. I said his argument was a weak one. I said you could defend Israel without making weak ass comparison arguments.
I mean, to be fair though, there's a lot of things.
Those are weak ass arguments.
What's the outcry? Why is nobody crying? Why is Israel on your tongue?
But people do cry about the
Pappy, not be serious.
Anymore.
Let's compare what you hear on Clubhouse. How many rooms start against Israel and how many rooms start against the Uyghur? What is the comparison in your
There's not, because it's not a current conflict that's involving our country.
No, it's because dumb people.
No, Rafi, because there's no Uyghurs in America. That's why. The Uyghurs, they don't speak English, so they wouldn't come on this app and have rooms. The Palestinians speak.
Fucking app either.
There are Palestinians in America. I see them. I have dumbasses waving their flag all the goddamn time.
I'm gonna speak to our neutral voice. And Pepe knows that it's not the Palestinians that argue for Palestine. It's either a fucking white Western fucking idiot that is a liberal. It's either a black person that's uneducated, or some other Arab that's alhamdulillah because they hate Jews. Or somebody got butthurt with a Jew that just tries to cry.
There you go, giving for bad argument.
And then
you say because somebody might be for peace that they anti-Jew.
No, because when people's life sucks, when people's life sucks, they need somebody to blame. And nobody wants to blame themselves for having a miserable or fucked up their life.
Okay, you're making this about yourself.
The Jews.
I know, you made
knows how
We don't care what you do.
So I'm telling you, I just know how weak-minded people are. And I say
And your mind is so strong. Bravo.
Thank you.
I mean, the reality is though, is that we do look at it through like we do look at it, even if we're I'll be first to admit that Israel thoroughly fucking annoys me for a different reason from the reasons you guys are listing. It has more to do with, what we're paying attention on as America and like what we're doing. I just think it's fucking retarded. But beyond that, I mean, we don't. I mean, I think October 7th kind of like showed like clear as day how nasty a neighbors they have and what they're willing to do just to everyday people and celebrate it. And I don't know, like what do you do when you have neighbors like that? You definitely don't give in and give them what they want. So it's not as simple as there should just be peace. If Israel didn't respond after October 7th, first of all, I don't see how you could let it go unresponded to. And number two, they had hostages. You had to do something about the hostages. And then number three, it's like if you let them get away with it, then what are they? You're just basically inviting them to do it again and again and again.
Fight Trump.
Okay, that was helpful. And Pepper, I agree with you, but
okay, you're going to the audience, you stupid fucking Arab.
That the Ottoman Empire and then Hezbollah took over all of Lebanon, and the mainly like Christian region that Lebanon is, they weren't allowed to practice Christianity. They were supposed to conform to Islam, and that was forced upon them.
When?
What?
What are you talking about? When?
I'm talking about what happened like from the beginning. It was the Ottoman Empire took over Lebanon,
okay.
And then the French, and then Hezbollah had come in like around during the Civil War time, and when we did Lebanon, Syria, did attack Israel during that time, Hezbollah snuck in and then took over, and there's no Christians left, so
there's
they were forced to conform to Islam or else. So like us like taking over that region back over to what it was, I think that's right and just.
What's us? The Christians are still a huge minority there.
Right, and
the Muslims don't all get along there either. So Hezbollah's not exactly on good terms with a lot of the Muslims there.
I'm thinking that they're going to restructure the region, and they're going to appoint leaders that will bring it back to the Christian values.
I mean, that would be nice and all, but I'm just being realistic. All of the Lebanese Christians have left Lebanon, and they tend to do well wherever they're at now. They've been gone for at least a generation. Why would they come back to Lebanon?
They wouldn't, but the point is that the Christians at the time were forced to conform to something that they didn't believe in, or it was off with their heads. So I'm saying, whether Muslims still are in the region, like it will be only Christianity that would be practiced there.
So you want to straight up like Crusader style?
No, that's what
kick out the Muzzies?
No, they kick the Christians out.
I know. I'm asking, how do you want to rectify it? Make it so that Muslims can't be Muslims anymore?
Well, I don't know. They can leave if they want.
So they can either leave or I don't know, just die.
No, not die.
Okay, then how do you get rid of Muslims if you're not willing to kill them?
They're free to leave.
Okay, but what if they don't want to leave?
Then they will conform to Christianity, which would be amazing.
It's classrooms. There's a damn cafeteria in there. Like pink beds.
Yeah, they only start into death.
You're talking about the Uyghurs? You think that it's a summer camp?
No, I don't think that it's a summer camp, but at the same time, they're not getting drawn to death.
You guys were talking about Lebanon, but isn't the president of Lebanon Christian?
Yeah, but the president
is still largely a Christian country.
Were assassinated, or the one that's there now?
That was assassinated.
From my understanding, the Christians still have like a majority control and power.
Yeah, but the majority, but like Hariri got shot to death by Hezbollah, and Hezbollah shot his state the coup, and the only reason why Lebanon is not like a full Islamic republic is because the state of Israel fucking intervening in our country.
It's not why.
Right? You have to make Lebanon great again. Because
it's not why. France also is always willing to intervene. They have those UN peacekeeper troops that are always there.
Hariri was the president. Hariri was the president of Lebanon. Who shot him to death? It was Hezbollah.
1984 was it? I'll check 83 or 84.
Yeah, they were still fighting. They were still basically in the Civil War at that point.
No, but the thing is, probably going to go back to the Civil War and everything else like that. But the problem is the reason that the Israelis are in fucking Lebanon because they tried to shoot. They shot like what was it, like 6 rockets when Israel and the United States were attacking Iran and everything else. I don't understand why Hezbollah got involved. You know, they need to
because they're proxy paramilitary group of Iran. What do you mean why?
I want them to go away. Like
that's fine.
Terrorist organization.
Most of the Muslims and definitely the Christians in Lebanon don't want Hezbollah there. I mean, that's no.
Exactly. I'm agreeing with you. I want them gone.
But to be realistic, I don't know that the Lebanese military. Okay, they can go to war with Hezbollah, but they would have suffered such great tragedies or casualties on both sides. It's kind of. It starts to become like untenable.
Yeah.
And am I wrong on this? Isn't it something constitutionally they always had a Christian leader?
Yeah.
In Lebanon?
There is something constitutional about it because they all.
I was asking Anne, who is a Lebanese Christian.
I'm actually still learning.
I cannot answer it because of my knowledge. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, 1 second, doctor. And so,
No.
Abby, did you say that the leader of Lebanon or the president of Lebanon is Christian or he was assassinated?
No, a long time ago assassinated. We were talking about that with the news. But the president of Lebanon, I thought based in their constitution has to be Maronite, has to be Christian.
The president has to be Maronite Christian. The Speaker of the House has to be Sunni, and the other one has to be Shiite. That's the way the Lebanese constitution works for the demographics. But the president of Lebanon always has to be a Christian. That's just their constitution. A Muslim cannot become president of Lebanon. It's just the way it works.
Yeah, like I said, I mean they had the majority power there.
Yeah, but no. That is right and wrong because they do have the majority when it comes to some certain things. They absolutely do not when it comes to Hezbollah and how Hezbollah is making sure the
we were talking about that already before you came in here. We know that they're separate.
No, I was here when you were talking about that, so I heard you talking about that, and you didn't clean one bit of that.
Yes, I did. I said that the military, the Lebanese military, what they're supposed to be doing is getting rid of Hezbollah.
Absolutely. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to be quiet, and I'm going to say, yes, there is always, it has to be a Christian in power.
Cool. Okay, so another question, and there's also an element of Greek Orthodox there, as well as the Maronite and other sects in Lebanon.
Yeah, so it says here that it's not written directly in their constitution, but the National Pact said that the president must be a Maronite Catholic, prime minister must be a Sunni Muslim, speaker must be a Shia Muslim, and then it says after the Lebanese Civil War, it significantly reduced the powers of the Maronite president. It transferred much of the executive authority to the Council of Ministers. The cabinet, which is led by the Sunni prime minister, must be divided equally between Christians and Muslims. So essentially, basically, if there is a Maronite, they're secular, is what AI is saying.
Do you think they're secular?
I'm So I'm just learning.
No, because the it's our heritage. That's why we're
Maronite Christians are. Yeah.
What doctor? Where are you from? Where's your family from?
Sweden.
Okay, so Anne is a Lebanese Christian. Do you think it might be interesting to dialogue with her on?
Well, no, I'm curious because Yola, what is your ethnic heritage? Because I'm looking at your I just like clicked on your Instagram or whatever, and you don't look like a Swede to me. So I'm just curious.
No, they should all be very blonde, right? Well, I'm not blonde, and I have green eyes, so yeah. So more fucked up somewhere in the bloodlines, and
so you are Swedish. You're Swedish heritage. You're Swedish heritage. You're generations of Sweden. Okay,
that is correct.
That's what he was asking.
Yeah. So I really appreciate when you talk about Maronites and the Greek Orthodox because it touches them. It touches themselves. That sounds like a pedophile, but Protestant groups. There's no room for other like Christian groups. So yeah, it's interesting. So I would love for you to tell me more about that.
The thing is like what you're not understanding is like the Maronites were the people that were in charge of Lebanon. That's what the president is always a Maronite Christian. That's all. And I'm just trying to say that Hezbollah has no business being there south of it. And in 1975, when the first shot of the bullets were fired in the Lebanese civil war, it was shot by a Palestinian and everything else like that. And I'm just saying these people they're like a bad hemorrhoid that have to deal with that awful, terrible bullshit that's happening in that country. All I'm just saying is I want Lebanon to be free again. I don't want them to deal with these horrible people that they're dealing with, you know? I mean, like Sweden, I don't know about Sweden. I never go to Sweden because it's too fucking cold for my black ass, you know? But it's like, what the hell? Like, you don't want Lebanon to become great again? Like, I have no reason
I think most people, including myself, probably the one thing that makes me really dislike Muslims when I speak collectively about them is because particularly what they've done to historic groups of people like the Lebanese. Now, it does frustrate me with Israel too, though, because it's like here they move into a region of the world where it's common sense they were going to be fucking hated to no end by the people they would have to live around. It doesn't take a genius to figure that out. They fight with these fucking people, and then these people, like a bunch of cockroaches, end up going into their neighbors, fucking with Jordan, fucking with Lebanon, even what was it? Kuwait at one point, Egypt, and it's like, you know, it's just everything. And I'm not gonna like say it's like necessarily Israel's fault, but it's just like Jesus. I mean, for fuck's sake, just the amount of shit that even their neighbors have to deal with just because of Israel existing there. And it's just like, I feel really bad for the Lebanese. There's no reason they should have had to deal with this shit.
Abby, do you know how many Arabs lived in Israel? Do you know the population of Israeli Arabs?
It's probably
20% of the country.
Like what?
2 million.
1.5 million, 2 million. Yeah.
2 million. And they're in the government, as you know, there's a government party. They're in the army. They're in the Supreme Court.
I'm talking about the Palestinians around.
Yeah, well, the Palestinians that live in Lebanon were in camps. Same with the ones in Jordan. I mean, that's their lot in their Arab cousins' countries. You know, to blame that on Israel, I guess you should have a conversation with the king of Jordan and ask him why they have the life they have in Jordan.
Well, no, that's why I brought it up, though, is because it's like they were fleeing into these fucking countries. If I recall correctly, they didn't even go directly from Palestine into Lebanon. They went to Jordan through Syria, then into Lebanon.
Some of them, you have to understand, too, the British Army created an impossible situation in Gaza. And they were there for 30 years until the IDF was created in 48.
Wait, impossible position. What country are you talking about? You talking about Gaza?
Hold on. Let me
well,
finish.
the French controlled Lebanon, so.
No, exactly. exactly.
Talking about Gaza, okay?
Gaza was controlled by Egypt. What are you talking about? Even the Egyptians didn't want Gaza.
Hold on. So the British were in Gaza for 30 years until the IDF was formed in 1948, and that's when the British pulled out. During that 30 years, the British had already started killing, bombing buses, bombing homes, right? They created an impossible situation.
No, that's not true. Because from 1948 to 1967, Gaza was controlled by Egypt. What are you talking about? Give him
just let him finish. Okay, just let him finish.
But he's wrong, though.
Okay. So, the British had already started a lot of that bullshit. And I feel so bad for Israel. You know, by the time they had created the IDF, there were already, you know, Islamic militias and
they didn't start it.
What'd you say?
The British didn't start it. They were over. Hold on.
No, you're wrong.
Hold on. No, and you're wrong. And you're wrong. I can tell you why. And so you had, first of all, the fucking Ottoman Turks were ruling. What do you think they did to people? They deliberately moved in people to that fucking area, and they would literally genocide groups of people.
How do you think that they got into Lebanon?
The Ottomans?
Yeah. No, the Brits put the
after World War I.
Okay.
And the French, really.
Well, yeah, so Syria, Transjordan, which included like Syria, I think, and parts of Lebanon. I forget, it was divvied up between France and the UK.
Psycho Accords is what I'm thinking of, Pepe.
Norm, will you agree that the British, before the IDF was formed, the British were in the Holy Land, right? Stirring up a lot of ruckus?
No, this is inaccurate. No. Okay. So the Ottoman Turks had created this vast oppressive empire that stretched from their location in Turkey all the way to the gates of Vienna, places like the former Yugoslavia, and all of the Middle East, including places like Egypt, including all of North Africa. When the Ottoman Turks lost World War I, the League of Nations was formed to ensure that there was never another world war. It was called the War to End All Wars. Of course, there was another one right after that, World War II, but that hadn't happened yet. The League of Nations then said, we want to form nation states rather than empires and let the nation states be the indigenous people. So that was the job of the British with their mandate to allow the indigenous people to govern themselves in places like all over the Arab Peninsula, Saudi and Kuwait and Oman, Egypt as well, Syria and Lebanon as well. Though Syria and Lebanon were mostly controlled by France. So no, they weren't causing a ruckus. They were trying to return the land to its indigenous people. Those indigenous people included some Arabs and included some Jews.
So why the hell you focus on the past?
So the Jews, well, I mentioned it. We'll clarify the history.
Could you let him finish, lady?
Yeah.
Whoever you are, let him finish.
So when I'm just giving a little, but that's our discussion. So because the Arabs really did not want the Jews there, and they publicly proclaimed their intention to commit genocide against us and push us out. And we were like, well, that isn't going to happen. So when we couldn't get along, the British said, fine, we'll do something we've done before, partition. You guys go over here, and the Jews, and you guys over there, the Arabs. The Jews said, okay, the Arabs said no. Now, this is a technique that's been followed all over the world. The Greeks and the Turks, for example, were separated. Who is unmuted? Doctor, please. Sorry. Dr. Jordan? It's all right. So the Greeks and the Turks were separated because they couldn't get along. The Pakistanis and the Indians were separated because they couldn't get along. The Germans and the Poles were separated because they couldn't get along. This is ethnic strife and partition. So no, I wouldn't say that the British were causing a ruckus. I would say that they were administering a mandate in order to return the land to its indigenous people. And when those indigenous people, the Jews and the Arabs, couldn't get along, they said, fine, then let's separate you guys so you won't have a war. That would be the more accurate way of telling it.
I think you're decorating it a too much.
What do you mean by that? Which part do you disagree with? Is there any one sentence that I said that you disagree with?
Yes, I think that the British were there mostly on the behalf of the Jewish people.
Not correct, sir. They were there for the League of Nations.
Yes.
It was the League of Nations, not the Jewish people.
So I think I just put it in ChatGPT. The British Army occupied Gaza for approximately 30 years. From early November 17th.
Why do you say Gaza? It's the entire mandate, which also included Jordan.
Okay.
So you're separating this 25-mile stretch from the bigger land.
Add 25 miles in there.
What's that?
Okay, we'll say the Holy Land.
Yeah. Which, by the way, also
November
included Jordan.
1917 to May 1948. We all know that they captured it from the Ottoman Empire.
No, they didn't really capture it. The Ottoman Empire was defeated, just like it surrendered in World War I, because they backed the wrong party. They backed the Germans. And the League of Nations, which represented the whole world, it was a part of it.
And so they were there for 30 years.
Yeah.
And we all know about the Balfour Declaration.
Yes, that was one thing, as well as all the agreements with the Arabs. People mention the Balfour Declaration, but they don't mention all the deals that the British made with the Arabs for the oil. Which was the
imagine that they never mentioned that one obvious.
And so what I was saying is that during that 30 years that the British Army was there, right, there was already insurrections, there was already bombings, there was already killing.
Not by the British. No.
Yes, by the British.
No,
yes.
sir. No,
yes, sir.
That is not correct. Who were they bombing?
They orchestrated it.
They didn't. Who were they bombing? They didn't even have bombing then.
But the thing is, he asked you a simple question. Who were they bombing? Who were the British bombing in those 30 years in Gaza?
Yeah.
When Saddam?
Gaza. Gaza is a tiny little strip.
Gaza.
I don't
The thing is like Saddam, but no, you know this, and Congo, you know this, you guys know this. When Menachem Begin was signing the peace treaty with Egypt to end their civil war, and everything else, like, you know what Menachem Begin said? He's like, please take Gaza. And you know what Saddam said? He said,
no, thank you.
I want nothing to do with Gaza because it's a terrorist hellhole.
They're very violent. Yeah.
Very violent, sick people. That's what that's what Saddam said to Menachem Begin. And Menachem Begin was like, I don't want the state of Israel to control Gaza. I want nothing to do about it. Yes. And he came back to Sinai. Sinai is bigger than the state of Israel. The state of Israel is fucking tiny. If you go to the state of Israel, it takes about 4 hours to ride from the top to the bottom of the state of Israel on a bicycle. It's a tiny fucking state, bro.
That's true.
If they really wanted to have a better Israel, they would have done that a long time fucking ago. And they would have kept the Sinai too while they were at it. So tell them, when you people like you talk about some bullshit about the state of Israel, if Israel, when I grew up, I used to get so pissed off because Israel used to give up land for peace on bullshit and everything else like that. Israel is a tiny, tiny place.
I'm not talking about Israel. I'm not even talking about
the bike in like 4 fucking hours, Othello.
We're not talking about Israel, Jews, or yada yada. We're talking
you're talking about Gaza and everything else like that, bro. And it's like Gaza is a tiny place. That's the reason why Menachem Begin wanted to give it to Egypt. And even the Egyptians was smart enough to want Gaza because they know that Gaza is filled with terrorist bullshit. What the hell are you talking about?
So between 1948 and 67, Othello, do you know who was in charge of Gaza? You know what Gaza was a part of?
Egypt, right?
That's right, yeah.
And that was after the British were there for 30 years.
Well, the British were there, and the Ottoman Turks were there for 600 years. But what about it?
Yeah.
This is what I was trying to tell you, Othello, is that the Ottoman Turks ruled with an iron fist.
Yes, I understand.
The British, if anything, were there to be more like peacekeepers. It's not. They were not. They were. What else were they doing?
They were decolonizing the land.
Othello, the Jews worked along with the Brits as spies to take out the Ottomans. There was the first underground movement, sort of Jewish, we'll call them, it's called the Nelly, you can learn about them, worked with the British to take out the Ottomans.
Okay.
There was a network, and that preceded what ultimately happened in 48, but this would have been in the 20s.
Okay, if anybody wants to know about the forgotten atrocities made by Britain upon the people of Palestine. I posted a BBC documentary. You can check it out in the comments.
Thank you for that. I mean, you're making it very weirdly one-sided. Like, there was an attempt to administer a land. The British did not want to be there. They wanted to, the whole world at this time, Othello, was decolonizing. All the empires fell during this period of the 20th century. The Ottoman Empire, the French Empire, the Spanish Empire had just fallen before it, the British Empire. The age of empire was ending, and it was the rise of nation states. Oh, there was a Prussian Empire. This was all over Europe, all over Africa, all over the Arabian Peninsula, all over the Middle East. These young nations, they were all formed during this time. So to say that the British were committing atrocities is to sort of really focus on one narrow aspect of a global phenomenon of decolonization and returning the land to its indigenous people. And the indigenous people of the land of Israel include Arabs and Jews, also Catholics, also Druze, also Yazidi, also Coptic people, also the Maronite Christians. I mean, there's lots of indigenous people. There's Samaritans. You know, I'm going through a whole list. What the British did was they gave an entire, kind of very large land to Jordan, which had never existed before. They took a king from, I believe it was Abdullah from Saudi Arabia, put him in Jordan because the Saudis...
Sorry, because they lost.
They weren't getting along. Yeah, the Saudi Arabs weren't the Arabs and Saudi Arabia weren't getting along, so they separated the cousins and stuck Abdullah over in Jordan, which has no oil, so it makes it a poor country with no water as well. So that's what Britain was trying to do. It was trying to decolonize and fold up its empire because it was no longer seen viable.
I'm sure the initial intentions was that when they decided it in the UK. But when
in the League of Nations,
when we're actually talking about the soldiers, the British soldiers that were actually on the ground in Gaza, they had already started terrorizing them.
Why do you keep saying Gaza?
In the Holy Land, they had already started terrorizing.
Do you understand that Gaza is in the southwest of the country?
Yes.
There's a whole, right, so there's also Jerusalem, there's also Haifa. Gaza is a relatively tiny place. But are you focused on Gaza?
No, I'm not focused on Gaza. I'm focused on the British.
Okay. So the British finally got out of there.
Why do you keep picking it up? Because like even Egypt themselves didn't want Gaza. Because the state of Israel is like, yeah, you can take back the Sinai Peninsula and you can take back Gaza. You know what Egypt said underneath Saddam, Othello? Egypt was like, I don't want fucking Gaza. And they built 3 fucking walls not to deal with the people in Gaza and everything else like that. What are you talking about? Even the Egyptians didn't want Gaza. You want to know why, Othello? Because Saddam himself said it's terrorism and death that's going to come from Gaza. So what are you talking about? Every time you bring up Gaza, it's like so annoying because like you know the truth.
This is
and you know the truth better than
the British were long gone.
The British were long fucking gone. This was like in 1979 under Jimmy Carter. And even Saddam, Menachem Begin told Saddam, you know what he told Saddam? Wait a second, Karina. He told Saddam, take Gaza. And you know what Saddam told Menachem Begin? He was like, I want nothing to do with fucking Gaza because it's all terrorism. So what the hell do you keep bringing up Gaza for?
What the hell are you talking about? Everything is about Hamas since October 2023.
Yeah, you fucked up in October 2023, yeah.
Yeah.
Othello, do you get Netflix? Othello, do you have Netflix?
What Hamas did
Senior series.
started all over again.
Yeah, why are the sweets?
Othello, can you hear me? I put it in the chat. Othello, can you hear me? I put in the chat a TV series called The Beauty Queen of Jerusalem. It's on Netflix. And it basically showcases the time from the 20s up to the early 40s. There's a new season coming out that'll go later, but it's about who was living in that territory during that time and the interactions with the British and how those ethnicities dealt with the British and what the British were doing as policing that territory. It's based on a true story of a true family, but you know there's some
fictional drama put in there, but it'll give you a taste of the region. You'll also see how the Jews that lived, and this talks about a family that came from Spain, so the Sephardic Jews, but how they often were in Beirut. I mean, they were back and forth with Beirut, trading supply goods that they would sell in their stores, and there was a very open relationship for the inhabitants then of the region going back and forth. If you get Netflix, it's
okay. There was a huge Jewish community in Damascus. There are many Syrian Jews as well.
Yes,
it's huge.
So I'm gonna read some for you guys, and then I'm gonna post the article. So we're talking about the British. During their administration of Palestine, 1917 and 1948, the British facilitated the establishment of a Jewish national home, enabling mass Jewish immigration and land acquisition while repressing Palestinian Arab opposition. Policies included violent suppression of revolts, collective punishment like home demolitions, and systematic disempowerment that left thousands of Palestinians homeless and politically fractured. Now listen to this.
Which years were this?
This is 1917 and 1948.
No, wait, hang on. I want to hear more. I want to hear more. I want to respond to
Hold on.
I don't want you to hang on, Othello. I want you to finish, but don't stack up 27 points.
Mute up. Let me get it all out, and then we'll deal with it, like BB said. Let me get it all out, and we'll deal with it.
We'll go to 1 point at a time, because I can't deal with 50 points at a time.
Two more sentences.
Hang on. So they were trying.
Two more sentences. That's it. And then you got it. I promise you got it. By the end of the 1930s, nearly 10% of adult Palestinian males were killed, wounded, imprisoned, or exiled by the British. Go ahead.
A Palestinian male is anyone who was living there, so that's Jewish, because they were all with passports that said Palestine at that time.
Nice one.
So, no, I mean, that's, that's what their passports, that's what their birth certificates said.
The Palestinians at that time were Jews.
They were Jews. Like, that's what I'm confused what you're saying.
The British set the table for what's going on right now.
This is not accurate. And families rather than by nation states. Their nation states do not seem to be working out. So if that's what you mean by setting the table, then yes, the rise of the political organization known as the nation state may be incompatible with the Arab mentality. It's possible. Places like Iraq and Lebanon, they don't seem to work as nations. Syria, all these places are falling to pieces. So maybe it's true. I don't know why you would blame that on the British. They were trying to get out of there. What they wanted was they wanted oil, and they wanted not to be involved in Israel because there's no upside to them. So again, they tried to set up an organizational mechanism of governance. And when they saw that the Jews and the Arabs, basically the Jews were willing to live with Arabs and still are. There's 20% there's 20% Arabs in Israel. The Arabs were not so willing to live with Jews or Christians. And so there were revolt. You mentioned the word revolt. That's the key word there. The British didn't attack them. The Arabs were trying to kick them out. At the same time, in other places like Jordan, by the way, they were aligned with the British because they were trying to set up a monarchy there in Jordan. So to say that, I guess you read from whatever, Wikipedia or something, whatever your source was, it's kind of like cherry picking one sentence out of a complicated geopolitical piece of history, which involves Jews, Arabs, Druze, D-R-U-S-E, who are still there. They're happy in Israel and serve in the army. Israel protects them. The Syrian Christians were also living there. Samaritans, believe it or not, those Samaritans in the Bible, they're still there. Yazidis, there are all kinds of ethnic groups there. And unfortunately, they weren't all fighting with the British, but the Arabs were fighting with the British. I think they wanted control. I think they felt that land should be dominated by Muslims. That's what I think is going on.
Well, they could feel the pressure from losing jobs, losing land.
Wait. Who was employing them?
Who do
largely agricultural society, which was then being modernized by Jews. The Jews had a modern idea of the nation state, the way we see all over the world, and modernization. So, for example, the Jews took a malarial swamp north of Jaffa and created Tel Aviv. It was completely created from scratch from 1920 or so and moving forward. So, and as a result, Arabs, 1926, Arabs from all over the Arab world, from Egypt and from even from Turkey, from Morocco, even Muslims from they all flocked to that region for the jobs that you mentioned. By the people, they were industrializing. Before this, they were pre-industrial. So yes, there was a conflict between a traditional, agricultural society and a rapidly industrializing society.
So you meant there was a conflict?
Yes, it was a conflict.
And so they were losing employment because of this conflict.
I would say that they were gaining employment, and then when they revolted, that was reversed. They were not necessarily there to begin with. They were being employed in industrialization, and when they wanted to stage a revolt, then they were no longer going to be employed by the people that they were sabotaging. Again, it's a kind of a resistance of what you could now call Westernization. People wanted to be modern. They wanted to have modern cities. Now, I don't know how you feel about that. I mean, I feel like modernization, Westernization, I feel that that's inevitable in the world. Globalization. Development is an irresistible force. And people who it would be like American indigenous people wanting to go back to pre-industrialization. It doesn't work. And that was the problem. So that was part of the conflict of civilizations. So modern societies.
Okay, so can I just, Norm,
the
Druzim were not considered people of the book, and under the Ottomans into the late 20th century, they still used the system, the jizya system, so you were identified on your ID card according to religion, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, and then other, right? So that would include Druzim.
Oh my God, I sense a problem in here. We have somebody bad on stage.
It's really weird, it's so sad how badly you want my attention. Anyways,
no, that's what you do to me whenever I
go. Druze were actually very sort of tribalistic and had a lot of ethnic wars. They had a huge war in 1925, the Syrian Druze with the Lebanese Druze.
It's like
and this really caught
D-R-U-S-E because it's
Druze, the Druzim. So they are not actually Muslim or Christian or Jewish. They have their own religion, which is considered a pagan religion. And so because of that, under the Muslim rule, they would not have been identified under that jizya system, and they would have been right at the bottom. So they were not in factories, they were not working. Most of the people that were in the urban lifestyle would have been your Turks, your Lebanese Christians, Europeans, because Syria, Damascus, was right up until the 1930s, was still controlled by France. So you have a lot of European influence as well in this area. Can't tell you how far off you guys are. I don't know what to say.
Well, we weren't talking about the Druze. We're talking about the Arabs and the Muslims, Yasmin. I mentioned the Druze as one of the many ethnic groups that were indigenous to the region.
They're not actually. They're from the Druze are an Iranic group that started the leader came from Iran, but it was established in Egypt in, I believe, the Middle Ages sometime, maybe like late 16th century. I don't know. But they're actually originated from the Tsarist. Yeah.
Do you think after a few hundred years, I think it's fair to regard them as indigenous?
I don't think the word indigenous means anything. I think it's irrelevant, and it's just sort of like
we're trying to describe the people who are there.
Yeah, so the idea is that actually nobody on the planet is indigenous to anywhere because the entirety hold on a second, I know this is going to hurt your feelings. The entirety of human history has been characterized and detailed by mass migration, chain migration, and by
that's intelligent. But it's hard. The only people talking on the stage right now are
Okay, but you're not saying anything intelligent. We all know about human migration and human history. This is retarded.
I cannot dumb myself down for you. I cannot dumb myself down to like appease you. It's not my fault. You are dumber than me, less informed than me. Honestly, I have more knowledge than you.
You're saying something that is already.
Learn something.
We literally.
You are dumb. You are ignorant. You don't know anything. It's crazy.
Okay, so I moved the catfish for the base to the audience, but she doesn't know how to stop yelling over everybody.
Get the fuck out of here with this bullshit. We love you, but what the hell? You want to think I'm this black and this dark and I'm not indigenous of South Sudan? Fuck off.
Yeah,
you're talking about, bro. Really?
Well, yes, we all understand. We can do the out of Africa theory. We can talk about Neanderthals, and we can hold on, actually. So we can talk. Okay, there we go. Go ahead and mute you up. So yeah, we know that yes, the people that on current lands today, we're not just going to the audience. Moving to the audience. Move to the audience. There we go. Stop chipping out. But yes, we get all of that. But at the end of the day, the Native Americans, they were obviously here first. That's why we say they're native to the Americas. I mean, Jesus Christ. Okay, that's what indigeneity means. But to make it to try to sum it, if I really wanted to use that logic, I could say Jews have no indigeneity everywhere. So get the fuck out of Israel. They have no right to it. So where do you want to go with this? There's no indigeneity. And nobody has a fucking land, and it's all for grabs.
All I want to say is that thank you for kicking that dirty bitch. I want to go back to Othello for a second. So the original British mandate of Palestine and Eretz Yisrael is the complete name. It wasn't just Palestine. Included all of Jordan. So the Arabs got all of that. No Jews there at all. And the Arabs all 21 other countries in the region. You can name them. You rattle them off from the Arabian Peninsula, and all of the oil, which meant that they would never have to work again. And the Jews got a tiny little thing the size of, as has been pointed out, just almost the size of
What
a
did the
suburb.
Christians get?
Lebanon. The Jews got a tiny little thing the size of a
can you
suburb.
stop saying Jews and you
Yes, the Jews.
Jewish?
Jews, the Jews.
But and also Bethlehem remained then a Christian city. I mean, there were Christian cities, Nazareth, Bethlehem.
Or maybe
It's not like Normo is a Jew, so he's not using it as an insult.
I'm sorry, I just told him
got almost the entire region. And again, the Jews got a little sliver to as their homeland. I mean, Jerusalem has been Jewish for 3,000 years, and so it's been Jewish capital as it is now. So Othello, to sort of try to depict this as Arabs being victimized or getting cheated or being shortchanged, is really a false story, and it flies in the face of history. And if you want support for this, just look at the map and see how many nations the Arabs got. As like I said, there was 21, 22 if you include Jordan, and the Jews got one tiny little strip of land for their homeland, for our indigenous homeland, which I don't think anybody in the world could disagree with.
so if you are a Jewish person, I say Shabbat Shalom.
Hare Krishna to you too.
What are you saying? I'm so sorry, I didn't get it. I'm so sorry, I didn't get it.
Any questions, Othello?
Oh no, I just said I disagree with certain parts.
Well, tell us what. Let's talk about the parts. Maybe we can figure it out. What would you like to discuss? Yeah. Which part? Which part? Sure. Which part?
But I don't really feel like going there anymore.
You don't have any. You have nothing.
It's the Brits, Norm. Actually, Joe here was calling me. I got to put back.
Yeah, I'm sure Anne will want to give her perspective.
Listen out. Where you live at? The country you live.
your name is Omen.
So why you call me nigga? You have disrespect already. Did I ever disrespect you, sir?
I'm curious, I'll put in the chat. I don't know if Coco can come up and talk about this. I did not know about these places in Michigan where they have the forts that were built. That's interesting. You guys reading this?
Well, I was talking about the poet. I can never say it zoo. It's a big zoo.
Oh, they're talking about forts being built during World War II in Michigan. I did not know this.
Oh, I see.
What's up, Matt? What's up, Pickle? What's up, everybody? Yes. Sorry,
Yeah, I did see this strait is closed a couple hours ago, and I heard a video where there was this Indian ship. They're like, "Sir, please stop! Why you shoot at me?" And then and he said he was going to turn around. Sorry for the Indian accent. I know it's a bad joke.
Can you please bring up Yosadreen, please? If you brought up her.
Why are you going to bring that bitch up?
I like her.
Did you think we usually got along too? She just gets a little sassy and condescending, yells over everybody.
If she can't do it with me, I will tear that bitch to stress in her back wherever she came from. Whichever you're happy. Thank you.
I don't see her in here.
Can I have this top guy having a little conversation with me?
What?
Mr. Top guy, this is Mikhail.
Is that English? Huh?
Hold on. Mikhail is very aggressive. Let's have a little conversation.
Oh, he's just a gay guy that likes to troll and insult. That's what he does. No, literally, he is. He's open about it.
Can I ask a side question to everyone? Did you see the statement from Trump today about acid, about psychedelic drugs?
Yeah, there's a really weird. So like some research. I don't know if they're gonna make. I really hope they don't make it like easy for people to get
the LSD.
Yeah, no, that's a fucking disaster waiting to happen. But they did. There was a drug that was developed where they switched some things around. I'm obviously not a chemist, but where it's basically LSD, but a few things changed, and it won't make you hallucinate or anything like it. It can basically rebuild neural pathways, including the spine.
You have a Tusi? Tusi. There's a new drug called fake cocaine. Tusi.
No. This is like a drug made by a drug company.
Ibogaine? Is that what it is?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
There's a link in the chat I'm putting in.
That's not LSD. That's an actual plant from Africa that they've been using for thousands.
Like psilocybin, kind of similar to that.
Well, the psilocybin comes from the mushroom.
Right, I knew that.
Ibogaine comes from the iboga plant, which they have a lot of research, and a lot of Americans with heroin addictions, all kind of drug addictions, go to Africa to take the iboga, and it's radically breaking addictions.
I heard that. I heard that one.
You talking about
I would hear more.
Yeah, iboga plant.
You're talking about Ibogaine?
Yeah.
That's been around for 40 years, and it's been touted as a cure for heroin addiction, but I think that is a mythical claim.
But there is one drug that I don't know how valid the claims are. Apparently, it's really popular with veterans with PTSD. Right? I don't want to say a lot of them, but they'll go to South America, and it's ayahuasca. It's like a drink that will make you hallucinate, and it apparently make you sick. But it apparently can supposedly have therapeutic effects on PTSD and also drug addiction.
But this is instead of methadone, you're saying? Like this would be...
Hold on. So when we talk about plant medicine, it's real tricky because if you go to South America and take the ayahuasca, right, like with the people, with the tribe, with the shamans, if you go to Africa and do the same, that's a whole different experience than taking that same drug that's been synthesized by a company, right? And so I'm a little leery about that, because when you synthesize these plants and they become synthetic and you take them out of their original state, right? And you take them away from the original ritual, the original songs, and the original medicine or shaman, right? You don't really have a guide. You don't really have someone that can guide you through the plant working with you on a subconscious level, like a therapist.
I mean, I'm sure there is a lot of wisdom from somebody who oversees people doing this all the time. But I mean, and I don't even know. So what does this bill do? What is it legalizing exactly?
It's easing regulation.
Oh, it's only for therapy though, so these will still be scheduled drugs.
Yeah, not for recreation. Like
good.
It's easing regulations so that, if like our veterans, maybe they can get with a doctor or someone specialized in this. And I just worry about like the U-tip, the Pacific U, which they were from the Northwest. They were originally crushing the Pacific U to make our taxane, our cancer medicine. But the problem was that they were crushing too many of the actual trees to make the cancer medicine. If a lot of people don't know, it comes from the Pacific yew tree. So a lot of people just buy the powder and take it in small doses. So what they did was they took the plant compounds and they made synthetic medicine, which, doesn't have that original God's hand on it. It may not be as bioavailable as the organic actual plant compound. So I worry, and I hope that the regulation doesn't, like you said, Pepe, doesn't just open this up to be abused.
Yeah, I mean, I would have fears of things like LSD. Because I have heard people. There's a DEA agent who they busted a lab in San Francisco in like the 60s or 70s, and he got exposure to like several hundred doses, basically absorbed through his skin, and he had lifelong damage, neurological damage. And I have heard from people, it's been decades, but like they'll call it being like permafried, where they'll see, they kind of I don't know, there's some kind of like cognitive issues they have, and they don't like outright hallucinate or anything, but there's like visual disturbances and stuff they'd see. And obviously not everybody, it's not going to affect some people I think could have like really bad reactions to it. And LSD I think is something that did occur in the, like, it could grow on, it was like a mold that comes from a fungus. Yeast bread. Yeah. Rye bread. But, yeah.
I'm just using it with penicillin, but yes, it occur in molds.
Well, I mean, if you synthesize something, it has to act on receptors that something natural does, right? So I think that's kind of a way to look at even to want a microdose.
Avocado don't have any microdose. It's not mushroom.
Yeah, well, all I'm saying is that it's a totally different experience to work with, let's say, peyote. Like there's the peyote church for the Native Americans.
Have you done that before?
Yes. And
me 2 times, bro.
And you sit with them for 12 hours, right? Did you do that?
No, I did it. I would do it during detention in high school.
Oh God.
Did you chew it? Did you chew that?
I'm kidding, but believe it or not, so in I've never done a hard drug in my life. I've never even tried cocaine, none of that. smoking weed is the only thing I've ever done, and I never really liked it. But
you need to do a line. Trust me, do a line. It is real good.
But when it comes, by the way, people doing acid during detention, that was very common in high school. I don't know how they did it.
You know what acid?
They were special characters.
Acid, making bubbles on your spine. Once in a while, those bubbles are popped, and you start tripping again. That's so weird. I never tried it, but
I've heard of that, like cracking your back and your knuckles, but I always thought that was like a myth.
But you know that I wouldn't lump the LSD with the Iboga, the peyote, and the ayahuasca. The LSD, that shit come from the lab.
Yeah, different shit.
You know what I mean? I wouldn't even go near LSD. Because it don't
peyote isn't that what you chewed? It was Carlos Castaneda that wrote all those books about it. And
and the Huichol people in Mexico who take that yearly pilgrimage to go gather. When they actually did a study on their blood compared to the other tribes' blood, their blood is like 98% clean. Just free of impurities.
Because of peyote, you're saying, though?
Yes.
And how did they make that correlation?
Some scientists, I'm the first one to go get the report, but some scientists basically studied the blood samples from the Huichol people. Look them up, the Huichol people, and the neighboring tribes who don't work with the peyote at all. And so the peyote is, everybody gets scared. They're like, oh, I'm going to go see like unicorns and shit. The peyote actually is much more anti-inflammation than it is psychedelic. And that's a little gem I'll leave for you guys.
So does it make you hallucinate?
Of course it does. You go on a trip.
It's not as crazy. It's not.
The answer is yes. It makes you hallucinate.
Well, there's a writer that wrote
high school. People would they would have what they call microdots, and kids like this. I went to a few high schools, but the public high school I went to in Scottsdale, you kind of had some kids with money, and the fuck ups and bad kids have little extra change to spend on drugs and experiment a lot. But I remember the microdot peyote was something they would do as well. And obviously, I'm guessing they wouldn't take it if it didn't make them trip out. It's like
you know what it is.
They were used to doing LSD too.
It's more of like an inner vision. And I take it with what you will. It's more like inner vision.
Like TV Wonder?
Yeah. Then it is like seeing like a fake unicorn or some alien. You know what I mean? Like across, down the street. It's more of an inner vision because the plants, they work on the subconscious, the same place where the trauma that our veterans have, that all the people that's going to flock to get this medicine, that subconscious trauma, which, the Carl Jungs and all these different people, the Freuds talk about, the plants go in and work on the subconscious realm to help heal, to assist. I'm not going to say it's 100% healing, but it assists with that healing.
So you guys did know the 1920s, they used to use Coke and Coca-Cola. Do you guys know why they stopped it?
I have no idea. Because it's illegal.
Okay. That time was illegal. Because it helps your brain think way over the fucking your brain thinking.
It's a natural.
They use it in surgery too. And they still use
motor stimulant, so like it does it like the rate at which your brain will metabolize like glucose. It's like any central nervous system stimulant. It's going to make you sharper, increase your focus, all of that shit. But
that's why
the real reason though is I don't want to. There was it was a demographic in America that was utilizing it, and they were becoming very violent, and it was causing a lot of problems.
But it's still used surgically. I mean, they use it in types of surgeries. But have you been to Peru where you buy the leaves in the markets? You buy the coca leaves?
Never been.
So you just go in the market there and buy a bag of these leaves, and the Incas will chew them, and it has like an analgesic value to. Yeah, the Peruvians believe in it, and like if you have a sore throat or something.
Smoking weed was very fucking healthy, and you know how long they would stop us and they would legal for a long time? You know how many things the weed helped the smoking marijuana?
And so Pepe, one last thing I will say is that the reason why I'm a little wary is because when you work with this plant medicine with the actual tribe, like say you're going through a repressed thought, which is where a lot of trauma and shame and all these different things, and that's why we have therapists and different things. So the shaman or the medicine man, they know the song. Some of their songs are like 10,000 years old. They know the song, they know the instrument, they know how to guide you through that repressed thought. Whereas if you're just taking it as a 13-year-old in detention, you know what I mean? Like, that could lead you down a crazy path, and that's what gives it the mystique, and that's what gives it kind of like a bad name when people abuse it in that way and don't go through the right channels with the right practitioners.
Yeah. Who are the right practitioners? I'm just curious. There are a lot in Joshua Tree. There's a lot of places people go to do some of the ayahuasca.
Are you talking about like Mojave Desert?
Yeah, in Joshua Tree, that area.
That's like, I don't, well, are you in the Mojave Desert technically?
I know, technically, maybe I am technically. I didn't think about that. Are you?
No, we're Sonoran Desert.
I think I might, that's a good question. I think I am.
It's like, the Mojave Desert has like a really bad reputation. I don't know, like that whole area, like from Riverside, basically Riverside to the east and north into northwestern Arizona, and it's always been kind of like a really seedy place.
Oh, no, I agree with you. I drive through it all the time to get to Palm Springs. I don't think Nevada's Mojave. We're different. But I know exactly what you're talking about. But that doing these drugs, when you're asking where the shamans are and where people go to do it, that's one of the destinations is Joshua Tree National Park.
Yeah, or look up the actual tribe, like in the Amazon, in Africa. You can look up the Iboga and what tribes work with it. A lot of people out there. I know somebody that took their parents and went, so.
Actually,
someone asking about where the Mojave is?
Yeah, I actually think I am in part of it.
Las Vegas is in the Mojave.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's like the bottom of Nevada is.
Look up the Native American Church too, which I'm so thankful that Trump did this too, because they were suffering a lot. Because a lot of the peyote is down here in Texas, on the border between Monterey and Texas.
So where's peyote? I know peyote comes from a cactus, but if I recall correctly, it wasn't a cactus found here in Arizona. It was like, I think it might have only been northern Mexico and Texas.
Yeah, and down in
the small area.
And down in the northern Mexico. So yeah, it's a very condensed area where it's found.
We have a complete community called the Potawatomi Indians up here in Indiana, close to the Great Lake.
Do they smoke the peace pipe?
They do.
Oh yeah, smoking rock in it. I bet. That'd be cool people.
Yeah, but you smoke weed, right?
No, I never. It never made me, smoking weed always gave me a bad feeling, not a good one. So I never got into the habit of smoking it.
You didn't smoke with the right people.
I would. And like, I tried it. The last time I tried it I was 36. So it's like almost 9 years ago. It was actually, you had recreational use was allowed in Alaska when I was living up there. And so I was at my ex's family's for New Year's, and they had a bunch of family like in, and then they had like a bunch of like a lot of them were pre-rolled joints, and the one they were smoking was like they said it was just like it was not like some exotic strand. It was kind of what you would consider like I don't know normal weed, and I took a couple hits, and then it's just like I'm driving back, or my girlfriend's driving back, and it's just like it was just like when I was younger. It's like, oh, she's driving, but why does this feel like it's taking? Why does a few seconds feel like it's taking a minute? Why is everything freezing in time? Why is it when I close my eyes, like I see these bright colors and shit? And it's just like, and it just makes me just feel like shit. I was like, my stomach was stuffed, and it's like, but I was like craving food, and it's just a shitty feeling. I didn't like it.
Yeah, I never smoke outside the house. And really, I spend more time cleaning my house before I smoke, you know what I mean, than actual. So, you know, it's all about, like someone put in the chat, it's about the right mental state and environment for everything. So,
I think it's just how I'm wired, because like I would trip out and have really bad experience with it. Like I woke up when I was like 15, and my 13-year-old brother at the time and my 15-year-old friend, we went out in the desert, and we shared it like a joint, and then I just remember like really tripping out, and like my brother and my friend were like high, but they felt okay, but I just didn't handle it well.
Marijuana, some people cannot handle it.
Yeah. I think that's largely the reason why I never did drugs is because, like almost everybody, I started with pot, and then pot was not a good experience for me. So I just was like, yeah, I'm good. I don't need to experiment with drugs.
I've been experimenting with coke and weed. That's all I did. Yeah, I'll try it much more. But I think the most powerful one, like, is that Baby Chappelle said, cocaine is hell of a drug. You need to come to Chicago, Pepper.
Come to where?
My town. I'll show you a very good time.
I'm sure.
Coco, you should come visit me in South Bend. You're not far, and I have a small house.
Indiana?
South Bend.
Oh my God, you're from Indiana. I'll be South Bend.
Okay, but I haven't been here recently. It's blown up, but I like to travel to Chicago and Kalamazoo and all those places nearby.
I used to go to Lansing, Detroit. I used to buy cars from this. I used to travel over there and buy cars and to get back to Chicago. I love Michigan.
Oh, Coco responded. Thank you, Coco. I hope you really, truly take my offer up. It's a nice place. It's less than a year old. It's clean, convenient. 2-bedroom, 1 bath, full bath. Not a full kitchen. It's got a fridge and a lake.
Can you explain what it not have full kitchen? I really want to know.
Hey, Jennifer, I already invited you. You didn't respond. Well, of course, Southwest Michigan is quite beautiful. Those beaches are awesome.
And your trees are so beautiful. And I like spring and I like the shit's because I'm saying these trees and say dump and ask for a kitchen.
Oh, I responded to the chat.
I'm sorry.
So has anyone clearly defined how Trump has redefined America? I didn't think so. I don't feel like the world is laughing, Ben. I don't feel like the world knows. Seriously. Everybody's having dinner, I guess.
Everyone's still here. It's a silent drum. Hey guys, I have a question. Did you guys hear about Nick Shirley Act in California? And I want to get your feedback on that. Anybody? Actually, I believe that was the lecture when he had broke down telomeres and how if you shorten them, you're shortening your lifespan. And he was talking about ways. Yeah, and he was talking about how to extend them so that you can actually extend your life. And like, motherfuckers really be breaking down the science. Cheddar biscuit.
Yeah, I saw some cheddar biscuits at the store. I was gonna take a picture. I'm gonna take a picture next time I go. I was cheddar biscuits.
Was they the Red Lobster joints?
No. There's some organic.
You know they really got the Red Lobster frozen joints, so you could just have a box of these.
Oh, word? That's crazy. Yeah, these were like the organic, no weed, no bullshit in it. I was like, oh, okay. It's just a cheddar biscuits. I was like, damn.
Yeah, they got the kind in the box too. At Walmart where you could make it, they got the mix.
I'll be whipping up y'all on cheddar biscuits. That's crazy.
Yes, sir.
Those are the best ones. Now that I think about it, my empress, she make biscuits, but like my grandma used to make homemade rolls. I never really grew up eating biscuits and shit, bro.
But since I don't eat dairy, I still make them without the cheese. They're still amazing.
I don't know shit. I don't eat no more. I think your grandma's on the stick. Yeah, biscuits be dry as fuck. You gotta have something to drink to get by, otherwise you gonna be fucked. No, I low-key got my grandma a recipe for that shit because she used to make them shits rise overnight and everything. Like she used to make pans for the churches. That shit used to piss me off. I'm like, stop cooking for these motherfuckers.
Yeah, that was back in the day when grandmothers just loved to cook.
Bro, almost every weekend she cooking for these niggas. I'm like,
yeah,
me and my grandma really had a back and forth. I'm like, why you always feeding these people? I was like 16. I was pissed because I had wanted something and then she had cooked to come to find out it was for some niggas that wasn't even in the house. I'm like, why you giving them this shit?
It was probably people up there she knew didn't have.
No, people used to pay my grandma to girls and stuff. And,
Oh, okay.
But my people, like around the holidays, my family did who gives to families. My mom got the ministry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my grandmother used to. She was just like me. We'd be sitting up there, sitting around watching TV or whatever. She said, I think I want something sweet. And she would get in the kitchen, make a cake, make rolls. We put jelly on them. Just
Girl, you just remind me when I used to, and that's one of the things that had my pops like that with my mom. She used to make the 7-Up cakes and shit back in the day. And he was like, man, your mom can cook. He was like, that's my shit. I was like, nigga. But he told me to only deal with a woman who can cook.
Right?
Yeah, because mom can cook her ass off.
Hey, not gonna lie, man. Hey, I definitely need a shit nigga cook, bro.
Yeah, my pops was serious about that shit. He was like, that is one of the first qualities that you make sure is present in a woman. She can nourish you and she clean. And I was like, if you got, he was like, don't eat nothing from no dirty one. He was like, if she can cook, he was like, figure it out, bro. The crazy thing is that woman be smart. She like, that's the only reason why you married to me, because I be cooking. I be like, I be feeding myself though. Like, it's not even that serious.
But on the flip side, you play a part.
It's completely different when she cooks versus I cook, because I don't give it that.
So that just kind of sounds like you just be throwing some shit together. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I eat to make it through the day, so I don't pass out. I don't care about shit else. Like if you would just see what I ate when I just left the gym, it should be crazy the way we throwing food together some days, because it's just about making sure that I'm hitting them calories and them protein deficits for me. I grew up eating like military style, so I could just I like really good food, but like if I'm in the midst of the day and I'm sliding, I'm like, fuck it, protein shake, whatever. I don't give a fuck. I'm not putting no sweetener or something in there. I'm like, we vibing. I gotta go.
You probably have nice skin.
I actually do, and I drink hella water. And my people got pissed off when I started tattooing my body.
Yeah. Well, the sugar and all of the refined foods and all of that I'm cutting back on, that'll really do your skin in. That's why some people look so young. They stay away from all the sugar and fried foods and all that stuff that mess up your system. I actually try to do like detoxes, like go a month or two without no fried foods, no sweets, no sugar, soda, and that type of shit too. Give yourself some time to try to like clear out a little bit.
When I started off changing my diet, we did. I'm not even about to entertain you niggas. It was meatless Mondays and wheatless Wednesdays. That was how we started. And like my first like few weeks, like removing like chicken and all that other stuff from my diet. This was years ago. That shit made me very fucking angry, dog. Even when I did like a 3-day fast, once I hit the third day, I'd be about ready to kill someone.
Your withdrawals, yeah?
Yeah, that's gonna be crazy. That motherfucker you feeling like that off food.
And what's wild is like when you go off of it, because I had stopped eating meat for 5 years. I was quote unquote dating this Muslim, if there is such a thing. And so I didn't eat meat for like 5 years. But it became problematic because I had gotten so small. I was 95 pounds. It was just my body needed that protein. But yeah, I tell people if you're having problem weight or whatever, get rid of that red meat.
But then I be looking at the world, I'm like, are you niggas supposed to be this big?
No,
because I'm like the small as hell, and I'm like not even. I'm like, my body is built to my bone structure. I am very healthy. I have a very fit body, and I just be
think, and I'll be like, whenever I go past my weight threshold, I start to feel heavy. I start to feel like pressure on my knees, and and I'm like, who the fuck is saying weight this much? Because this shit don't feel good. It don't.
Thanks. I can get like an extra 10, 15 pounds, and I can tell the difference. Like you said, my knees and my ankles and shit be hurt. You can see the difference too. Like I've been the same weight forever. Like I ain't been no more than 130 type shit. So if I get to 135, 145, some type of shit, I can literally tell and feel that shit. And it's only gonna take like 2-3 days, maybe a week to get it all back off. And that's just simply only eat fruits and vegetables though. No meat.
Yeah, that meat's thick on you.
Yeah,
If you're not working it off, it's just gonna sit there. The calories, it's gonna, you're gonna look like you look.
But shit, like how fast my metabolism is. When I was in a car accident and I wasn't able to work out for like a year and a half, and then I got cleared, and then I injured my neck again, and this entire time I'm fucking sitting around smoking weed, eating, and you know what? I actually lost weight. So now I'm working to get that shit back, and it's just great. It really be based on your body type, your metabolism, because most people I know who sit around and eat, them motherfuckers get fat, not me. And that shit irritates me because me and Smurf had this conversation here the other day. Motherfuckers like, oh, when you hit around like in your 30s, you shit, your metabolism gonna slow down. Lying, bitches. Shit ain't changed or what? You think the shit sped up even more?
Yeah, most of the people in your family is small.
No, they not.
They're not?
No, I'm the only, but I'm like the only athletic person in my family for real.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, like everybody like super musically inclined are retired military, even the retired military people musically inclined. Them motherfuckers is band and choir church people and shit. Like I'm the only one who ball.
Hey, DJ, that's funny as fuck, because my family, that's how much shit is on both my sides. Military men and shit, but like they all spit and shit, but then the women, they all short and dubbed up, extra big ass titties. I was like, nah, never gonna be me. But like my mom and our generation, we didn't necessarily get that trait, you know?
That's wild. Yeah, I'm like, I know I'm not picking the female genetics also. I'm like, I was the first male in my family for like two on my mom's side. So my uncles and all of them is older, but like, yeah, I'm really fortunate. I try not to use the word spoiled. Yeah, I got whatever the fuck I wanted when I was younger, for sure.
Also, man, I ain't gonna cap. I was spoiled as fuck because I was the favorite. I was the youngest, so I got to get on it.
My mom said something to me.
Hey, DJ, this how bad my sister used to be bad at me. I'm gonna tell y'all something, but it's probably how I'm fucking over here. These motherfuckers put me in the washing machine or the dryer and turned that bitch on because I was getting shit they wasn't type shit. They used to torture me.
I did that shit to my sister one time.
Yeah, you ain't shit either, bro.
No, she asked to get put in that bitch.
I ain't asked. I was mad.
Hey, that's a dangerous motherfucking place to be, dog. Just imagine if motherfuckers tied up in the fucking dryer, just rolling. What the fuck? Dang.
Yeah, no.
Hey, what's today? Saturday. Titty milk t-shirts drop on today. Titty milk t-shirts on Tuesday. Be ready. Just what y'all think these graphics gonna look like?
Man, I can only imagine.
Give a preview.
Damn, see what DMV saying? Ain't no fucking hope. I gotta eat like I smoke weed all day and put on weight. This one say he's 45 and shit still the same. Niggas are liars.
What's the same?
His metabolism at 45. I mean, he can't gain weight either.
Genetics.
Trust me, like the older I get, like I be thankful. Like I'm like, damn. I'm like, you always gonna have like a 6-pack or 8-pack. I'm like, that's good for you. Some niggas don't have those genetics.
You also work out though.
Yeah, I have a preventative lifestyle. I do, but I naturally have lean genetics.
Like those dudes who don't keep working out, they want to start drinking the beer, eat the burgers all the time, hang with the dudes, going to the bar. Those people,
that's one thing I don't do. I don't drink beer.
That's what I'm saying. And there's a lot of folks who do. And those who don't, or any, that's just an allegory to some of the stuff that occurs. And that goes on. A lot of those dudes, all of a sudden, they're about to have twins.
As far as I know, drinking, like, they used to tell me this shit when I was in the South, especially when I was in high school and shit. They were like, drinking beer help, like, add weight on. And when I did start drinking beer in the South, that was the biggest I ever was, the biggest and the strongest I was in my life. Them fucking Southern diets and workouts is crazy.
And that's what I'm saying. Those are things that affect metabolism. So you're doing things to keep yourself in a particular way. Where then all these, like, you'll see the guy that looked like an athlete, but then, they do what they think men can do, which is eat differently than what you're doing. Put it that way.
Yeah, I don't knock it because, people should eat. People should eat to what their body needs. Let me say it that way. And I'm not in a place to dictate what that is for anyone. Just as long as
you eat whatever you desire.
No, that's how you niggas die. Because
you choose how you want to live and die.
Let's just say, one moment, a motherfucker just decided they want to get high on something, right? And a motherfucker has the desire to eat a crack rock. How is that gonna work out for them? No, you should not. You desire.
It's free will.
You desire. No, the reason why niggas' backs was
you can't make people eat what they don't want to eat though.
That's literally why my 600-pound life exists. Because niggas just want to eat what they desire. No,
you can live how you want to live though.
What plus say close your suckhole? The fuck is wrong with y'all?
My diet requires a cinnamon a month. At least once or two a month. 1 or 2 a month? I have one like 1 or 2 every few years.
I go through at least 2 boxes of oatmeal cookies. Probably I probably go through a week type shit. But they vegan.
A box from where?
Sprouts.
Okay, so I'm gonna put you on game. You get the I think it's Duncan Hines.
I can't eat them. Them shit's got dairy in them, bro.
Do it?
Yeah. Nah. You better start reading the back of them boxes, pure.
No.
Duncan Hines ain't got shit vegan.
No.
She talking about no. You better start reading your boxes.
Throw them out. No. Yeah, Spirit, throw them out. I know it's not like your heart.
You know how much shit I gotta read when I go to the store because they be they be flipping shit on us. You still gotta read it. It don't matter how many years you bought that shit.
Oh no.
That explain why your back was hurting. Eating that shit.
Explain why I was congested and couldn't understand why.
Yeah. That shit didn't happen to me. Somebody that gave me a snack. And I'm like, How the fuck is my allergies to? Motherfucker gave me some dairy.
I don't do cheese, I don't do milk, I don't do. I need my shirt before them shirts go for sale.
We about to I'm gonna shoot you a message in a little bit. I'm gonna take my computer to the speakeasy tonight. So I'm gonna sit down and do that shit at the bar. For real, if Niles is fucking free, I want his input on that shit. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I got you, bro.
Did I miss part of the conversation?
No, that was my Niles voice. That's usually me saying, yeah.
I'm like, I'm going off.
Yeah, go on me, man. My bad.
Bro, fuck your mother, bro.
You took too much, fam. Shout out.
How about I beat you up in a knife fight?
How about I'm going to California for the World Cup, innit? So meet me in Cali, innit? Put your gloves on.
Don't nobody like Cali. You can come to Miami.
What's in Miami, bro?
Me, motherfucker, come get your ass beat.
I'm no way I'm traveling there just to get my ass beat by no man, bro. With that chow, fam. Listen, I'm going to
if you going to Cali, I'll just tell Brown to come smack you, bro.
Oh shit! You paid like that, man.
Yeah, right.
You paid even this because we can, bro. Hey, listen, bro. You just humble yourself, bro.
I mean, not you bitches stay telling somebody you think low themselves. Oh, fuck you and your mother. What's wrong with you bitches? Don't tell me you think low.
Hey, yo, I'm my mother's son too, you know.
Bitch, you think you're thinking small. That's me. You think small, motherfucker. Not I.
I'm sorry, big man.
Big big. You all see what I mean?
Facts, Debbie. That's what I was talking about.
Well, if you got money, listen.
I can't be giving out all this game.
Facts, baby. Yes, Debbie, you're right. So, I'm saying. That's what I was saying before, isn't it?
Bro, I low-key wish you was going to Chicago or somewhere to Midwest, but we'll show you such a good time.
Hey, yo.
You never come back to the
shit, bro. You know how this is shot, bro. You see me getting that money by the side, bro.
I'm gonna tell you what, stay the fuck out of Rodeo Drive.
So smoking weed, man. So smoking weed, man. It's not good for you, bro. As long as I agree with you, bro.
It's great for me. You want to know why? Because it keeps me from punching people like you in the face. So you should tell me to smoke more. You should tell me to smoke more.
Impulse control, bro. Like, what the fuck? You get hungry, eating police? Like, what?
Nah, I had enough to get that black belt.
Oh, what? Are you martial arts chef? Okay.
Yeah. That's why I'm so comfortable telling people I smack the dog shit out of them, bro.
Well done, bro. That's good, man. You can protect yourself, man. It's good stuff. Still. I live in California.
Be careful in LA, bro. Shit not as sweet as you motherfuckers think.
I won't say in the ghetto, man. I don't care about
I'm not. You don't have to be in the ghetto in LA. You fucking foreigners don't know how to take a warning, bro. I'm really trying to tell you to be fucking safe in LA.
Bro. I got a British accent, fam. I can do what I want over there.
When they tap your pockets with your dumb ass, you niggas so shit sweet over here. Literally, stupid ass. That's one of the worst areas in our country right now, bro.
Be careful on Hollywood Boulevard. Be careful. Sunset.
Hey, Debbie's a nice woman, so thank you, Debbie. I appreciate that last one.
See how people say, be careful.
Yeah, thank you. But I'm going anyway because I love football, so we'll go there, watch my team, and you get me? It's not good.
Hey, don't be outside, Goofy. Tell you.
Outside to be what, fam?
Really, We don't fuck around out there. We from over here, bitch. Like, we don't even wear our jewelry over there. Like, I'm really trying to tell you.
You don't wear your jewelry. Why? Why don't you wear your jewelry, son?
I'm gonna have some motherfuckers in blue come run down and take your fucking clothes off you, nigga.
That's crazy. You know why it's crazy? It must be different over there, you know, because I remember I wore my Rolex here in the most like dangerous part of London.
It is
You could be wearing your jewelry, bro. So what, fam? Fighting it.
But this nigga said fight. This nigga said fight.
Yeah, bro. The fuck you know, man? The fuck?
Boy, they will PNB motherfucking pop smoke your dumbass.
Nipsey Hussle, yo.
Well, yeah, because you know, no, Tiger, chill Tiger. And that's the issue, though.
Don't talk to me, bro.
No, all of them motherfuckers died in
I ain't talking to
California.
you. I'm speaking about you, stuff.
All of them died in California. That's why we said those names, bro.
Well, the guy, PNB Rock, innit? Is that PNB Rock?
Yeah, he died in California. Out of fucking
Right, I was just saying Nipsey died too in California. Right by this.
I low-key want you to go check in.
We didn't check in to the hotel and that, yeah?
They gonna rob this shit out this nigga.
Hey, but why don't we roll you, fam? You're rich, bro. The fuck? I can tell you got money. The way you're talking.
Nah.
Yeah, you see, I know you got money, bro. It's time, man. You see? Or you got money, no facts. Or you're a Nepo baby. Which one is it? You must be, guys. The way this guy talking is reckless.
I went to private school.
Yeah, I know, bro.
My name is Clarence. I got real good parents. All that shit.
Shit. What are you not saying, though? What are you not talking about today in this room? I love this room. When he's talking about shit like that. What are you not talking about? You're not bored, innit? I'm
We've been
bored
talking
too.
about Janelle. Is that her girl? How do you pronounce that girl's name? The one whose boyfriend killed her over in
Ashley Janelle.
Oh shit.
Ashley Janelle.
Oh, what? Is that
her.
Okay. What else?
We were talking about food. We were talking about conspiracies. The usual.
The usual. That's what I like the show. The usual stuff. I know what I can expect in the show stuff. Hey, what? So what do you think? I think I met a few women like this, right? And I ain't got no qualms with who you love, innit? Because there's only one race, the human race, innit? I think it's a bit dodgy in these times that,
No, it's Kevin, bro. It's Kevin.
Of course it's cat, but you know what I'm going, bro. But this guy, G.O.D., bro, listen, bro.
What's a bit dodgy?
That sounds Australian still. I can't lie.
I know, it was terrible like that.
You're getting it though. Wait, what state you from, Dio? What state you from?
I live in Cali, but my
you from
Midwest, Cali, and
No, I don't want to meet nobody of Clubhouse, so I can't lie, but this is Clubhouse people, fam. It's not for me.
He's a kid.
Hey, what kind of milk?
No, shit. I thought, it's crazy. It's crazy. I thought I was eating steaks out here, but she's not eating milk and cookies. Cool. Good. So you're from Cali. So what was your experience growing up from Cali then? Was it good? Was it the same as that? What's happening? Is there like bougie places in California? I want to go to I don't like going to ghetto, innit? I like to go to bougie places, innit?
Oh, yeah, there's a lot.
You go to Calabasas, Newport Beach.
Go to Pasadena, go to the Huntington Library, go to the Getty Museum, too. Go to the observatory, too.
This one's got a trustful voice. I trust his name. Who's that?
He got me. Did you hear him? He let the voice get him. He gonna ride. He is about to take you from all your fucking friends. You ain't even gotta worry about the gangbangers. The girls gonna run you. You don't even know what it's like over here.
They need it. They need it. Yeah, you gotta take it.
The Getty Museum is beautiful. I saw I think it's the Codex. It's the oldest book in the Americas that they have here. I got to see that. And then the Huntington Library and Museum is in Pasadena. It's beautiful.
We were talking about that last night. I put a video up of that. And then, what is it? Griffith Observatory? You know, go there. It's a beautiful view. Observatory is up top.
Thank you, Gabriel. See, that's some responsible advice I can absorb in it. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Here, do you second all of those suggestions?
Calabasas, Calabasas.
Definitely do.
What about the weed? Can I get free weed over there?
No, any cookies places. I don't know.
It's not free, but you can legally get it in California. You can just go into a store and go buy it. Yes.
See, but I'm like an immigrant, so if I was to go over there, and for example,
all you gotta do is show your ID, and they'll let you go in the store and buy it, bro. You cool. The state, it's legal in that state.
So so if I show them my British passport or my diplomat passport, which one should I do? Well, which one will get me free weed?
Your British passport, bro.
Yeah, you like how he just, nonchalantly threw out the diplomat thing. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, what's happening right now?
I'm not saying you're an African diplomat.
You notice we start talking about the wine.
Right. You need to go to Malibu, bro. Malibu.
You said you're not the diplomat. You said somebody else is.
No, not me. No, I'm not a diplomat.
You see that?
Shit.
Yeah. I knew it wasn't.
I want to run back the ID thing because I'm learning something new. So if somebody come and they visiting here and they want to go to the dispensary, then they just show their ID to a school. Because it's just
as long as it's a recreational state, you gotta be a rec state. So Cali rec, New York rec, Michigan rec, the ones like that, you can just literally go in the store and even if you're a new customer, they give you discounts on types of shit.
Are y'all going anywhere?
So no.
I got an event out here.
No, you good, Kevin. I'm just saying, like, when you go to the dispensary and you get a member or whatever, most of them give you, like, a half or a zip for free. You get free pre-rolls and shit like that.
A half for free?
You get a free zip or you come to the
free zip?
No.
Yes, a free
zip. You can get $15 to $60. From $15 to $60.
Nobody giving away no free ounce. Y'all niggas retarded. Y'all ain't never been nowhere. Tiger ain't never been out 2 states away. Like, she took
shut up. They gotta listen. I came in and told y'all about the clubs. You can get
you be coming to Michigan and get
25, 30 to 40 here up. Exactly. You can get 3 5 for like $6.
Wait, come and get some free ounces, man. Whatever y'all do.
No, like that's just good. Like I just remember at the dispensary, most of them will give you a free zip, or you spend $100.
Free sometimes, though.
Tiger biting also.
Smoking pre-rolls is like eating McDonald's burgers in my mind. Don't just be letting niggas eat some shit. I don't know what it is, bro.
DJ, wait, hold on now. Hold up.
The pre-roll's free, though, bro.
No, the pre-rolls. And look, it's not, you can't just get a regular one. It got to be infused or something if you do get one.
You gotta want the free roll.
No.
But
so what is it? Is a buy one, get one?
I'm into the raw black cones now, but listen, you can just stuff your own cone, like fuck it, like get your own, cause you could get
better off doing that.
Yeah, like you could get like at certain places they got like silver, gold, and platinum tier, and you could get like buy one get one free zips of each tier. Like if you get a strain of gold tier, then you can get buy one get silver, etc. You can't like.
When y'all say zip, y'all talking about 28 ounces? Is that amount of 20? Let's make it 20.
No, I'm thinking to see if you can see it. That's crazy.
You can get 2.5 ounces per purchase. Like they put a cap like 70, so you can get 2.5 zips per purchase, and then some of the places you gotta leave and come back in, and some you just close out your 70 grams, and then
So you buy 1 kilo of pig, you get one.
Yeah.
Yeah, where's that in America, man?
That's a good question.
North Carolina, we ain't got none of that shit they got in North Carolina. Nah, we like the last state. Virginia is legal, DC, except North Carolina, South Carolina.
You get that though. You get that.
They ain't never gonna legalize it.
These three parties tonight will
Like, I'm finna PTR in a second. I'm finna show you what the 420 deal is to one of the spots we be going to in Michigan. What they give away.
The dispensary send me menus already for folks.
Yeah, they already sending shit to us.
Yeah.
So you gotta celebrate tomorrow though, right? Because niggas going to work on
420?
Yeah.
It's tomorrow. They gotta go to work.
Yeah. I don't recommend partaking in any free weed.
Tell me about it, Pierre. Like, what the fuck?
Hey, nigga.
You can have a free ounce. Like, what? A free ounce?
How many times I've done that?
I was like, God, if you let me down from this high, I will never do shit again. And I haven't.
Where you getting it? Why are you giving me free weed?
No, it's some
Now, if you talking about some shit off the street, motherfuckers just trying to get you hell, no, that's different. You might see what dispensary.
So wait, this is the question I had, right? So if I was to buy weed from the dispensary, right? Buy weed from the normal, like the niggas from the block and that, right? So is it different, or is it the same weed that is happening?
It's different. Sometimes it depends. Sometimes the person might have what the dispensary is, but niggas on the street be just making up names and saying whatever. But the dispensary, it tell you how much terpenes, it tell you what's in it, and you can look it up on like Leafly if it's a valid strain or not. Then you can compare it and look. Like if it says unicorn piss, and you pull up the picture and you look at that shit, you can see that shit. You know, that's the difference.
That's how you know them dispensaries be lying about their names too, because they definitely do. Because you already do.
Hey, hang on. Can I ask you a question real quick? So, yeah, what's up? You good?
Yeah, ask your question.
Cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. So you know, like when you buy like from the dispensaries and that, you say you got free weed, yeah. So do you get free weed because like you spend a certain amount in there? Is that why? Or
some of them, yes, but you gotta be the first 100 or 200 person in the door too. So you potentially can get like a zip and a half for free. If it's 100 person, you getting a half a zip, and then if you spend 100, you getting a zip half.
Yeah, that's no matter what you spend. Some of them advise how much you spend, but some just saying like literally going to the dispensary and joining their becoming a member, you literally get a perk and get a free fucking zip or a half a weed type shit.
Yeah, that's what we bugging, no? So look at my PTR. That's what my one of my spots is giving away to the first 200 people.
What? Wait, is that a new place or what? Like, how's it work?
It's my PTR.
Yeah, but I live in England. I can't even do that. Like, you don't do that for me. I can't do that. They get so much Soho.
You see the picture?
You stay in Soho.
It's like that. All the time.
Yes, I can't even post mine, but you know, yeah, type shit. I got just get menus. All you have to do is really, if you want to do some shit like that, just go in there, ask them what's the menu, what's your special for the day type shit. Like, you don't know.
You gotta ask some stuff. Yeah, you gotta know what to say too.
It's like blueberry Stardust, cream cake, ultra plus, ultra.
Like I go in and I ask like, what's the butter today? Like I need the freshest shit you got. I don't want no shit you have sitting in the back type shit.
You don't want that.
Yeah, I don't want that dry ass shit because they not going back there burning them bags and shit like that.
You can't do it. When I go to California, I know California's got some good weed, innit? Yeah, so we'll go over there. I'm actually not going to the stadium to watch the match. I'm gonna go watch it in a bar or club, innit? Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, just find a cookie dispensary and you'll be good.
Be careful, there's terrorists out there, man.
Yo, fuck cookies.
What's up? He really strange, but he don't know that.
Cookies. Would it go to USA? You don't live over there, so I can't lie. I can't wait to go back there.
You know, so I'll go to California this time. Innit? Boston will kind of dead, innit? So I'll go California. Okay. And
Go to Denver or Vegas while you over there in Cali.
No, I'm going Vegas when I'm back to the party, innit? I ain't going Vegas right now. Because, yeah. But yeah, it's a good choice though. It's good advice though, you're right. So. But Denver, what's Denver like? Is that Midwest? I'm learning from you guys.
Denver, West Coast. West Coast, the best coast.
Yeah, man. So what's that? What's Denver like? What's in Denver? Are they pretty women? Or what's going on?
Everybody high, the altitude, get high with that altitude. Go to Red Rock Amphitheater in Denver. Me, I will for some shit. It's a real trippy trip.
Okay. Less oxygen and that. Come on, man.
I like their botanical garden too. Denver Botanical Garden is nice. Everywhere I go, I try and go to the botanical garden. So I'm always recommend the botanical garden and the art museum in the city.
Yeah,
Denver, they got homeless people though. Like Cali is crazy. It's crazy, but I think Cali the worst though. They on the highway.
Damn, I thought California was like a utopia and that. Anyway, I'm gonna go there anyway.
Like you gonna go to Hollywood, you gonna think it's gonna be stars and people walking out with fur coats? No, nigga, it's not like how you think. It's gonna be tents and homeless people on Hollywood.
So LA, so Hollywood is in California, yeah?
Yeah, go to like.
Okay.
I mean, it's nice place in LA, but it ain't how you think. I'm just saying that. When you get to Hollywood, you gonna be like, what? What some of them stars where they at?
No, Hollywood ghetto as hell.
You gonna be like, this is not how I thought.
That shit ghetto. You can get some crack on Hollywood Boulevard.
Yes.
You say yes. See it to the crack together. Hey, yeah.
That's why I told you to be careful.
You gonna see some old stars.
Boulevard, and there's one other one I told you.
I seen that nigga on a TV show 30 years ago. He gonna be outside dancing. You want that shit? Nigga gonna be outside dancing in front of the little on the block in front of the stars.
It was Santa Monica Boulevard.
Like damn, I seen you 10 years ago on BET. And nigga gonna be outside selling DVDs.
To get my fat back out the way.
You like, damn, nigga, you selling DVDs now? I thought you was in the show.
Is Westwood in the hills, Abby? No. Okay, I gotta look. It's this bakery, and it was somewhere in a fancy little uppity area, but it was a fat burger there.
Westwood's really nice.
Huh? You said what?
Westwood's nice.
Do Westwood got a fat burger?
They're kind of like all over. Yeah, there might be one adjacent to it.
What about any fat burger super bougie neighborhood?
Not usually, no.
What is that fat burger like?
Where is that? What neighborhood?
Is fat burger like the one of those bougie ghetto restaurants and that?
No, it's a burger.
I don't know about it. It's a burger joint. In-N-Out is like the Cali burger joint, but I got a secret. Fat burger is better, but I like In-N-Out too though.
What did you order from there? Let's just say
I'm better than Stamps Burgers.
Okay.
In Jackson, Mississippi.
Oh, the sauce is good.
What's that? The animal? Ain't that the In-N-Out burger that you're supposed to get?
What would you order from the menu from that burger?
Double bacon.
I can't really hear because when you asking me?
Oh shit! I said, ain't it the animal burgers from In-N-Out that people say to get? It's different ones, but ain't that the one?
It might be. I never got that one. I just got like other things that I thought was good, but that might be it.
So
shake good, steak and shake good.
What's your go-to meal when you go to these places? So I can order the same thing. I trust you got taste buds in it. If you can taste it like that, What do you know from the burger place? I'm so excited.
Well, when I go to Fat Burger, I like fat fries. They got skinny fries and fat fries. I don't remember what kind of burger. I just know the burger was good. And I might have had Tommy burgers too. I might have had that. If it's in Cali, it was another spot that they said.
The thing about that animal burger is that it's on the secret menu. Like, that's why it has that mystique about it. So you have to ask for it because you won't necessarily see it. But if you say, okay, I like the animal burger, if you know, you know, then like, okay.
From In-N-Out.
What flavor? Strawberry, vanilla,
chocolate. That's my favorite. But you got to get a shake with it.
I trust you. Kimmel got nice. I trust Kimmel. Okay. When I go there, I'll take a picture of it with my PTR.
Wait, Jamie, do you co-sign that or do you ain't into shakes like that?
Which shake did you say?
You got to get a shake with the burger and stuff at In-N-Out.
I agree. Yeah. Shakes are good. I agree with that.
If Debbie says it, you gotta believe it.
Look, I'm gonna tell y'all where the
it's like AI, bro. That's true.
And food at where I go. I'm gonna let you know where to go.
You know what was really weird is when I first got here, I didn't like In-N-Out Burger. For some reason, the location I went to was packed. And one day I was starving, and I was like, let me try this In-N-Out Burger again. Everybody keeps on saying it's the best, it's the best. And I went to a different location, and I was like, you know what?
Fire. And y'all got Carl Jr. there too. And we have Hardee's here, but Carl Jr. better than Hardee's.
It is.
It tastes better. I don't know.
And y'all, yes, there is Camille. There is a fat burger in Westwood. You're correct.
Yeah, that's where it is. A bakery right next to that. It's a bakery. Yes, my fat back ass is talking about
for real, right?
Yes.
It's shocked you too.
That bakery next to that fat burger.
Oh, is that? Yeah. But I think it's because I jumped out of bed.
It's a bakery right next to that fat burger, like right around the corner from that fat burger, like right there. It's so good.
I think Five Guys has the best burgers.
What? I don't know. It's some other places.
Like where?
Like, well, you know what? Steak and Shake is like In-N-Out to me. What they put it in there?
What about cookout burgers though?
Oh, the cookout. Oh, what you know about that? You is in Carolina.
That shit good as fuck.
They got one. Alright, I don't care if somebody call me no fat pack. Alright, I don't care if somebody call me no fat pack.
I used to get the chili cheese fries.
Can't nobody tell me nothing. I could fit my pants. I could fit for 6 months. So fuck them.
Okay. Are you happy? Can nobody tell me nothing? If you are happy, if you feel safe, if you feel loved, then it don't matter.
Because I'm going to eat my Cinnabons after 7. Oh, today I got a fat snack, y'all. I ain't never seen it before. They got like Philly cream cheese, cheesecake stuff in a tub. Y'all seen that yet?
Hey, I'll tell you. Emergency room open after 7 too, but you know.
Listen here, Karen. Don't you look. Where the shade? Don't you yuck my
We got to put the emergency room. We got to rebuke
Come here, you'll mind later about that Philly cheesecake, not the cheesecake.
Well, I done found it, baby. Ooh, tear it up. I got some pecans too. Ooh. And D living in my area free. I hate you, DJ, because when I be getting snacks and shit, I be hearing a fat back. Shut your ass up and smirch.
You give us some pecans.
Big back.
You said what, Dolly?
Are you gonna use the biscotti cookie?
Yes. Dorje sent me some stuff. She sent me the ingredients, but not like the measurements. I already had some, and OMG, I'm gonna be having that. That's gonna be my Cinnabon this summer, the biscotti.
I'm afraid to make homemade cinnamon. I'm afraid the dough is gonna be hard. Let me know how they come out.
You know what? I was talking about the biscotti cake, but
the biscotti.
I do gotta cause I got like all the stuff that I like from restaurants, like copycat recipes from Pinterest. Damn, I ain't been in Pinterest in a long time. Is it still up?
Yep.
So I got all the copycatties. I got like all the copycats for all my stuff.
And I'm gonna tell y'all this recipe one more time because yesterday I ate it again and I'm like, damn, it's so simple. You boil your pasta, whatever type of pasta you like. You pick some tomatoes, garlic, onions, if you like onions. You saute those, and then you drain your pasta and put it in the tomatoes and garlic and olive oil. And whatever meat you like, if it's meat, I like shrimp. If you like chicken, throw that off in there. And baby, it takes you like 15 minutes to do that. The longest thing it takes is boiling the pasta. It is so good. It's so simple.
Wait a minute, because you said it was simple, but there was a few steps. So wait, let me get this correct. You boil the pasta, you saute the onions, and did you say
tomatoes, garlic?
Oh damn, I'm wrong already. See what I'm saying? So the tomato, garlic, you saute whatever, and you mix the pasta, the meat, and whatever all together with olive oil. Okay. So tomato, garlic, onion.
Onion if you like it, yeah. Some people don't like it.
Maybe we'll throw some mushroom in there.
Ooh, that's what I'm putting next time.
Or even some spinach. Ooh.
Yes. I didn't have any. I did it with arugula last time, which was still amazing.
Okay.
Don't do it with peas. The peas are too sweet. I did it once with peas. No.
Y'all, don't think I'm weird for this, but I want to do this. You know how people be foraging in a natural area?
You did? You went foraging?
No, but I'm gonna be kicking it with some naturalists, and I want to learn, like, if it's like something that happened, like if I had to get a liking to the stuff in my area. What if I gotta start eating this stuff? I don't want to be shell shocked.
I know, right? Because a lot of it is bitter. But we should eat more bitter foods. Like the arugula, I mixed it with salt, pepper, and lemon, and it cuts that bitter right out. It's so good.
Yep, and I want to eat more stuff with dandelions.
Yeah, dandelions are real earthy. But I do like them every once in a while.
I seen where this lady steeped some dandelions and then she put some honey in the water and then she added gelatin, but I know it's something else you could use, but she made gummies.
My grandma used to put the dandelion leaves in her greens. I do remember that.
The dandelions are really, really good for you. I'll get some dandelion gummies. How about that? I bet you it's really good.
Ooh, I got an update later. I can't do it now, but I'm going to do an update later.
Ooh, I'm waiting. I am so waiting. I was wondering. I didn't want to be pushy them. I was like, I wonder how Camille's doing. Like, I was like, oh, she's all right.
You're going to do what kind of update? What are y'all talking about?
Really quick, I had to knock this little young girl upside her head a couple of times real quick. And I did not start this fight.
But you don't finish it.
Walmart.
But I had to finish it. No, I was inside my house.
You talking about your child? You can't got eat.
No, his girlfriend.
Oh. Late night info. It was so good. It was a good story.
Yeah, the saga continues. No drama. Nothing for me to have to knock her head back, but now she's thinking about all this shit. I'll say that. I'll tell y'all later, though. I can't really get into it.
Now.
You said what?
She rethinking her life now.
Yes.
Camille said, oops, upside your head. I said, oops, upside your head. Every time I think of it, I start singing that. You really have to let your hands on somebody's child, for real.
Hitting the little punching bag that be hanging, how they supposed to hit it. That's literally how I had to boop her upside her head real quick.
What did you do?
What was swinging at me?
For what?
Well,
what? Yeah,
later.
Okay. But I gotta go to work. Yeah, I'm here gonna miss it.
I was trying to save her from getting beat down.
Yeah, the 2-piece somewhere. No beat.
Trying to save her pure from getting mollywopped by my best friend, Jersey. But then she decided to then turn on me. I guess she just was like, fuck you. And maybe she thought we was trying to jump on her, but we wasn't. But I tried to even think of that. I'm trying to look at all these angles to why she was swinging at me. Because she had a pause moment. She seen it was me and she still did it.
What? She was one of them was too late. Fuck it, might as well keep going.
Yeah, so...
not too late. Fuck it.
So I'm swinging out. Yeah, what is happening? What the fuck is going on? Why the fuck is we fighting? Like, what the fuck? Like, this is crazy.
What the hell did they say? That's all I need is that part. And I can put the rest together.
A lot.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, it's a long story to what was said to how we got
here. Okay. All right. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I just really hope I don't have to do it again. That's all I hope.
Why would you have to do it again? If that happened, I wouldn't be back over there. I would not come back over there.
Well, she's not from here. She's not from here. So she kind of came from another state.
Oh, she there visiting. That's where she stay at right now?
Man, y'all not catching on.
I always got questions. I need clarity. I ain't gonna assume shit.
Damn, man, say it ain't so. That's crazy.
Right. Hey, she gotta do what she gotta do.
I'm scanning the area.
You scanning the area right now?
Who you need me to go down to the for real quick? Nobody. Everybody good. Okay, Pure, look, I'm gonna tell you a shortened version, but with the details. The chick been here from New York over about a year and a half.
Ooh.
It's other details, but this is the most important. Ain't paid.
Oh.
So, had some problems with having to pay. She ain't from here. She got a friend. Like, what she gonna do? She gotta go though.
Mm-hmm.
We here to make sure this happens. Ain't no more breaking up shit and hit. And then quickly things escalated because when we got there, she wasn't there. So she came in on 2000. My friend already spicy, and she a little younger than me, and she's spicy. It popped off. She was mad disrespectful. When I say mad disrespectful, called us all kind of Milwaukee bitches and Milwaukee hoes. Mad disrespectful. And so my friend just started thumping her upside her head, and boom, the rest of the story, which you know. In short, that's the short version.
All right, got it. Okay, got it. Yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy.
And I'm peaceful. I don't be wanting to do that. Like, for what reason would I even come to that these days? I don't got no beef like that.
Peace to her. Come here.
I didn't really. It was just like 3-4 pops upside her head. I didn't really
Gave her that face piece and that 4 piece, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's
Get on sides.
Because once I started getting involved, of course, my son, like, hey, hold on now. So he, like, in between everything. And like I said, he did one that she wasn't really reaching around him. Now, I could have kept getting her, though, but hey, I wasn't really on that.
Oh, he just a wall.
Yeah, basically. Like, wasn't that really moving around him. And the way that he had her, like, we couldn't go around him to get to her. So he was basically, yeah.
How are you dealing with it?
You said what?
How's he dealing with it?
He feel bad because she trying to figure out whatever, but he's still ready for her to go. You know, he feel kind of torn, but he ready for her to go. He just want her to go home. Pretty much. And it's too far gone. Like, we can leave and, like, they know what's up and they, like, on her head on fight. Like, we got 20 females and cousins, you know what I'm saying? So it just wouldn't really be a good idea anyway. And she can't stay in my house, not after the disrespect. So she ain't gotta leave Milwaukee, but she gotta get out of our house. And you know it is unfortunate. Me and my friend talked about it. It could have been a whole different way, but really, if y'all would have seen how it went down, y'all would have said we gave her so much grace because I bet y'all, we got age differences in here too. I bet if y'all would have seen what happened when she walked through the door, some of y'all would have hit her in her fucking mouth right then.
So she not working?
Yeah, she worked. He just lost his job just recently.
So she don't want to do that?
She had a problem with it. She want to be a princess.
Oh.
But she's way older than my son, too.
Wow. Maybe you went through that because it's hard when you gotta tell something to something to honor. You know, wants to get them go through that. It's a heavy piece of shit, but you can't give a shit either, you know. I hope that she comes to results.
What happened, Pure, is she been on a visit for a year and a half, okay?
She been on a visit?
Yeah, she left. She came and never left. No, she planned to come, but she had asked if she visiting. And I'm just basically telling Pure, like, she came here, never visited here before, and then just here and moved here.
Wow.
Yeah, bad for business.
Yeah.
And then, she got a problem.
I mean,
Why she gotta carry the weight? Well, he ain't working right now, so you still gotta pay. You gotta gotta pay. You can't stay for free.
That's his girl.
Like, it's a series of stuff, like I said, like, later, but it seemed like I'm going into stuff, but it's so much more that she had problems with. And he basically, earlier that day, he had confessed to me that she be putting her hands on him. And he was really getting tired of that happening. And I was like, now you telling me that's like you pressing a button. It's a go button now. You pressing a button now. You want me to deal with this now if you're letting me know this. And I said, I'm going to tell you one thing. The next time this happens, I'm going to be right over there. Because that's not cool. She's going to have to go.
That's ridiculous, yeah.
And then he called me. And the shit literally was going on. I heard it happening. And he was like, dude, my mom is on the phone. He was calm, chill, dude. Go upstairs. Stop. Don't get out of my face. He was like, because if you hit her, you already know, especially with him being so big. And I've always taught him that they always look at him as the aggressor just because. So I told him he had to find other ways to assert himself other than physical force, unless it's necessary. And so he know how to act. He already know. I told him about girls like her, like they'll try and get him in trouble, like restrain her if you have to, but leave, remove yourself. You know, so I taught him these things. So he called me, like, Mom, I really need you to come here. Well, actually, he told me to call his auntie, my best friend, basically. He was like, call her, like, basically, like, it's time for y'all to come over here. Y'all might have to remove her or not, but it has to happen. And so we went. And we nice. We would have made sure she got where she had to go and everything. But she came in the house on fuck shit, like straight disrespectful ass fuck shit. Like, did you hit a crack pipe before you walked in this bitch? I'm gonna say he got scratches on him. I took pictures of that. I took pictures of the shit she fucked up in the house.
Camille, snakes in the grass, you gotta make sure he cut it low.
Yeah. She is for real. She was displaying like crazy mental patient behavior.
It's not a good time to be in a labeled relationship with the frequencies, like as far as like, yeah, we together. Cause that I don't know, that just it makes it's not a good time to for you know, until it all, you know, it all mellows out, all like type stuff. It's not like you know, for him to even, I wouldn't even suggest my own children. Big Dad, I'm in a relationship, dog. That's just because, you know, anything can happen, and it's just a crash out error, you know, from both sides, you know, at all.
Man, he's just so young. You know,
that's what I'm saying. I'm 19. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying this like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, you know, because, man, I mean, think about this, y'all. That's my girl. Like, you know, that's, you know, y'all just need to. And I don't know when it's gonna end, but look, people getting in look, 2 houses. I'm talking about. That's the only way I'm getting in a relationship.
Well, this she got on. She need an old man. She need her sugar daddy. She want a soft.
Oh, no, yeah, come on.
He 20. Like, what?
Right.
He just taking care of himself.
We all working on that crash. I mean, every day you gotta fight that triggering itch. You know, it's at an all-time high right now. You know.
Do y'all feel like younger couples it's a younger men and women thing, like that crash out thing, and it's hands on? Because I hear a lot of young men saying that these young ladies be putting hands on them. Is that like a thing?
Nah, Camille, it's just the thing. It's the thing now. Like, women be beating the niggas up, bro. Like, it's not new, but now it's more prevalent.
No, it seems like it's more prevalent.
No, it's more prevalent.
Or is that
No, it's an actual thing.
I mean, it's a thing for sure. Like, shit, one of my homies, girl, just punched him in the mouth, bust his shit. The police laughing his ass. They ain't do shit to that lady, girl.
And that's the problem, because they think it's funny, and like, it's like when you live in a society where it's like, it's not expected. Before, you know, women always been beating niggas up. Like, it's just more prevalent than men were the ones that, you know, when they do it, they get caught. But these women don't, like, if you speak to them a certain way, the younger ones, they gonna punch you.
So from my understanding, the reason why it's so fucked up right now is because men don't hit women no more. Like, when women knew that it was a possibility they could get knocked the fuck out, they operated completely fucking different, right?
Hey, DJ, I was watching a video where a woman was beating this man up in the dollar store, like beating this nigga ass. And as soon as the man turned around to actually like throw a smack or a punch at her, everybody jumped him. And I'm like, yo, that's crazy. This woman got this nigga by the dreads. She beating by the lock. She beating the shit out of him. And then y'all decide to beat him up because he started to defend themselves. And that's the problem, because a woman can throw a few punches at you, and then as soon as you throw a punch, everybody like, yo, that's a woman, my nigga. You can never put your hands on a woman.
Bullshit.
They did a social experiment.
Clothes out the dryer, fuck around, play.
Yeah, they did a social experiment on YouTube. They had a girl beating up her boyfriend. It was all staged, but the beat up part, and like nobody would come and help him. Like, she was just beating his ass in public. And then they did the opposite, of course. You know, the guy hitting the girl, hitting the woman, and of course, you know, everybody reacted like you just said, all day. So yeah, it's just wild.
I was sweet shit music bitch at the heartbeat, bro.
That's the same way, the same reason why women is fucking all the younger men and the young girls in the school now. No men are in the school, so you can't blame the men no more.
Hey, man, act accordingly. Stay 3 more steps ahead of that shit, you know? Like, you ain't gonna change the way society functions, so just, you know how to play within it so that you don't get taken out.
And it's not a sexist thing. I'm not saying it in the aspect of men versus women, but it's what happens with society when you it's like you call one group, but the other group starts to gain power, and then the other group gains power that was once victimized. How do you call a former victimized, like people that were victims previously?
How about everybody just keep their fucking hands to themselves? And for real, if you're like, I recommend y'all learn about pressure points, bro, because I'm not wrestling enough of a female. You going to sleep.
I think it's deeper than that, though.
She going to sleep. Bro, I'm not going Camille should have put her to sleep.
No, hey, look at it. If I tell you that my grandmother never told me she loved me, and she died like that, right? And I'm telling my girl at 20, you know, I'm 20, 21,
and I'm telling her all of the dark shit, and she used it. I don't think we equipped to handle. Oh, that's why your grandmother died, and she never told you nothing you love. You know what I'm saying? That's why he ain't. You
You talk about the weaponization of information.
Right. You know, and listen, let me tell you something. I can attest to this because my dad never taught me about that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just pouring it out to my first baby mama, pouring it out, blah, 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 everything, you know? And at the time, you know, like you said, we was in love and all that, but guess what? When it get dark, oh my God. You know?
Oh my God. You think they're on your team. You think they're on your team until you find out, like, maybe they're just gonna decide not to. They're like sometimes on the team. They're like what's that when the teacher comes in and it's not the real teacher? It's the
substitute.
Yeah. They're like, you know, I'm a substitute team player. If I want it, if your team sounds good, I'm on it. As soon as your team sounds bad, I'm my side.
That'd be the crazy part. It's like somebody that you trust enough to lay your head next to, and you got a partner where everything you've been fighting them about, they use against you. That shit's crazy, bro. I ain't gonna fucking lie. That is crazy.
Yeah, that's why you don't do it.
You said what now?
That's why you don't do it.
Yeah, and then like, oh, I want my partner to confide in me more. I think we've had these discussions in here.
Hey, I seen a video where it was a woman that kept nagging her husband about telling her what was wrong, and he was like, "Nah, I'm good." Then she was like fucking with him for weeks and weeks and asking him what's going on. And he basically was like, man, work is hard as shit. He broke down basically talking about how difficult life was. And then she said that, well, I don't think I'm attracted to him because he told me all this information and I feel like he's less than a man. Like that shit, this shit is crazy for you to think that because you harassed me to tell you how I felt. I tell you how you feel. Now I'm less than a man from telling you how I feel. And now you ready to leave. You're ready to go try with someone else.
Right. Exactly. It would be like the only thing you can provide for a woman is a vibe. Like you can't be vulnerable or just communicate about anything. Just provide a vibe. Just a fun time. And you'll be good. Even if your fucking world is upside down. Nah. Just fake it.
As long as she good, I'm okay.
Yeah, just fake it.
I think all the makeup has taught them that that's all life is a big fake. Now, ladies, I hope that doesn't come off the wrong way, but it's like you're very used to portraying yourself a little bit different than maybe you actually are, where men, maybe we do too, but maybe you guys are just better at it. So we're like trying to play catch.
That's why you would say men had like multiple families. It's like, man, fuck, man. I'm about to go see Sharonda. Fucking Sharonda fucking up, I'm about to go see Roxanne. She fucking up, I'm about to see Gloria.
So question.
On the argument. Go ahead, Oscar.
I was gonna say, if a woman puts on makeup on the first date, is she leading with deception?
First off, you better have on some goddamn makeup. But isn't that their right to be prepared for a man that they need to be able to just...
That's kind of like a man leading with money, right? If a woman
I want to answer your question. What's the...
Yeah, and I also want to hear Dolly too at that. You also kind of in the Matrix, Katrina.
In the Matrix, you can hear me?
Yeah, you going in and out. Try to see if you can come back, leave and come back so we can hear you.
I'll rephrase the question. I was saying, is a woman wearing makeup on the first date the same thing as a man leading with money? Because she's leading with deception and she don't really look like that.
Nah, that's crazy. So.
Wouldn't you have that applying to take
Hello? Okay, so now y'all said a woman wearing makeup to a date is deception. I don't agree with that because
can it be?
I don't. It depends on the self-esteem of a woman and who she is at her core. There are who wear makeup because it has a beauty. It makes them feel.
We want to hear you, brother. It's rough.
And then they got some garble. You in the matrix.
You got your Wi-Fi on, Katrina?
Y'all still can't hear me?
You got your Wi-Fi on? Try to see if you have maybe turn your Wi-Fi off. Or vice versa.
Man, but what if a nigga pull up to a date with like Beijing and all that? Like,
say too, Boppy. I was like, that's the same shit. Niggas nowadays don't even have their own hair.
Bro, I heard of niggas getting extensions, and I was like, where they do that at, bro? It's different, bro.
Nah, you still struggling, baby girl.
At this point, you might even be typing at us. No.
The Matrix demon got you.
I'm like, dang, I wanted to hear what she was saying, but I can't hear.
Hey, but did you meet her with makeup on, or you didn't? Or she just shoved? That's what I'm saying.
That's still like, it can't be that bad for that to be like, damn, like y'all talking about some, you got a Hollywood face on, like you became a whole different character. That might be just an issue regardless.
But he's saying,
I don't think makeup's ever that serious though.
But Bobby, he's saying the same thing, because imagine like I was like, yo, Bob, let me get your car, bro. I got the shorty I'm about to go take out. So I'm going out, driving your really, really nice car, flexing, because I just got paid. It's Friday, taking her out, trying to, we might go to somewhere. She's going to get a nice steak, everything on me. The whole time, that's just like my paycheck. And, I'm driving your car and shit. And she think that I'm flexing, but I'm really out here hurting, but I'm trying to impress her.
That's the thing, though. Something too.
Yeah, that's true.
I
was gonna say,
Jeez, please. We really want to hear you, but it's beating your ass, Katrina.
Yes, it is.
It's a little bit of everything. It's choppy, statically, in and out.
Choppy, in and out. I heard you, but it's like choppy and in and out. It sounds like Transformers.
Now my phone does that sometimes. You really just might have to restart your shit from top to bottom. Just go ahead and restart.
Even G, damn.
Right, G.
I'm G.
So
I'm still on the ship right now.
To the question.
But you on the ship?
I think makeup for the most part, in most cases, unless people is using it to do certain stuff like, the artists and stuff, for the most part, it's accenting the woman's natural features. Now, it is some women that I've seen, and there was some rare cases and videos and stuff, where it is a complete metamorphosis. They do look.
How do you need accents?
They do, like you wear earrings.
You got the reverb on.
It's like a face accessory, in a sense.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's ever that serious for real to where it's like you're obscured. I agree with that.
Yeah, but if you look like a whole different person without it on, then I think it's a deception. But if you don't and it's just an accent, or you put a little lip color on or whatever, some people have full face, but it's still accented and they look how they look. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I really.
Camille, it's the same way if a nigga try to take you out and say that he might as well just be a listener. Because
is she in the Matrix or is it?
Nah, she in the Matrix.
No, I feel like like, I don't know. Like, I like lip color. Like, I will, like, usually have, like, a lip color. I don't wear, like, full face or nothing.
That's not your lip color.
But I like how it looks. I like the colors.
Camille,
I like the accent.
the shirt you got on not your skin either.
Yeah, but that like
Right, like, and
Yeah, it's an accent. It's an extra thing.
Exactly, it accentuates what you got going on, but at the same time,
So I like when my lips is
I feel you, bro. I feel you.
my lips is popping. I like when they shiny without color. I like when they have. But I don't like typically like I don't have lashes or nothing. I don't knock that or anything. What I'm saying is I'm telling y'all about me. Now it's some women who gotta have on makeup before they leave the house. Or some who gotta put on a little bit before they leave. Like it's different people like what they feel comfortable with accenting, I guess. And then some women have all the accessories. They got the hair accessories, they got the earrings, they got the bracelets, the rings. It's like I look at makeup like an accessory.
But Camille, that's what I'm saying. What if it's both? That like Katrina, like you trying, but it's really hurting us.
Man, the closest thing to makeup is do is though.
But nah, that's
my mind gotta be facial hair, cause bro, I understand what a weak chin is, right? Like I have a pretty good chin, but I see niggas get rid of their beards, bro, and it's like their neck and their mandible. You don't know where it begins and where it ends.
Hell no, that shit natural though, bro.
What for your chin to be stripped? Fuck no.
Hey, Boppy, but that's why I brought up like for men, like niggas do dumb shit. Like I said, like I'm gonna borrow your car. Like two deceptive people really belong together. Like niggas be deceptive and women be deceptive.
Oh no, I get what he's saying. You're saying it's natural for us to grow the facial hair.
Yeah.
Whereas
yeah. And no, they don't. That's why I'm like, that's not your natural lip color.
I mean, that's the closest thing I can get to it though. So like, if it's not that, what is something that we would wear? Like
That's not what we would wear. No, remember Oscar brought up about us using money as deception. That's why I brought up niggas like not niggas, but men saying like say I got your boy got a condo, penthouse joint, so he out of town. I'm bringing these women through a.
It's a motherfucking down here doing that shit right now.
I'm just saying.
Bitches in the house, right? I just left that apartment.
You see what I'm saying? So now he got her like, look, we outside the balcony. He rapping to her like, look, you know. In the morning, we gonna wake up to this all the time. You know what it is. So I'm just saying, the same way she came in with the makeup, and she being deceptive to him, he being deceptive to her. So it's like match made in heaven.
I feel you. Like abstracted to being appearances, but like, I like where something like that's more one-to-one. I really can't rest until I figure that out. Because, yeah, it has to do with appearances, like you keeping them up. But one's like applied to you, and the other one's just like an asset in that regard. Like,
but when you dog, is she gonna talk to you when she find out that you don't have that penthouse job?
But that's the thing, though. So that's another thing that I'm trying to find for the comparison.
She gonna call you all types of bums. I just say,
so there's a big difference when we talk about the makeup is just like accentuating their natural features, right? So say like, all right, I'm walking with you, having these assets, these possessions is like the makeup that's not yours. Are you still lit without it? Like, are you still attracted without that makeup? Because it's not a deal breaker to me if you are. So if conversely these things are one-to-one, like is you still lit without?
But see, that's what Oscar was asking more so. It's like because initial introduction, you know, like how am I supposed to know if you lit like this if you covering it up? Because you could be we did see y'all done seen some of them IG videos of how they be doing the makeup. Motherfuckers be and then somebody come through with a brush and some fucking foundation concealer and they done turn them into a whole new face.
And that's really the same thing.
That's what I was saying. The average woman make up like just accenting her face or whatever, and not that total deception like the ones you talking about, DJ, which is what I brought up. That's
No,
deception.
even covering up bad skin.
Bigger makeup? Is that all that a filter is?
Filters is cheating too. But like even like when women just cover up that they like naturally don't have clear skin, that shit is who shit phone is that? What is that? What the fuck is that?
That's why I use the example of what I do, because I don't do that, I don't knock that either. But like I use lip color. I don't typically wear like all that other stuff, but I do like my lip color or my lip shine or whatever the fuck. I like my lips not to look dry and they just natural regular color.
I think it's cheating when people draw themselves lips that are not their lips. I really despise when women draw on the outside of their mouths or like outline their lips to make their lips look like a shape that's not their lip shape, and then they put the plumper stuff on there, and I don't like it.
Ooh, you ain't just fucking with the Latino girl I was with last night, cause she for sure do that shit to her lips.
It's the ladies who cut off the eyebrows. Not if you don't have none for whatever reason, then you draw them out. I don't have a problem with that. I think it's strange to cut them off to draw some.
Even if we do that, people
serious question.
The correct color for their skin. So, for instance, the people that get those like tattoos or those like dyes or whatever you call it, their hair would be like a chestnut brown, and then they'll get them hard, super dark ass tattooed ass fucking eyebrows that be 16 centimeters thick.
Hey, the serious question is like, do any of y'all women have long eyelashes?
Yeah, but you know what? Sometimes
I do only because I don't wear fake lashes. The fake lashes, false lashes pull your natural lashes off, and it's like the equivalent of somebody snatching your ponytail every day and a few of the hairs coming out. When you keep gluing that shit on there like that, you can put like Vaseline, or you can naturally grow and curl your own lashes if you would like to, but most women don't. That's why they don't have any.
Hey, Lachey, can you give me a quick crash course then on what the difference is between the ones that go on the top or the bottom of your eyelids? My homegirl trying to tell me, and honestly, it didn't.
I don't know because I don't wear them. I know it's something called clusters, and then
clusters. That's all I remember was the word clusters. Yo, I don't remember anything else. But she's telling me it's like has to do with the direction.
I only know about this because some of my cousins do these shits, and like my mom used to do them when I was younger. The clusters, them the ones that they look thicker, and I don't know why girls be doing that shit. I guess it gives them a different look. It's like they stick them shits together. And then some girls who do the individuals, like they go one by one. Apparently, individuals is apparently more expensive and it takes more time. And that's just supposed to be safe.
Expose you to more of a issue. If anything, is you have to have like basically the perfect settings and conditions and be very sterile. Because people, I don't know if you've seen this, but people usually get a sty on their eye, and it is probably covered up because they put more of the fucking lashes over it. But they break out and get a lot of infections for that on that shit, and I don't think that they amplify that as much as they amplify the ones that don't go bad. But it is a lot of times that shit go bad because you put it directly on your eye, your tear ducts.
They be red-eyed as fuck. Like, every woman I see on the pages and shit, like, it look like y'all going through the most pain ever. Nobody comes out that shit looking like they're having a good time. Everybody look like, oh, is something bothering you? And you gotta be like, no. That's the face.
What, didn't Beyonce have a song or something like Beauty Hurts or some shit like that?
That's propaganda.
Yeah, I'm like, you should... you should just be able. I'm like, I remember looking at a lot of the older movies and videos and like women was walking around with natural hair, body, all that shit, and motherfuckers really, even makeup wasn't as excessive in the 90s as it is today. Because I be seeing this shit, motherfuckers be doing.
Bill was describing it in the 90s. You saw a very soft blush or like rosy cheeks. Their eyebrows were arched with the motherfucking razor and not with the motherfucking fucking shoe polish paint. There was not this craze for wigs.
Super contour.
Right. Even if they did have wigs though, it was like a wiggy wig that you just knew was a wig. They wasn't trying to like make it not look like a wig, if that makes sense.
Yeah, at this point, like,
so y'all all deal
you can't trust the bitch you meet outside, cause that ain't her. That's like it's like bumping into a superhero, nigga. That's not Clark Kent, nigga. That's Superman. Like, you don't know who the fuck that is.
Beauty standards and the way that they are changing is kind of making it easier for me to make money doing less, because it's like, I don't know if people are looking for something different or trying to stand out, but I don't know. Like, I went from doing knotless braids to something called miracle knots that's like a quarter of the time, and I get to charge more money, but it's because people are so a lot of people are hell-bent on doing what they see other people do, and it's like a trend or a fad, and I don't know, like I said, like if Beyonce, Alicia Keys, or somebody makes a hairstyle popular that doesn't take long and it doesn't even have to look good, it helps me make money because people think that they think that they're going to look as beautiful as whomever they seen it with, but people forget, like, you don't have the same kind of like circumference of head, you don't have the same texture of hair, so even though you get the style, you're not going to look like that nigga looked at it. But anyway, I like it because I get to do less and get paid more, so y'all keep it up. Start wearing the natural ponytails again.
Some people don't have natural photos, because I had to go do some work. I ended up going, and this is like when it was cold out, I went inside a sugar factory to warm back up, and I'm looking at the wall, I'm like, damn, all these people been here. Like, I missed the wave. I was there late. Business was not booming in there, but, you know, at one time it was a big thing. You see the Kardashians on the wall, and their pictures looked very waxy. Like, they were all taken by the people that are at Sugar Factory with the same camera. Everybody else's pictures look normal, and theirs was heavily retouched. So, like, the idea that you're going to look like these people because you got the same thing, like, the image that you probably seen has been retouched, and that retouching probably got a retouching too. So it's just interesting how, like, people's perception will lead them to go out and go do something, realizing that this shit is heavily redacted on.
You keeping up with a false image. Shit, at least we know, like,
the stylist, because they still be ugly when they get up. And it's like, nigga, you asked me to do this hairstyle, not a miracle.
But like when we was watching Dragon Ball Z and shit when we was younger, like, at least we knew, like, getting muscles is something that's a
movies and on television. I know there was a version of it on Everybody Goes Raymond over and over again, where it's about a poet and swordsman with a large nose who believes his appearance makes him unworthy of love, especially from his, well, now we got to kiss him cousins, but that's what they were doing. His cousin, now this play was in 1879, from his cousin Roxanne, who falls for the handsome and inarticulate Christian. And so Cyrano secretly helps Christian woo Roxanne by writing eloquent letters for him, sacrificing his own. Goes back to that time. It's not new. Just to put that out there.
Wait, hey,
because it goes along with what O'Dane was saying. Like, now it's you pretend to drive a car, or you pretend that this apartment or this nice condo or home is yours, and it's really not. You know, so that type of thing is still going on since way back, and this play kind of shows that, documents it.
GLers.
Then live and clear.
Phenomenal. That was an amazingly phenomenal breakdown of that play. It's almost like I was actually reading it off of something. That was a great breakdown of that damn play.
No, I remember it.
In a room. Don't you remember it? Human recorder.
I appreciate that deal.
We don't like makeup. That was wrong with makeup.
No. There's nothing wrong with golly gosh swampers.
Golly gosh swampers.
No, the question was asked, is it a deception? Like a man leading with money, a woman leading with makeup on her face?
Yeah. A man leading with money who doesn't have money?
Yeah.
Hey,
that's deception. All right.
Do you if you go to a woman's house and she got makeup on, do y'all think that's deceiving? Like if you actually go to her house and like it's after 11 o'clock and she got makeup on, do you think that's deceiving?
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest.
Or she might be an escort because why you made up that late? You supposed to get in the tub, baby. You supposed to wash it off.
Maybe some people think it's impressive. Maybe they think men like that because a lot of women is doing that.
You know what I think, y'all? I think somebody should come up with a reality show that requires people that are interested in dating or like meeting other people. It requires them to not have any accessories for like the first X amount of days while they get to know each other, and then on
like naked and afraid.
Is that I've never seen that.
Not naked, but with like.
But not naked, but like. No, when I mean naked and afraid, be like no makeup, no nothing.
No waist trainers, no nothing. Just your original package, your original teeth, everything that you was born. If we still have people like that, I'm still in my original shit. You know, I ain't hit my midlife crisis yet. I ain't trying to go in like, But if there are people left that have not had those types of enhancement, I think it would be interesting to see them interact with each other, and then like on one final day, they get to do whatever their thing is that makes them feel good about themselves, so that they can be in front of the other person like that.
I'm gonna hot take. I think makeup is so ubiquitous these days. It's to be the deception, but and I have no problem with women who wear hair weaves and stuff like that. Not at all. I actually consider that to be perhaps more of a deception than anything, though. That's my hot take.
So you ain't seen the videos of these girls whose whole face look different when they get their shit done?
I mean, that's a deception, but I don't think like regular.
That shit crazy.
Where they still look like they self and it's just accenting is like a deception. But yeah, like that's what I brought up when I said I don't think the accent is bad, but I think when they look like a totally different person, that's deception. If you don't look like the person that I met or with this makeup on, like
if you go into the store and you purchase something and it has picture A on the box, and you only bought the box because you saw picture A, right? But then when you open the box, you see picture B. Would you tell them to give you your fucking money back, or would you be like, oh, okay, I mean, I guess it's some different shit?
Probably the latter.
Right, so if I'm buying a piece of chicken and then I find a fucking hot dog, don't get mad at me for being mad because you made me think you was chicken.
I ain't gonna lie, I like the natural look, but I don't mind, a little makeup and what have you.
I was just gonna ask y'all, so do the women that y'all typically talk to, or they got like all natural hair and don't wear makeup or not?
I'm always my full self. Now that I got older, I don't perform for people. But I also am not against compromise. Like, that's a latter conversation, but I don't perform. If I fucking like to lick my fingers after I eat my food, I'm not going to not do that because I'm dating somebody. Like, and
them to reel them in. You want there to be any surprises, and I also want them to be comfortable to they are, because I need to. I remember one of my deal breakers is crumpled up money in your pocket, and a lot of people got down bad on me, but I don't fuck with that. If your shit if it's all balled up in your pocket, I don't want to know nothing else.
I actually get that because it is a reflection of the mindset, subconsciously or subliminally, about how they approach money.
Yeah.
I get that.
That's crazy. I used to earn my money when I was younger. I would never.
See?
You're actually acting a fuck.
I used to earn my money when I was in elementary school, bro.
See, and then that's crazy too. My thing is though, I get how you can talk about how crumpling up a dollar bill will make you look great. And granted, you were a kid, right? So like, don't take it too crazy. But you earn that money to iron your clothes. Like, I don't even like touching clothes.
I'm for sure ironing my fucking clothes, bro.
Nah, for sure. But I'm saying you went from the money to the clothes, though, is what I'm saying. Like, having the same service, like, you could have your idiosyncrasies, your thing. I don't like outside clothes on my shit. Like, I will take off all of my clothes before I lay anywhere. Do you feel me? So it's like, I would never let my iron that would touch my clothes.
Maybe he had two irons. Maybe he had two irons.
Did you have two irons?
No.
Okay.
We all gotta. You think though? Do you think that money wasn't just wild? It was just OCD when I was younger.
He wanted dollar bills.
You were washing the money and then ironing.
20.
I let it air dry. I had a clothes hanger. I had a whole process, bro.
To each their own.
Which supports what I said about the mindset and money.
Bankroll money or money holding up to your ear? What we talking about?
I haven't crumpled up money. LaShae don't fuck with people with crumpled up money. That's like one of her things. She always say that. She do not fuck with it.
But what is your crumpled up money? That's childish. My shit don't even ball that money up. That shit real. They got it folded up in their jewelry.
To answer your question though about like if it's a deal breaker if they don't wear makeup or whatever have you, just don't let the makeup make up your self-esteem. Like if you can do without it, cool. It's kind of the approach for a lot of things. Like make it a tool, hopefully not a crutch, but don't relegate your being to it and like make it you.
Hold on, Bobby. So I just gotta give a little bit of pushback. You're saying there's women out there that have low self-esteem or maybe don't feel comfortable about their body image in the moment they shouldn't use makeup, especially if it's making them feel better about themselves.
No, be happy with your face.
I'm just saying it's a dangerous spot to be in because a lot of us don't get the choice, right? Or some of us don't get the choice on like how that shapes out. So as long as you use it to feel better, cool. Right, but you should be loving of yourself without those external things because it's something that can be taken away from you. In my opinion.
Alright, it's cool because it was just a little bit.
No, but you better off being happy with you versus anything with any add-on. You better off being happy with you, bro.
If y'all talking, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have to choose a person to be in a relationship. Like, if we just talking, I don't care what you're wearing. You know what I'm saying? But then once you in a label, that's why I said label, yeah, you're gonna have to line up with the standards. I mean, or it's gonna be no relationship. It's kind of, I mean, man, what are we talking about, boy? Look, y'all be the dead horse, man. I'm talking about makeup is everywhere, bro. Like for real. It's a
That's what I'm saying. I think it's just so ubiquitous these days. You know, it's not. I like the when your girl goes out, she throws some makeup on, she has that little makeup glow up thing. I think that's kind of cool.
I said it's all kind of
lime green hair.
like it's like earring.
It's deeper than that. Yeah, embrace me.
Earrings don't conceal beauty. Or don't conceal your ugly. Let me say it like that. Earrings don't conceal your ugly.
Can't accept, man, that there's a lot of ugly people. I mean, it's on the rise. Ugly people is dominating. Numbers cross the board.
This nigga dollar, bro.
Being honest, bro.
Ugly is really more of a personality, isn't it?
Hell no, G. No. It's a real fucking thing.
Hey, be serious, bro. Shit.
I'm being that. A personality can get you a lot of fucking points on the scale, man. Just let you know.
That's true. Fat niggas get coochie all the time.
Man, personality, bro.
Ugly niggas be fucking y'all bitches. Personality.
Personality.
Great person.
Motherfucker have all the looks and the money in the world, but a shitty personality. It ain't gonna get you far.
There you go.
No. What is personality? What is personality? Like what? A funny person? Just a funny person all the time?
What's a good personality? Just a cool person.
Just a genuine personality.
Conversational person who's, cool. Personality.
Like, look at me, man. Like, come on.
3 years. And you just wait around for 3 years for that pussy. That one pussy. It's called friend zone. We talking about right from the jump, first 90 days. Personality. I'm asking what's personality.
What you mean? Don't the people like you off your personality? Don't that make them want to talk to you because of your personality?
Gang. Yeah, so gang, my personality.
You broke up, what you say?
It's all on how you present yourself.
Actually, you a smooth, cool motherfucker, man. It'll take you a long way. That arrogant shit, some people don't like it. Some people find it attractive, though.
Personality, if I want to, I'm going to change to 10 different personalities, whatever fit. That's game. Like, that don't even make sense to me. Personality.
Having hearing and having personality is two different things.
And changing your personality is really on some split shit, bro. Like, oh, that wasn't me, that was Patricia. Like, changing your personality is probably the worst thing you could possibly do. Because one of two things gonna happen. You're gonna fool everybody, but not be you. Or you're just gonna hate yourself at the end of it. Real shit. Just be you. They don't fuck with you, bro. But change your personality is crazy. Insane.
They've been doing it their whole life, man. I'm dressed like young boy, but I'm gonna act like smooth from somebody else, and then I'm gonna talk like a New York nigga, and then I'm gonna eat like an African. They don't even know they fucking selves.
Yeah, but that's more of a thing. So if you're gonna talk about shit like that, that has nothing to do with the relationship with anybody else. The relationship starts with you, and I think that goes back to what I was talking about, like not letting things externally boost you and so on and so forth. I think that like being in touch with yourself is going to be the best thing for you, because I don't know, you don't want to be in a room full of people and feel alone, like as fuck.
Part of your personality, wearing makeup, part of your personality.
I think there's other indicators of the personality other than makeup. Like if you're a makeup artist, maybe I would say that makeup's part of your personality. But just to say that about the average person, like I'd like to think there's more depth to people than just makeup. Like if you ask somebody like what they do, it's probably a good indicator, because most people start off with like their occupation when you say like, oh, what do you do? And technically that's correct, but kind of tells me about your interests and things of that nature. So.
Ladies, keep yourself a red lipstick. That shit is magic, and it could get you out of a chair.
And you ain't never had like a mark or something like that was just real fucked up, that you just wish you had a little something to take care of a blemish? Like, nah. Sometimes you just don't look presentable. You got into a fight the day before, you need to go do something. Like, are you judging people that use it for a professional environment as well? Or are we just talking leisurely? There are people whose professions are reliant on it, and it's more of a lifestyle at that point. So where would you say for that? And this is not a woman's question. This is for people like men that have to do it too. There's plenty of men out there that have to wear makeup as well. So I feel like it's less stigmatized. Who was originally made for it, and like, what's the conversation on that? I'm not an advocate for it, but I'm just curious.
Black eye, what do? Walk around with a black eye. So what? You got beat up.
No, he mean more as like a news podcaster or maybe a fucking actor that wear makeup.
The black eye comes into play too, because can't be going to school and shit like that all fucked up. Everybody would ask you, oh, what happened? Walk into a door.
I fell down the stairs.
Y'all really put makeup on black eyes? I thought that was a girl thing.
Nah, but there's been times where like I had to come outside looking crazy because I done did something, got cut somewhere, all types of shit. So it's just like the idea of just looking normal. Like some days you just don't want to be bothered. You don't have to go through the story of this, that, and the third and all that. So it's just like, for women, yes, you want to have like a certain look. You might want to blend your skin tone or whatever have you. But if there is something going on, so it's just like there is an advantage to it. Trying to take it out of like the gendered conversation and just objectively like it's something external, something that you use, something that might boost your self-esteem. Like really trying to get to the foundation of the conversation.
Dress up for somebody you want, man. I mean, cause listen, ugly women, oh my goodness, you ain't gotta.
Bro, just take some psychedelics. Just take some psychedelics before you go on a date. You'll be cool, bro.
Hell yeah.
Donald Trump just made it legal, bro. Like, just pop a mushroom, microdose, and then look at shorty. You'll be
I thought I seen that shit between him and Joe Rogan, right?
Yeah, bro.
That shit's nuts. So
that nigga about to expedite that shit. He need to do the same shit with cannabis, bro.
That's fucking huge. I gotta look deeper into that though.
And the peptide shit. One of my clients just said he bought a fucking peptide company. I don't know shit about peptides. I should look into it.
Yeah, nobody really does.
Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck that shit is.
Y'all really get dressed up for ugly women, man? That's crazy work, bro.
This nigga said he dressed up for ugly women. Nigga, you be around ugly women?
What you talking about? Fuck.
You have ugly women in your company?
Man, I'm the box, man. I know you.
Oh, never mind. I remember your picture. Yes, you do. I just have to think about who I was talking to. You do be having ugly women, bro. Bullshit. Bro, I would change my PTR. We can let the room decide. We can let the room decide. Hey, you can let the room decide who has the least attractive women in their picture. You got them both? No, you use the same picture, dog. Hey, I already said it.
Let's first of all, we both say both of them was ratchet.
No, don't switch it. No, bro.
Ain't none of that. I got
because you hang with uglies. You hang with uglies.
That ain't what I'm saying, man. No, listen, man. The king is king. I'm king of the ratchet women, so I'm just being honest. I don't have to wear Versace and go to the clubs and the hole in the wall, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I was wearing a fitted cap and a fucking throne shirt, boy.
You told me I got that purple on with a family hat with a chain on. That's it. I had to still have to go outside, man. And look, that's the same fit I was hustling in, the same thing. And I went straight to the club. Like, that was just, and look, you see it all over, look, that was great. I'm just saying, nothing wrong with ugly women. All I'm saying is that for a man, you know, we don't have to do too much of that type of stuff. You know, we get lost in the sauce. Like, hey, what's up? I was in the club one time.
You niggas need to start doing sit-ups and going on walks and shit, drinking more water.
Man, I'm on it.
Some of y'all piss me the color sunny to light, nigga. You think that's gonna
get out of here, man.
Jesus.
Nigga said sunny to light, like not
Damn, it was crazy, man. You ain't the only. No.
Go ahead, dog. Nigga said you do be with some fuglies, bro. Like, what's your vocabulary today? Y'all acting different this weekend.
Bro, you want to change your PTR, bro? You change your PTR, change mine.
Ratchet women, hey, your ratchet women.
No, change your PTR, I'll change mine, bro.
My ratchet women beat yours up. Straight up. And they cook better.
Them women had guns, bro. The cute women carry guns. They're not trying to fight. I don't know what you thought.
That's a generational gap because the women in my generation all in the gym.
Yeah. One of the baddest girls from high school. Everybody knew Shorty carried a Glock 40, bro. And one time she carried that bitch on the block. Ass for that is pretty ass shorty, bro. Don't walk down on her, she will thunk you.
Razor blade, man. Razor blades, name off, bro.
Yeah, no, my people not even let motherfuckers get that close, bro. Like,
they be on that mic mob.
If you want to change your PTR?
Hey, before you saw it, no, I'm like, wait.
No, it's not for me, it's for the room. No, it's for the room.
No, they saw it already. No,
come on, dog. See, no,
putting up the bad bitch. Nope, I ain't gonna do that, man.
You can put up your baddest.
Hey, but I told you, hey, man, the whole chick
still probably gonna be fucking, bro. She probably still gonna be fucking.
Man, that was a team of bitches. That was me.
Why you stuttering? You like fucking sick, dog.
Hold on, man. Secretly, you your homeboy on.
Why you stuttering, though?
Hey,
sharing.
Yeah, y'all was sharing. I had all synced up. Now it's on me. Hey, they got me in there. Oh, that's crazy. That was 2007.
That's crazy.
Come on, man.
Wow.
Before they contract, I was crashing the walls.
For the better.
Feel like you cussed at me. That was sure. That sounded gay.
That's not even gay. That wasn't even our damn phones taking pictures. That was just the club pictures. That was club. You know that? They was just, you go to the club and they like stand in front there and they take pictures, take your pictures. They want to take pictures of us, TJ. Damn, bro. Like, shit.
Of who? Post your picture, nigga. What, bro? And I dressed like that. Ain't I fresh, nigga? That's how he was dressing. Ain't I fresh?
I ain't never said anything.
LRG dressing. Bro. Come on, man. Let's post the picture.
Listen, you Miami.
Why you running, bro? I was in that picture. I was in Detroit. In that picture. I wasn't in Miami.
Oh, wow. Yeah, yo. Y'all would just imagine that picture.
I was wearing the Detroit hat, nigga. What are you talking about? You can smell the motherfucking Bath and Body Works and shea butter on them women. They don't look actually like them hoes that was in your picture. I've been wearing suits. The fuck? I've been wearing suits since I was a shit.
It started from ratchet.
I've been wearing suits since I was in Congress, bro. That's not new.
It's still in you, man.
Post that motherfucking picture of them ducks.
They wasn't ducks. Hey, they were ratchet ducks. That's what I'm saying. It's my duck. Why you talking about my chicken heads like that, man? Fuck you. You bark. Yeah. They got goals in. They got a whole different thing. Y'all ain't never had phases before, man. Y'all self-righteous motherfuckers.
What a ugly phase, nigga.
You sound like, look, Mano is way
the way Mano was already done. He's like, what you say about my
What you trying to say, nigga? That nigga say so all my ratchets was chopped. That what you trying to say? This sounds like who chopped. Yours was chopped. All of them had flats on. They down a hill in there walking in with flats.
You betting on. All right, I might change my picture. I'm gonna change my picture.
No, man.
What year was this? This had to be like 2011, 2012. Let me see.
It was throwback day. We was throwing throwbacks up, man.
Yeah. Watch it in.
All your rats was chopped too.
Damn. I pulled it down. 1 second. I'm about to find that bitch in my. Yeah, because you talking crazy, boy.
Bitch, man, why you gonna do it like that, man? That's why I say I don't tell my. This not a safe space. Put your pictures up with your ratchet, man. No, everybody put up their ratchet with me. Fuck that, man. You don't like mine just chopped. Yours is chopped. That's wrong, man. Y'all wrong for it.
Change your PTR, motherfucker. Go ahead.
For what? I ain't doing it, dog. I already seen them, but look, I hit the whole crew.
No, go ahead. No. What crew? No, so since you hit them, we need to see what they look like, bro. Stop playing around.
Man, but look,
I changed my PTR. I changed my PTR. I changed my PTR. It's not for you. It's for the room. No,
all the minds.
Because you know you fuck with ugly. You know you fuck with uglies, bro. Remember you told me about just for $100. You said you got 2 girls for $100, bro. I know they wasn't bad.
Man, oh yeah, they was. You crazy? Now that's different. That was at a players only party. It was all damn near fine in that bitch, but damn near. But
you see how you switched up and said damn near, nigga. That's how I know you be fucking lying.
Damn near. That means all the way.
Wow, man. So now you just nigga, I was invited, nigga. They ain't my old.
One of my people just asked me, like, how you get a picture with the bishop? I was like, yeah, bro, come on now. You not getting invited to the players' ball the way you dressing.
Oh man, what man? That was my God, bro. Like nigga, that's the South Club, man. You better come with some fighting gear on, bro. Like you can't just walk in there with Versace, all white on and everything like that, man. It's bounce music and jig music and. Man, they all gonna it ain't gonna end well with your clothes. You gonna throw them away. You spend $3,000. I did that already, my brother. I'm just saying, man. You gonna sweat. There's a lot of booty sweating there, bro.
I ain't even talking about that, bro. You dress like that nigga in LRG talking about not fresh. That's bro. Your pants was
nigga on 5 on 6.
I think my pants was creased. I mean, yeah, hell yeah, my pants was creased. Man,
I hit
and I think I got polo boots on. Yeah,
that's what I had on, polo boots. You wild, man. So my bitch, you chopped. Man,
how much, man? I do shit for Chinese. You have the same. Look. You said you had a flannel on. We had the same boots on. You had a flannel on, but our bitches was nice.
Chopped, nigga, too. Like, what are you talking about,
man? Let me look at this picture, because I really ain't looked at this in so long. Let me see.
Ratchet, man, come on, man. You know, I'm saying all of it.
Now, the ones to the left on his side, yes. Not the ones, and like, I'm next to some of them. So, yeah. The ones I'm touching on, no. The ones on the left and the red, like, I think some of them were some bloods anyway, bro.
Gangster women, man. Mine's just tough, man. They not, that's supposed to be women. They feminine, man. Like, at least they wasn't no transformers. Like, some of them niggas.
Bro, the goalpost is being moved so crazy.
Yeah, you will not post that picture, dog. No, I know you said, bro, because you tried to say that I date ugly girls, or I touch ugly girls. You used to show ugly girls.
You know what's going on.
You can't even find a picture of me next to an ugly girl.
I ain't never said that we was throwing up pictures, man. And you decided to say, I said, this is a ratchet woman I was with. And then you want to say, mine's chopped.
They are chopped, right? I'm looking over my glasses at you, chopped. Nigga, what you doing here? Chopped. And you said you had some baddies, bro. Based on your standard, your baddies may be chopped too.
Wow,
pretty sure they was chopped.
Man, they were nice, bro.
No, they was nice, bro. You just said damn near fine. You be talking southern fast like a huge
man. I'm telling you, man, they wasn't even from Louisiana, bro. They flew all the women at the players' party was flown in, bro. I'm trying to tell you.
And I tell you, they had all the original Post, man. They ain't had no Peter Piper, man. They weren't no Peter Piper pickle-eater, man. Damn, they had all them lady bits, I swear to God. I wouldn't pay 2 cents in China. They wanted to be in the woman company. Nah, I tell you, baby.
Boy, you sound like you belong on King of the Hill, Air Water Boy.
Nigga, one of my favorite shows of all time is Swamp People. Nigga be like, this bit, shoot him. Man, I love Louisiana accents. That should be hilarious, man. Not saying that y'all funny people, I just, the expressions, man. Y'all.
Bro, you sound like that one nigga who used to be on the field with Bobby Boucher and niggas mumbling like boom,
Where was Big Frida during all this, though, Dollar? That's the one question I was thinking about. Where was Big Frida at?
That's what I'm saying, man.
What? Is that a nigga?
Yeah, Big Frida is definitely a nigga, but Big Frida got New Orleans turned up, though. So I'm trying to figure out where this is, chronologically, where this is going.
Oh, no, that's a big part of the culture, man. Big Frida system.
So you be in a club with Big Frida, huh?
Oh, man, Big Frida cool. I think, we didn't book him a bunch of times. Matter of fact, regularly get booked, the bounce music, man, it's kind of like, what's your boy from, Died in Dallas, that make booty music, man. I mean, it just,
You gotta find a different fucking term because making booty music is crazy.
He talking about BK.
Like BK will get booked every weekend, but think about this, man. If you ain't got bitches in there, niggas ain't coming in there. You gotta bring I don't care if it's YB, man. YB, guess who opening up? Big Frida. You get what I'm saying? You gotta have, if you ain't got no women in there, bro, niggas ain't getting going in there, bro. Yeah, we got a thing called parking lot pimping, right? And it's a heavy culture. All the niggas just do, they line up all their fire-ass cars, and they sit outside and do shit. If you ain't got bitches in there twerking it up, they not even paying $20 at the door to get in your shit. Let's be real. So if you throw parties and you want to make profit, Big Freedom, you can, gotta be on the ticket in a way. You feel me? So that's one thing. It corners the market with that. But pioneer, bro. Pioneer for bounce music, DJ Jubilee, all that shit. But I'm telling you, if you just book Zero or Flip or something. Girls ain't going in there for no Flip. But Fritos, they want to shake their head, man. You gotta do that. But I know how it's different in Miami. But Detroit, y'all didn't have no dudes like that, like a rapper or even in that caliber that makes just girl booty music, twerk music, right? So that's what I'm saying. That's why it's different.
Bro, their clubs don't even smell like ass, man. There's no ass being shaken.
We go to the club, you want to see
what you hear? Bro, Detroit got some of the best shit for it.
Nah, but the smell is not authentic, though. Y'all filter the air and shit. I don't really fuck with that.
We're talking about the strip club. We're talking about the clubs. The club before the strip club, you know what I'm saying? The one that, the club that open at 7 and close at 2. Then you go to the strip clubs. That's how we had it. But, the shows, but the clubs, you book Freedom. Hell yeah. Also bigger. I can say it right now. And motherfuckers, they'll be twerking on this app. So I'm not gonna knock that shit, man. I don't care who you book. Better put some ass shaking in there.
I don't know, bro. You hang with ugly girls. I don't know if I trust you. Like be like a party promoter type shit. You know, you gotta bring the guts out.
Bro, New Orleans. It's in New Orleans, right? Come on, man. Like all strip clubs, it's not even y'all music in there, bro. It's not y'all. They got a bubble.
Bro, nothing to do with you hanging with ugly girls.
Man, look, man, I told you a whole lot.
You gotta spin that shit. Other niggas be
I'm
like,
not
slide
spinning
that shit.
I ain't never went in no relation with no ugly girl.
You hang with uglies.
What's a ugly? I mean, what's an ugly then? Cause then y'all been like, what you classify as ugly? Cause none of them was under 5.
Post the fucking picture. Post that picture. Nah. Post that picture of the girls you be standing next to the pictures.
I ain't tripping about none of
So post it if you post it. Post it. Post it.
Man,
I got more posted because you said you have daddies. I didn't even tell you post the daddy, bro. I just said post the one.
You ain't. I ran like Future say the whole crew, like crews, man. Like I was past.
Hey, bro, I don't think it's like
there, man. Goddamn.
Look, you hit a bunch of ugly bitches. That's not hard.
That's the whole point of the conversation. That's what we saying.
Nigga, that's nothing to champion. That's nothing to champion. We just had a whole conversation about how some people who don't look the part wear makeup and have low self-esteem. So, like, you low-key a predator. Go find a challenge. Go find a challenge, nigga.
No, I'm not. First of all, I just stand there, man. I ain't got no game. I'm a predator. I ain't got no game. I just stand there and it happens. What you talking about, man? I can walk up to your club in Detroit, man, and just stand there like when I went to Milwaukee.
You crying on ugly girls, bro. That's crazy, dog.
They got their feelings over dark.
Let me find out you out here.
Hey, straight up. What happened? And he got hit the bathroom. So what? You don't remember that? You don't remember that?
How many clinic trips you done had in your lifetime, bro?
The what? I'm clean, nigga.
How many trips to the clinic you done had in your lifetime, bro?
I ain't never went to go like never. I ain't never burned. Don't throw that jacket on me.
Why you studying so fucking hard?
I ain't no damn. I just listen. I'm light skinned, nigga. Do what you think? I need to speak.
Bro, you said you be fucking on lot lizards and shit for 2 for the one bun. Come on now.
Man, I
freaking nasty ass.
That was a players only part.
And you said you down to fuck ugly girls.
Man, hold on, Pimp.
Look, you said that shit, G.
Hold on, Don.
You said it.
Listen, Pimp. Ain't you pimping women? Exactly. Don't you got?
When the fuck did you ever hear me say I was pimping?
Man, don't you pimping when you pimp?
Hey, bro, just cause y'all recognize ism and y'all want to put the fur coat on my back, I appreciate it. But I don't gotta break bitches, bro. I got a good mind. I don't gotta be out here doing that shit.
Man,
you just hate a motherfucker still stepping in gators and furs and shit, cause y'all don't do that shit down y'all way. We don't want to get y'all niggas out here trying to work 30 years and shit, bro. It's cool, bro. I get it.
Man, we got
Percy Miller. He
talking about Detroit.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. He come from the pimping culture. He a pimp. He pimping.
Yeah, Detroit.
Right, that's what I'm trying to say. He sells the women, and he won't call me and be mad that well, you bought some women. You
know what I would do. So let me no. What I would do is if you want to be a goofy and you want to be a trick, I will put my homegirl right up on that lick. I promise to God I will.
Yeah, you better be cheap too. I don't want expensive. I like cheap. You better be cheap as fuck. That's what I be saying. I ain't about to pay top dollar.
They gonna run everything you got, boy. I promise you.
Our pimp say $40.
And you ain't gonna get a piece of coochie. I promise you. And they gonna take your money. And they gonna take your money.
Y'all do Klarna? Like, y'all do payment plans?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
3 pays. We do 3 pays. 3 pays. You gotta put the deposit down. You gotta put the deposit down for a legal show.
Klarna.
Yeah, but you gotta make sure you sign a loan agreement with us because that goes straight through our legal team. So if you don't pay, we hit your credit.
That's actually insane. Do y'all like offer refinancing also? Because say I'm trying to run up a tab or something like.
So what I can offer you, so Mr. Bobby, what I do have is a package for corporate financing. So if you carry anywhere from a 640 to a 680 score, I can get you a credit line for the Kitty Cat Meow Meow for $20K plus.
Hey, listen, man. I want a yacht boy. All cheap. I want the cheap bitches.
You want a yacht to put cheap on?
I want the cheap.
Oh my God!
I want 20K. I don't want none of that 20K. None of that, man. I want the cheap bitches, but I want to have a good time. I don't want to have to, no. I want the 4x4s.
Oh my God! Hey, you know the cute ones be fun too. You know that, right? You know that, right?
No, they just stand there and be on their phone. No, I want the McDonald's ice spice.
That was a fun day.
Man, I want the one that like McDonald's. I want the ice spice McDonald's.
While you playing, we took the twins out after they had got there shooting for the Drewski reunion and shit, and they only wanted like chicken tenders and fries. Like they was super chill.
Yeah. I want some. They want Chipotle. Yeah, I don't want the. I don't even want Cheesecake Factory. I want In-N-Out Burger bitches.
Bro, it's like all the things you have said tonight, that's got to be the worst thing ever. And if this offends you, all my California people, good. In-N-Out is so fucking trash, bro. The fact that that's what you want in your life, man, do better.
No way, no. Hey, yo,
bro, these niggas still be craving Waffle House, bro. Ain't no hope for you.
Niggas be like, no, it's good. I promise you, just gotta get the fries animal style. Shut up.
Camille was just talking about that, asking about the animal style. That is wild that it just got brought up again from a whole separate conversation. Like, I'm in bizarro world.
There's one thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna connect dots to unite some hate against some shit I don't like, and In-N-Out today was the day. Stay tuned for the next one.
Wait. Never mind. I don't really know that.
These types said
In-N-Out ass? Is that what he said?
Wow, I just can't back.
You want a doggy bag for that?
That nigga over there singing Sukiyama, boy. It's crazy.
I swear that's what I heard.
Suki. Got food with sexy ribs. I want to have a good time.
Alright, bro, like, you need a nap.
Hey, Bobby, let me tell you something. How I spend my money is how I spend my money.
Hey, I didn't tell you to not spend that money. Just go ahead and spend your 2 cents each and invited, man.
You want to be invited to the ghetto yacht party, man? You think come on, man? We giving out fake names and everything. I want
you better off buying a pack of Black and Milds and biting it like a fucking sandwich.
Bro, this nigga party with shorties who smoke fucking Virginia Slims and drink E&J.
I got both sets of lips at once. Just nasty.
You need a
wrong with that, man? You never been on. I ain't never been on a yacht before. That's what's up.
See, so when the drunk pilot and they all overboard, you gonna have a whole bunch of women floating. Save me, save me. And your black ass can't swim neither. So everybody good. Like you let them stay over.
You taking people places they don't belong, bro.
Man, Trina is from Miami. Nah, hold on, man. My back is from goddamn Miami.
That's not Trina. That's Keisha. The other
one is Miami. He was wrong too. Double wrong.
From Miami.
What you think it's a blue jeans for, huh?
Girl, I don't listen to my motherfucking dad.
Yeah, they know.
I know she thick as fuck. Yeah, and I listen to Nicholas Patel. He's one of my favorites.
But yeah, man, listen.
And then Ice Spice ate McDonald's. Y'all just mad.
Nah, bro, what you need to realize is, like, that's the problem, too. Like, she got you sold. You see how she walked across them tables? She comes from a place where civilization is breaking down. That's not a normal reaction to get impressed. Most people would have left the booth. No, she hopped up on the booth and ran across the tables. She's in the right place. She's not above that. Trust.
Ice Spice.
And try some of that down south shit. She gonna clock you upside your fucking head with a Timberland.
Like, you thought I was feeling you?
Bro, hey, yo, if y'all knew, there's literally videos of her and music videos where she's pulling knives out. Like, I don't know where this sweet aesthetic came from, but Shorty's from the Bronx.
Going to Bronx, what? The soft deal, man. You gotta read between the lines. And she's a soft.
You could be soft and be churned out in a hard environment and like what you deem as soft.
Hey, bro, like,
you ever see me?
Do you? I know this is about to be a wild question. Like, do you like the way, like, as far because like maybe y'all really don't hear because y'all both from there. Like, just you being a New Yorker, do you find your native New Yorker women, like you think they lit, or you think they manage? Because like,
I'm from Queens, bro. Like, we have a lot of different cultures coming together. I mean, everywhere has a lot of cultures coming together.
Queens different, bro.
Yeah. So like when it comes to like what an accent is, like what y'all understand to be a New York accent, like I feel comes from an older generation, but it's not as exaggerated. Like if you sound like Fran Drescher, like I bet. If you sound like an older like Jewish woman, like I can understand that. But now I feel like it's very forced, and like yeah, they can be aggressive, but like I feel like a lot of the shit that y'all see is like when you watch highlights, it's like a Ball is Life highlight reel. Niggas not doing that every game, but they gonna make sure to highlight the bullshit. So like my short answer is nah. Like I don't really see New York women as being that aggressive, but like in general, regardless of gender, like we just not to be played with. Like y'all think we rude, we snappy and all that. Like it's just stop playing games. So if you're fucking with them and they say something out of pocket, I can understand that. But for the most part, like New York women are just like women everywhere else. They just play if you like to, really.
It'd be that accent, bro. Like I said, I'm like maybe you don't feel that way because you're from up there, but like Midwest people, I know like Southern people, we have narratives for you, New York women.
Nah, for sure. I feel that, but not everybody from the South is just like, hey there, darling, I'm a Southern belle. Like, absolutely not. Like, they be on the same type of shit. Like, if anything, give that,
like,
I'm trying to put on
Florida women. No, like Florida women, they be like pussy ass hoe and shit. Like, you hear like Suki say shit like that shit. The way Mir say it, like, it's a few, like, it be like that sometimes, shit.
They get a bad rap, but I don't think it's that crazy.
I don't know, bro. It do be kind of that crazy.
That are like super, like
born in the freaking woods, like country backwoods, like sounding like a sailor somehow. Like, that's almost.
I'm telling you, bro. I know that women be the worst, bro. I don't think it's New York, to be honest. Because they be with all the gangbang and shit. Like, that to me is like some manly shit. Telling you to go fuck yourself, not necessarily manly, but manly is trying to be in the car shooting when niggas.
New York women be like, suck my dick.
Yeah, and then you realize how fucking stupid it is to even, like, consider that piece of speech. Because, like, even if you were with it, how? You feel me? Like, it's just some stupid shit for like,
fuck no, bro.
Nah, I'm just saying for real. Like, you're so fucking stupid. Like, how? Like, nah, you just look fucking dumb saying that stupid shit. Like, nah. And I really do think, like, it's the activities that make you more masculine than anything. Because it was just dumbass girl in Queens. These niggas chased some kid on the bus with a machete as he's getting off the bus or whatever have you. And this little girl pepper sprayed the bus driver. Anybody with some fucking sense will understand that's a public servant. You're going to find your ass in jail for 7 years. Like, good luck to you. So, I think that's more of the masculine aspects, like, not having too much to do. So, like, the activities are kind of blended, and you do see some of them, like, want to join it. But, like, that's the extent of it, though. I'm not ready to call our women men or anything closer than that.
About church, man. I don't hear a lot of going to church in New York women. But shout out to Pete Bronx and all up early, but I don't see a lot of, church growing up. Like,
You go to church, Gabe?
Yeah, hell yeah.
So, like, you should be looking for them God-fearing women where you at. Don't be worried about what they not doing. Try to save a soul by, passing on a pamphlet and all that, but, like, you're doing a lot of watching and judging, and only God could judge. So, really, my brother, who's not in the church? Is it you? Or is it them souls that are strayed? Yeah. That's just Sunday service.
No, I'm talking about, like, the women up there. Like, is it a thing?
Bro, to be honest, like, I don't pay attention, so I don't go to church. So, like, yeah, there's plenty of women that go to church. Like, anywhere.
That's all it.
I mean, I guess so. Like, that's crazy, but, like, yeah, nah. Like, I think that churchgoers would know, but, like, I'm not outside with my binoculars. I do have a church that's, like, literally, like, 6 minutes of walking distance, but nah, I don't pay attention.
They don't got a man. That's what they're going to church for.
Exactly. So you never did a church girl before? A couple church girls?
Nah, by the time I started to get into dating, that's when I left church. So, like, nah.
They go to the club on weekends. They be in Sunday.
And women in the club.
They don't even go to sleep. They just keep the makeup on from Saturday night to Sunday morning and just change it.
Your daughter, like, you never dated the preacher daughter before?
Preach.
When they bring you the sandwiches and all that food in the middle of the night, man.
So I'm putting a tithe in her basket, if you know what I'm saying, right? Right, am I right, brother? I took a bite out of her communion cracker, but not when she had the wine on the menu, if you know what I mean.
Girls always trying to save you, like, from the I'm praying for you. I know you're in the streets and stuff. I was just checking on you. That's the ones who, praying,
Wait, so you be in church talking about this pimp shit throughout the week, and then you go on Sunday and everything good with you and JC? Or, like, this
He is not a pimp. He be tricking hard. Like, that nigga's a superstar trick.
Whoa. Don't be politicking on his pimping, partner.
He has no pimping, bro.
Let the pimp inspect and protect his corner. Damn.
Bro, fucked around and
saying? You all up on his territory, checking on his O's, and listen, your operation is around the corner, man. Like, that's the one thing. Like, do y'all like break kneecaps still? Like, if somebody's on your corner, trying to eat into your profits, like y'all still breaking kneecaps?
In Michigan, motherfuckers will end up in the basement with their knees getting popped with a bat. That's a real thing. This day, bro.
Do y'all do it with the with your buffs on?
I'm not gonna hold you. It's usually not somebody who's wearing buffs who's doing that, bro.
No, Cartier. Staple.
Walk around the walk, you see nothing rapping to him. Shit, it's all love.
Nigga got arrested.
I don't know what that was. Big U. Look, Big U's son got stretched out on Figueroa. Man, that's Big U's.
What's up? Lingo, man.
Well, Big U's son got, he's Big U, right? You know, the top dog crib in LA, and Figure, he tried to impose on Figueroa his own pimping, and they killed him, man. He got stretched out, man, by some pimps.
By some pursuit killers.
Gang culture, like you know what I'm saying? Like they live, like you said, look Figueroa Street. You know, you can't. Now, it's different around here. It's not gonna be a big thing because you know what I'm saying. But over there, like Figueroa Street, like you said, I think they still on that type of time. You know, you can't just start pimping and stuff like that, which is weird. But hey, it's 2026, man. You gotta. Yeah, this is my corner, man. That's what. Yeah, it's wild. Pimping high, and you heard what he said. You need a credit score and all that. So, you know, I don't know nothing about that. You know, you need a credit score.
Yeah, that's why you still ain't brought fucking 10 bands trying to fuck on these houses. They done took more than that from your ass.
You started talking about that shit because I was talking about what if I want to put some on Klarna. That's why I started talking about that.
It's like penny stock, right? Against DJs, you know, like I'll be the Wolf of Wall Street over there, where he at. Like he'll be trying to sell his 20 grand bitches, and I got the $40 quick visits, and I'm booming. And then DJ gonna try to, he try to.
You over there working hard.
Hey man, I'm just saying, man. I bring listen. I get.
I don't know I'm entertaining you, bro. You be tricking hard. You be tricking. You pay for kitty cat meow meow. You pay for kitty cat meow meow, boy.
20 grand worth of hoes. Come on, cuz.
Bro, that's one. That's what they gotta pay for one girl.
That's crazy.
See, that's how I know you don't know. You be dealing with ugly girls, bro. You be dealing with ugly basic girls. Bro, like I'm not gonna even hold you. I'm not gonna drop any name, but it's 30K for one girl, bro. Like I'm not gonna hold just one girl. I'm not even joking with you, bro.
Not Catalan.
Man, that's
I'm 30 to pop out, bro. I'm not even joking.
Is that Catalan or Charlize?
I ain't showing you that.
Where's Roella? That's the one that got him? It's like, nah. My fault, Roella. I just thought it was funny.
I just want some chicken tenders. You steak tonight, girl.
Man, fuck all that pimp talk, bro. Like, niggas watching. watched, like, that pimp shit is exhausting, man.
Yeah, that shit a headache, man. Ain't lying. Which, I wish I'd have seen the Zeus shit, man. That shit, man. Bro, man, that dude, I know he came from money. I believe that's what his dad is Jewish, a rabbi or something. The dude that owns Zeus. But, man, I mean, bro, if we'd have had all that on footage, man, and did, that shit there, man, real, like, well, they ain't got to really, like, get out there physically in there, that, man. You just put them in a big house and do challenges and all that shit. And, you know what I mean? Like, man, that's that nigga there, man. He broke the internet with that, man. He shattered the pimp game. If you ain't doing it like that, nigga, it's like, it's some dinosaur shit.
My nigga, like, the pimp shit, brother.
Bro, you must have really looked up to Ism and shit, because it just how you want to be in that life so bad, boy. Niggas who have hoop dreams are too short to make it. That's you right now. You ain't had an Ism inside you, so like you project the life that you want, and you highlight the niggas posters of like Bishop Don Juan, Pimp Name Slick Back. All the top tier P's, bro. Iceberg Slim. You probably got posters of these niggas on your wall because that's who you want to be.
Nigga, Pimp Name Slickback was real.
No, bro. Just a Boondocks character.
I was about to say, like, no way they used his, like, actual IP, and I ain't know about that. But, like, they use real people. That nigga Felice Johnson, yeah, keep him in jail.
That nigga free as hell right now.
I know he's free, bro.
You some nigga on your show, bro. Bro, this nigga was on there interviewing people. That shit was sick. I bet you would think that's funny.
They put him with the 20v1, man. Or the 20v1 or whatever, like the women. And like, I was like, this nigga want pussy. Why the fuck is they, you know what I'm saying? That shit was so wild, man. He was talking about them women, bro. Knowing damn well that nigga wants some pussy. What propaganda?
So it's a hockey show about niggas. It's Brokeback Mountain, but hockey style.
Ice chickens. Where's that penalty box?
Yeah, like, is there a timeout button on this shit? Gotta put you in timeout for that. Where's that penalty box at? Nah, son.
I know what hockey movie you're talking about because it came out before the Olympics because everyone's like, oh my gosh, and then they were like, okay, this is kind of giving the image back for the male Olympian and all. I mean, the hockey player and all that because they won and all that. So I saw that comparison. So I know what movie you're talking about. Exactly. Hockey.
Best Olympic movie is Blaze of Glory. I don't give a fuck what you say.
I've seen that too. It's fun.
It's the best.
I don't think there's like an Olympic movie that I can recall off the top of my head, but the documentaries that they get from the Olympics are top tier.
You never seen Blaze of Glory?
When I was younger, maybe. But I know the quote from it and all that, but like, nah, my shit from Will Ferrell and all of them was Tenacious D wasn't him. That was Jack Black and the other nigga. What was the movie that was around that time? Because the other guys wasn't out yet.
Step Brothers.
It might have been Step. Was that the same time as like Tenacious D and like Nacho Libre and shit? If it was, then yeah, but like nah, that movie kind of skipped over me.
Step Brothers was like 08, 09.
Sounds about right then, yeah, because I fuck with everything Jack Black does. But Will Ferrell, like, it's here and there.
Step Brothers was fun as fuck.
No, Kevin Hart and Will Ferrell was Get Hard or something like that.
I think it's Get Shorty is the movie. That movie was fucking hilarious too. No, the Get Shorty is with some other fucking stocky actor, but I feel like he's like Italian or some shit like that. But there's a movie with those two, and they're a cop, right? Kevin Hart and Will Ferrell, I swear.
Yeah, and he was like, I'm a pimp named Gator.
Yeah, that's the other guy. So that's Will Ferrell. That's Will Ferrell for sure. I think it's Bruce Willis and Kevin Hart, and not Will Ferrell.
Bruce Willis and Kevin.
Bro, I'm about to look it up because I remember this movie so bad.
Get Hard.
Tracy, yes, it was Tracy Morgan. Yes. Whatever that movie is, hilarious. There we go, bro. Thank you.
Because Get Hard is the one with Kevin Hart and Will Ferrell.
Yes, it's called Cop Out as a movie. Thank you, whoever just fucking told me that was Tracy Morgan, because I'm gonna find out and watch that shit.
Morgan funny as hell.
Hey, I'm not gonna hold you. Maybe I got a really dark sense of humor, but when I went to the movies, I seen the opening scene of this movie, and it's a motherfucker in a superhero outfit, and he on a tall building in New York.
Speaking of superheroes, did you watch The Boys?
Yes, I seen that shit.
Superhero movie ran.
Wait, a movie that came out?
Right. Yeah, I think the fourth season or fifth.
It's about the second episode in.
Third episode of the fifth season.
Yeah, there you go.
What did you ask about me? You said something about Rand?
No, I wasn't asking nothing. I was saying like that brand of movies. I forget what studio it was, but you can tell that there's brand consistency. Kevin Hart was like in the Narnia parody, but superhero movie was funny with the Aunt May scene where Shorty farted and the fucking paint came off the wall. I was a little kid, so I was fucking screaming at that shit. That shit had me dying. But then they also had a part where they just reenacted all the other movies. It's like a scary movie, but I don't think it was the same people as them. But like there was a class of those movies that were separate from the scary movie thing. Superhero movies, some other shit. They were all funny though. There we go. Yeah, spoof. I haven't heard that word in a minute. Beyond like.
Did you see the second one with Jim Carrey? That nigga was a tweaker in that shit, boy.
And the second of like the superhero movies and shit.
No, the second Kick-Ass.
Oh yeah, no, Kick-Ass is a cool franchise, and I want more off-brand shit because two of my favorite movies of all time are like some real cult classic superhero shit, and everybody knows that one of them is Jumper. Like if you don't like Jumper, I probably don't like.
Oh, Jumper was fucking lit. I was sick. They didn't do nothing else with Jumper, dog.
Man, that's what I'm saying. You see how everybody has a great response for Jumper? That's how you know.
Samuel L. Jackson was in Jumper, right? He was the hunter.
Yes, he was a hunter. He was like dude's mom. Yeah. He had the Cisco haircut too. They thought
he did. What's the other one? You said you had two.
Oh, Chronicle. Like Chronicle to me, like a coming of age.
Damn, I haven't heard about that movie. Damn it. Wow.
Nah, to me and my closest friends, like that is like the gospel, because it's just like, damn, like if niggas ever got powers and y'all had to kill me, and like, would y'all do it? They'd be like reluctantly, and I'd be like, yeah, same. It's like we can't have you blowing up the spot and then blowing up other people, man. Like this is not what we got into it for. So it was like I understand it, like yeah, we could rock out, but like if necessary, like that would be the ones. We would be the ones to take each other out type shit. Like if niggas had powers, because realistically they were just having fun with it until they got to be a little too hectic. But of course, it's just like colorful banter because niggas don't have powers.
Poppy, do you watch The Boys?
Nah, I don't. Like, I have a lot of conversations there about a lot of this shit. So I watch Gen V and all that, but like, nah, The Boys to me, it just didn't stick. It takes me a while.
How you watch Gen V but not The Boys?
Because
listen.
It overlaps. You'll see it this season.
Whoa. Hey, man, I'm feeling attacked.
Yeah. I like it. Let's go.
Put the guns down, please. Nah, but to explain why I did it was because it was lost on me that it was a part of the same universe, and I watched it anyway because it was less intimidating. You know, the longer you to watch a show that hasn't reached its end, it's more that you gotta watch. So as it gets stacked against me, I'm like, damn, if I really want to tackle this shit, cool. Game of Thrones had to end before I started to tackle it.
Well, this will be the end. This is the last season.
Is it? Then, so, like, chronologically, what'll happen with Gen V? Is that over 2? Or is Gen V going to be the
Probably
extension?
Probably. But see, it is the extension. That's why you got to watch The Boys. Gen V, those guys feed into, that's who they use to go into that group of superheroes that you saw in The Boys to go into Vault. They are recruited from that. And then those people in Vault overlook that university in Gen V.
Okay. Word. No, I figured Homelander for one, and you know, like the 7 or whatever the fuck they are. So like, I get a little bit through osmosis.
The people from Gen V in that university vie to and compete to become one of the 7, and that's where they're recruited from.
No, I feel that, and I think I like it more because. Again, it's kind of a realistic thing about the powers. Everybody you see in The Boys, besides, who's the guy that's hunting all of them? Like, it's not important what his name is, but that guy, it's important to see him not having 2 powers or whatever. But the other, like, the antithesis to him, like the adults that have superpowers and shit, are kind of well behaved. You know, they kill people incidentally, but for the most part, they're supposed to, like, have some decorum. I feel like...
Incidentally?
Yeah, because what's his name fucking killed the couple that was holding hands by running into her. Like, I don't think he meant to do that. So it was like the incident. So like, yeah, so
you gotta watch it because he didn't mean to, but you also gotta pay attention to what it would be. Just you gotta watch it.
Because I know about. He told me that he's worse than Joffrey in Game of Thrones, and I said, oh, nah. So.
Yeah. I would go with that. And he has no constraints. But you have to see how and why they are the Gen Vers. What happened that they got like that?
Okay.
Yeah. And you find that out in The Boys.
Okay. So like their companion reads more so than just like optional reading. If you read.
Yeah, and that ties into why he ran into that damn girl.
Exactly.
Oh, so what I'm picking up is he was running away from something, or running towards something, like something pressing. Somebody was pressing him that's above his pay grade.
Just go watch it and we can discuss.
Yeah, yo, you know what I'm gonna tell you? I'm gonna tell you like I told G. I'm gonna add it to the list. Okay.
What'd you tell him? You're mumbling. What'd you say?
He said he gonna add it to his list.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Only.
Well, when I do get to it though, like it's not like a lazy watch or listen or nothing like that. Like I try to give those things the appropriate time.
Do you watch Invincible?
Yeah, but I really got into the anime since starting Invincible. Like Invincible is kind of.
I think we just talked about it.
Yeah, and the animation is fucking terrible. Like.
Yeah, that's the part I remember from you. I was like, wait a minute. You gonna say the animation sucks, and you just did so.
Yeah, from like a graphic design standpoint, like if y'all know about like different images and stuff like that, like animation is complex. Like they make the same drawing over and over, just moving a character or whatever, so that you know it flows properly. And so Invincible, being an American company that has the ability to pay people a living wage, because it's fucking Amazon at the end of the day, they drag the JPEG across the screen. You know how fucking lazy that is? That's crazy. So. Can't get with that. So much more of the anime, but I do want to finish the story. but I might just fuck around and borrow the volumes that my boy has, because he has the actual Invincible set to read.
I'm binge watching Here I Come in season 7, man. I started the first episode about an hour ago, but I finished up. A lot of people is reading the manga on a lot of stuff now, like but I'm doing My Hero Academia season 7 right now.
Yeah, no, I'm into reading them when I have the chance to. I fuck with Solo Leveling. What the fuck?
Solo Leveling. And season, so the manga going past season 2, correct? I hope. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I work with a dude like that. He read the whole manga. I read it for Solo Leveling. So
yeah, I read the whole shit. I read like the backstory to it. Like after a certain point, and I think that's the beauty in waiting. Say there is a season, and wait for them to conclude the season, then you start watching. Like you reach the end of it. Like whilst you're in it, if there's a manga to read that's completing the story, and I'm like, damn, like itching like a crackhead for the rest of the story, might as well just go read it. It's not going to ruin the animation because they take liberties anyway. Is it the same as the anime? No, I think that like the power scaling is a little off to like tailor it to an audience that wants to watch it. So I think there's strength in both of them. But I've never watched My Hero Academia. My friends have, but I don't have the perspective, I guess, to be picking and choosing. I'm like, I get them secondhand kinda, but I do enjoy the ones that I watch. So.
But I don't want to go too far. But to get off my question about Solo Leveling, how do you feel? Because that's why I say I love anime. It's so relevant to what's happening with the portal situation. How you feel about that being like dealing with us in real life, like the whole basis of Solo Leveling with the portals themselves?
I think it's one of the hardest animes out, bro. Because like, what I'm trying to get from it is everybody I know that grew up reading it and watching it and stuff is talking about like all the different lessons you get from it. It's the same as our movies and stuff like that, just a different texture. So like, they definitely do have things that you can take from it. So for Solo Leveling, I think it's like an analogy for life. Like he was this nobody that had no ability, worked his way up just as anybody else could if you see the opportunity. Right, so going to like that whole portal and all that, like people talk about principalities and shit like that all the time. Like, and I don't want to ruin it for you. So like they talk about principalities and things that come through them. So like the gates that they go and like they like demolish and all them, like the one way I can clue you in is that they're all like stylistically the same. Like they'll be looking in like certain enemies you see here because this is where it's at. Like you get Asian food, you can probably figure that you're in Asia, right? You get Latin American food, you can probably figure you're in Latin America, right? So it's like there are those land masses per se, and you can call them realms, and then there's like principles of those. And like the analogy, I guess, that come over to real life is like they talk about that there's higher energies. There's higher energies that have like underlings. Like, did you get past the part raising the flame tower? You probably understand that more so when he works his way to the top and you see who he has to fight.
So like you talk about the demon, the way you got the 100 gates.
Where the shorty popped out, she was like, nah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so you see that he's the leader of that area. There's even bigger buildings, and like if the world is a building, there's people at the top, and then there's all the people that are, if they're the most powerful, you're gonna have to like power scale through that. And there are representatives for each of the enemy type that you see. But I think you're gonna have to wait till season 3 for that. Like I read and figured all that shit out. You get to figure out like different lineages and stuff like that, why certain people are chosen, and like who gave Genu his powers and shit like that. It's a pretty cool anime, I would say. Like this is the first one like I actually invested in as far as like reading and watching.
I thought about CERN. Because the whole thing about the portal, right? It'll be a class B. And as soon as you walk in, like everybody, we're gonna send the class B people. And
You know, they the bottom people, so we over here, we S tier, so we don't give a fuck about no B portal. And then they walk in the B portal, all of a sudden the bitch turn red. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, if it wasn't for then, he E rank, he carried the stuff, right? And if not for him, all y'all would have died. And then all of a sudden they go red, they can't even get in the portal. So you know what I mean? But it's just so much layers to the shit. Like why is the portals doing? Is it like is that gonna be the future of, maybe 100, 200 years down the line where the solo leveling gonna be a thing?
You gotta think of it like this. Best analogy I can give to you is you type in your favorite website. You're not logged in, right? You type in your favorite website, but you misspelled it. You didn't know that you misspelled it. It took you to a website that looks just like the website, right? It's like, this is a rated game. Like, I'm good. I go here all the time. I don't know why I just have to type it in manually today and not just go to a link that you had previously visited, but that's the part of the story. You get in there and it's a phishing website. So now the gate turns red. Like, shit happens. Like, it might look like something from the outside, but you get in that shit, So, yeah, that's real life. Like, as simple as it can get, for real. Things ain't always as they seem.
Or not online. You die in the game, you die in real life.
You got a second chance, but that's some other shit. Give me like 2 seconds.
Hey, that solo leveling, brother, just technique, man. That's what Wizard told me, that like when it comes down to it, it's gonna come down to technique. You just gotta keep leveling up regardless, because you never know. That portal open up. Oh, I'm good. I'm gonna go in, like you said, it's a B rank portal. I'm gonna go in there and handle business, and man, that bitch turn red on your ass, man. Can't leave that bitch. Cause every hour that shit is reversed. Every hour every hour outside the portal is a day in there. Is a day inside the realm. Like, so you can be in there for 7 days. Like I think the most he did, like, they was on a mission and they was in there for like 7, 8 days, man. And then he had the 100 level and he had to keep coming back to it. But man, you could be in that realm for days, months. And you know how like Interstellar was different. Like when you go into space, you're going for some, years. I mean, for some days, and then on the Earth it was years. But in these portals, it's reversed. That's what threw me off. I was like, wait a minute. So you walk into these portals, like in the Earth realm, you're only gonna say you're going for 24 hours one day. You in that bitch for 24 days, and it's real days. Like you in that bitch camped out. Like they was looking. You could be in that motherfucker for, like I said, And like, think about it. Nobody ain't gonna be looking for you. Okay, you gone for 36 hours, but you really in the realm for 36 days. Like shit. Like that's what threw me off. It's a reverse. So I guess that got to be the demon realm for time to be, like that. Like, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah. You have an iPhone? I mean, you might be able to get it on Android. Either way, it's an app called Tachi Manga, TACHI Manga, and you can download that and you can get like repos and shit like that. If you download it, I'll tell you what repos to get. You can read whatever you want. You can get it in Japanese, you can get it in English, you can get it fucking Russian, whatever language you want it in. So you can get the answers that you need. Because you're obviously interested in it. And I don't think they're gonna animate it till late 27 because the dude that creates the story, I believe, is Korean and has to do military service.
That's a bet. Let me go get my food and be right back. It's a bet. But I want that shit is wild.
Yeah, it's a crazy story. And the main character is just OP. So when he gets to the other fights, shit's nuts. You go see who was in the cave with them, all that. Power is about to get ridiculous. Like at a certain point, it just becomes unrealistic, and you're just in it for the conflict that arises. Shit is just yeah. But the one thing I appreciate the most though is the art style. Like there's no other anime to talk about besides JJK. Like whoever animates that shit needs a raise and then some. There's just a certain care level that they take. And the only other thing that I've seen is how OD the animation is in JJK. Jujutsu Kaisen is the full name.
Y'all niggas been dry, no sun. Y'all niggas is, what's wrong with y'all niggas, man? Ain't you on timeout? Nobody even no timeout, nigga. I got timeout of y'all ass. Niggas got tired of y'all ass because y'all niggas dry. Y'all dry. This is why I left. I'll leave, the party leaves. This is what happens. This is what happens every time. Hey, so all that trying to get me gone, this is the result. Just letting y'all niggas know.
As long as you acknowledge that you're supposed to be gone.
Hey. I left them on.
Hey,
ain't nobody put me out.
My
Niggas was trying to steal what the fuck I said and try to make it seem like y'all won. Y'all ain't win. Y'all let GOD do everything for y'all last. And think y'all can just put me out because GOD did all the work for y'all. Man, get the fuck on. Left them on. Fuck all that bullshit, man. I just came back to sight. What the fuck going on? It's been silent all day. It's not just now. This shit been all day. What's going on with y'all? Y'all just ran out of topics? Conspiracy theories no more? Do I have to come back and wait the next? Do I have to like tweet the fuck out and like, is this what I have to do every single time? Every single time? I gotta do this every single time, huh? What's up, bro? What's the word?
Yo, I found out today. I didn't know they reopening up that case with that kid. You remember that kid where they took out his organs and they had him wrapped up?
Talking about the dude that was hanging?
Nah, he wasn't hanging. You remember when they wrapped him up?
He's talking about Kendrick Johnson.
Yeah, Kendrick Johnson. Yeah.
But they are they reopening his case? Because I know the police department, the FBI, the city of Valdosta for $1 billion.
Yeah, man, that shit is crazy, bro. How come?
Bro, I seen that shit, but I got a different opinion about the Kendrick Johnson opinion shit. I'm not gonna get into it, but it's the reason why they bringing that shit up again. You know that, right? Like they ain't just be bringing these cases back up for no reason. Like after how long, bro?
I get it, but bro, we know, but dude, when you find out that kid's dad was a fucking, what was he, like a free fucking Mason?
He was a federal agent.
Federal agent.
I'm thinking of A Boogie. I say A Boogie.
And then you got the judges doing all of that. That shit is crazy.
I meant Trayvon. Because I forgot Trayvon and A Boogie the same person.
Yo, this whole government needs to get fucking exposed, bro. That ass, man. Too much crooked shit going on, bro.
Now, when you say that, you think it was his parent? What you mean? Oh, yeah. Like I said, Bree, I got a different opinion about this whole Kendrick Johnson shit. I think he's, I'll tell you what really happened, bro. You go be like, oh, he's losing his mind again. So I'd rather not tell you. I'd rather inbox that to you what really happened, bro. I don't feel like arguing. But yeah, just know that, yeah, you gotta, to hint what I'm saying, Bree, he got another character. He's a big YouTuber. That's all I'm gonna say. Big streamer, big YouTuber. Right now. Big rapper. Right now. So yeah, that's supposedly what Kendrick Johnson is. So you can put two and two together. Yeah, put two and two together. You know who that rapper is. /streamer /YouTuber. That's who he is. That's who he is. Supposedly, allegedly, is the conspiracy. No, I didn't do the gematria. I ain't do none of that. But in the gematria conspiracy streets, they are saying that Kendrick Johnson is that big rapper streamer, and then Kendrick Johnson, he got family that look exactly like this the streamer too family. Like how? Like this is what I be saying. Like I can see if the person is the other person, but they match it to where they family too be connected. Like how? Let me go back to the video. Man, let me go back to the video. Because yeah, that shit's insane.
I mean, if you know the history of Valdosta, Georgia, I understand why they're covering it up. Because that's a racist ass town.
It's the sundown town?
Damn, so look.
You could say that.
Hey, gang. Bree, they got the same birthday. Gang. They catch you, John. Y'all just open my mind up again, bro, with this shit, man.
It's like I was talking to somebody today and they were telling me about
goes to show, bro. Even with that girl who got murdered in Tanzania, bro, it's kind of like the same thing, bro.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that shit is like, it's just a psyop. I'm starting to think the whole thing is bullshit. You know, because it's not making sense. I've been researching that shit like crazy, and none of that shit is making sense. Like they coming up with anything now. That's why I hate that shit happening over there, because we gotta trust what they coming out with, like the reports, the news. We gotta trust what they, we're not even over there to see what the fuck really going on. That's why I can't trust none of these news, these articles, bro. They just be lying their ass off.
RJ, you don't even trust the news that come out over here.
Yeah, I know, and that's what makes it even more harder for me to trust them over there. So it's like, damn, like I don't even trust people over here. The news gonna come out, I can't even trust them over there. It's even harder.
I don't think he trusts the shit that he be saying though.
It's like it's crazy to trust anybody. You feel me? Especially when it comes to the news, they just be lying. And I'm the nigga that know gematria, so they can't really lie to me. I read through the script. They use gematria to put out these news articles and links and shit. So when I do the research on it, I'm able to put two and two together and be like, damn, hold on. This is what they really saying. This is the ritual. This is the psyop, right? The whole thing is a psyop. It's to cause, like I felt from the jump, to cause chaos amongst the white and black communities, cause a race war, all that, to keep us divided, to keep us distracted from the real purpose that the enemy ain't even white. These motherfuckers are reptilian, eating babies. That's why I'm not racist, bro. Because the people that's running this bitch, they ain't white. They some other species of human. Not even human, extraterrestrial race. And I feel like the government finna come out and expose anyway soon. Once them alien files drop, you niggas it's over. No more government.
They already dropped. Okay.
No, they ain't dropped yet. I'm waiting for Trump.
Nah, 100%. They already dropped, bro.
They dropped.
I feel like a lot of people be forgetting about what happened back in 21, 22. They don't really be, you know what I'm saying? But you got to go back to those congressional hearings. We had the Navy there. We had, this is the reason why Biden, whether they gonna act on it or not, implemented that program to where any unknown objects, any UFOs or UAPs that are found, they need to start tracking and reporting it, because they already revealed 100% that they already found those crafts and reverse engineered them and all that shit.
Wait, why didn't put this in when he was in office back in
Yeah, this is 2021 or 2. Yeah.
I gotta go back and check that, bro.
Yeah, I be feeling like a lot of people be forgetting about that time frame and all the shit that was said, those congressional hearings. Like, all this shit is on the record.
So Biden was the one to start off this UFO?
Nah. So it wasn't Biden. So it was actually a reporter that got the information, and she started putting it out originally. And then a couple people life got threatened. So they actually had to enact a law, a whistleblower law, that protected anybody that was coming forth with this information. But it just will be in a news cycle. But I'm gonna send you a link, and when you watch this link, it's gonna break down everything I'm talking about right now. It's called The Promise. That shit breaks down the whole situation top to bottom, bro.
Yeah, send me down. I'm gonna read through that bitch. Cause I definitely forgot about the nigga Biden putting that shit into play. 2021, 2022. Forgot. Thought it was about. Thought it was Trump. That was doing the shit.
Well, so that's the thing. That nigga Trump, he started. So it's like he was saying it without saying it. So when niggas talk about the space situation and all that, I think people just think
with
the
Space Force again? Who came over?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I feel like people think he just talking about just like above us type shit. But that's for
hold on. Trump's the Space Force was Trump's doing or Biden's doing?
No, it was Trump. Biden didn't really do it because the whistleblowers kept coming forth and kept getting threatened. He was damn near forced and put in a position to enact the law to protect them. You know what I'm saying? Like he went out to do the shit.
And I wonder, the Space Force wasn't involved with this Artemis mission at all, huh?
I ain't gonna lie, there's been a lot of crazy shit going on.
I thought there was
space.
I thought that was
more so what?
I thought that was gonna come back from that mission and say that they saw aliens too, but I guess they didn't. We just gotta wait to see.
Hey RJ, you know, in these files they actually describe the people and the crafts that they found as not from this earth and not human-like. Like this is all documented.
In the files?
Bro, this is all documented, bro. Let me grab this thing, bro.
Damn. See, I thought we had to wait for this shit to come out. The whole time, this shit already out already. I don't know why it's not being brought to the public like that.
Yeah, you know they ain't doing that.
That shit crazy, bro. I feel like something gotta happen to where they actually can bring this shit to the public. Like that domain that they bought a few weeks ago, the alien.gov. I'm waiting for that shit to drop. Once they drop alien.gov, it's chicken rats, bro. They gonna start.
All right, so RJ, look, I just put the link in chat, and this is what I did when I first watched that shit. Because when I first watched, I was like, damn, I just watched it. Just my first time watching it. This shit kind of crazy. But then as I watched it, I went through every piece of that, and I stopped and I paused it. Every time, every name, every congressional hearing, every law that was enacted, and I looked it up to make sure was this valid or was this not true. Everything on there is 100% fact. If you go through it and anything you hear that you never heard, you actually fact check that shit, it's 100% real.
Shit, a movie? The fuck?
Nah, it's not a movie. It's more like documentary style, and they actually show the congressional hearings, and they like somebody just pieced it all together. Like whoever did that,
whoever did that shit,
yeah, for real.
They put all this shit together. Scroll through it. Damn. It's a whoa. So I gotta let me watch this shit tonight. Yeah, I'm watching this shit tonight.
And that's why, like, now when a lot of these conversations come up, I'm low key thinking about this with every topic, because it's just like, yo, this
is like I'm watching this. This is like all throughout like the years, it's like 2001 type shit to 2026.
If you want to say there's a main character, it's the reporter that was trying to break it, that they had to pass the whistleblowing law for. But it still brings in everybody that was at the congressional hearings, everybody that was in the Navy, sergeants, lieutenants. Like, there's actually a group of people that's trying to, you know what I'm saying, put the information out. There's a couple dudes up there, you gonna notice, they signed certain NDAs, and they're saying, like, you know, we don't answer what we can, you know, without violating the NDA and the contract, because they specifically told them if they speak on A, B, and C, they'll be jailed, and it's nothing that nobody will be able to do about that because they signed that shit. But yeah, it's the shit real.
Oh, shit, I'm looking at when they did the hearing. They said they did it on November 2024.
Yeah, another one before that. It was a couple. I think they kind of run through a couple of them hearings in there, bro. Yeah, that shit was.
Bro, they called this shit immaculate constant. Bro, look at the names of what they're calling these. Look at the names they calling these hearings, bro. This shit is crazy. Damn, I didn't even know that they had a name for these different hearings, bro. What the fuck?
Man, chiming his own, man.
Ain't shit. Talking about how these UAPs, UFOs, alien life forms, shit.
Steve, you know about the Illuminati card game?
Oh yeah, of course.
So a new one just came, or not a new one just came out, but one of them just got prophesied on. Like one of them just got confirmed.
You talking about one of the cards?
Yeah, one of them just got, trying to say. One of them just got.
Yeah, it happened. So what card was it?
So it's the one with Trump. And Trump, it looked like, the one that looked like Trump, but people say, oh, it ain't Trump. But it's obviously looked like Trump when he said enough is enough.
Oh yeah, because Trump got a couple cards. He got the assassination card in there too, right? And then the enough is enough of him.
You got the enough is it. So,
yeah, because Trump is supposed to lose his mind. He's supposed to go crazy. That's why he's about to go nuts.
Why he's there, enough of the day, y'all, I'm gonna put the link in the chat game. This shit crazy because he said this shit yesterday, and people going, well, not people, but the conspiracy people, click that link, State. The nigga said enough is enough, gang. This is that on it. Mars like enough is enough. So it's like, damn, bro. It's like prophesying. Let me get the queen.
His phone glitching is that?
Boy, I thought that was me, low key.
Airplane mode and cut it off. I thought my phone was tweaked.
Okay, I thought that was me too. Yeah, I heard a little bit of what you were saying. But yeah, nah, he was in the Matrix. But I heard most of it though, like that car and that statement, Craig.
Yeah, that motherfucking car,
And when y'all get a chance, yo, watch that documentary. Like I said, it was crazy when I watched it for the first time. So I made sure I rewatched it and I went through everything and I fact checked everything. Nothing in there is invalid. It's all 100% facts.
My shit, okay.
Alright, just PTI the enough is enough card. So that shit, y'all see this shit? This is the same exact wording that he said yesterday. Enough is enough.
Oh, that's what he's
saying? Yes, look at the card.
You be so fucking wild, man.
Bro, look at this shit. This shit is crazy. I'm not even making it up. He dead ass said enough is enough, word for word yesterday. That's the link in the chat. And then his card is maybe said like that's it. So crazy. So the thing about the Illuminati card game, John,
that's his favorite word though.
Nah, this shit's crazy, bro.
Like that's just crazy. He says enough is enough all the time.
Nah, this is the time he said it. But hold on.
So shut your fucking mouth and let me finish speaking then. Know your lane.
I'll find out where you live, you motherfucker.
I'll even find where I live. And what are you going to do? Nothing.